Priority Summit. We're about to begin the program, so please do take your seats.
For the second consecutive year, the FII Institute has surveyed the globe, covering 23 countries that represent 60% of the world's population. Our mission? To understand humanity's most pressing priorities in 2023. Cost of living and quality of life tops the list. Globally, 65% cite it as their primary concern. A significant 30% increase since last year. In Asia, this concern jumps dramatically by 51%, highlighting worries about living expenses and employment. 2023 also saw a 20% global decline in personal life satisfaction. Social inclusion now resonates with over half of Asia's population as loneliness rises. With a 6% increase from last year, climate change is now the second highest priority for 54% of Asians, focusing on pollution and resource management. 42% prioritize healthcare, and 41% focus on technology. Notably, 66% in China are integrating digital solutions in their daily routines for better health and wellness. The FII Priority Compass is a unique dynamic measure of global and regional concerns. It identifies what unites us and what sets us apart. As we face numerous global challenges, it's the collective aspirations that pave the way for tomorrow and inspire leaders to invest in a brighter future.
So thank you for being here. I know that, as you can see, the room is not full because I'm sure many people were having a great time yesterday evening and yesterday night. I know they will come in a few minutes, but anyway, thank you for being early birds. We really appreciate. Just a few words about what we are doing with Priority Compass. As you know, the FI Institute has one and only one motto: humanity. This is what is making the FI Institute quite, I think, unique. We care about people. And why we are calling our summit Priority? Because precisely after we spent a few years developing, implementing the flagship event in Riyadh, the FII, Future Investment Initiative, we realized that we cannot talk about humanity and care about humanity unless we go and visit humanity. This is why we went first in Miami, now in Hong Kong. As I said yesterday evening, in 2024, we'll be in June in Brazil, Latin America. We'll be probably early September, first week of September in Africa. We'll tell you soon which country. And of course, we'll be back here in Asia in December. So by going to all continents, we are trying to understand and hear the pulse of our humanity, to understand the concerns, and to really, thanks to you, members, and I wish many of you will join the FI Institute as members. The membership is not a ticket to attend the conference. The membership is really to show your commitment on all the actions, all the initiatives that we are launching all year long. In 2023, we launched multiple initiatives giving access to clean water to people in Africa, in Asia, giving access to online education, because believe it or not, you are probably here one of the most connected cities in the world. You have access to technology. But I can tell you, the continent where I was born, Africa, you still have 600 million people, almost half of the continent, who do not even have access to electricity. Which means without electricity, they don't have even internet. They don't have computers. So during COVID, so many kids were left on the side of the road because they were not able to have online education. And we should not ignore that. It's extremely important. So this is why we are very committed on having multiple initiatives, but we cannot do that without you. So please look at our membership program. We'll be extremely proud and happy to have you. For now, the members from Asia, because we're not coming here before, a very little percentage. We have 33% of our members from America. We have 25% of our members from Europe. We have 40% almost from the Middle East. So we really look forward to have you more and more from Asia to join us. And this is how all together we'll have an impact on humanity. So thank you in advance. And now I will pass the floor to our Chief Operating Officer, Rakan Talabzoni, who will tell you more about these amazing tools, which is an interactive tool, permanently updated, that we have developed with our partner Accenture, a global, as you know, company. And this tool is the Priority Compass, and he will tell you more about the focus on Asia. Rakan, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us today, and I believe yesterday we had a great day. When we launched our Priority Compass tool earlier this year in October, our objective was not just creating a survey. It was creating a tool that helps us to embark on the priority of humanity in terms of needs, in terms of priorities, to understand how can we shape and help people to be a better future for everyone, especially decision makers and countries. Today, I stand before you concerned and yet hopeful. The data that we gathered showed us all the concerns that are there from different countries, and how can we do something about it? How can we help countries, people, individuals to have a better future? Let's take a moment to go through the data for Asia so we can share more closely on what's happening in this part of the world and how can we do something about it. Imagine living in a world where 2/3 of your neighbors rank quality of life and cost of living as their most important concern. Troubled by escalating costs of living and uncertainties of unemployment into this part of the world. Picture faces of those individuals with satisfaction with their personal lives, unplummeted by staggering 25% year on year. Their faith in their country's management or crisis management dropped by 20%. Feel the weight of loneliness that over 1/3 of individuals of this part of the world bear on their shoulders, where a region of social isolation is about 51%. This leaves so many people from this part of the world with no shoulder to lean on for their most personal issues. Reflect on the mixed emotions toward healthcare and technology. While 4 in every 10 individuals prioritize these areas, there is a tangible concern about these issues posed by advanced technologies, felt by over 45% of population in this part of the world. Despite these challenges, there is a resilient spirit here in Asia. 62% actively use technology for their well-being, for solutions of healthcare and well-being, which is actually a very good number, an ironic look into the technology usage. And 58% uses AI, machine learning technologies for their daily lives. Where yet 2/3 are calling for their governments to jump in to regulate the impact of technology into their lives. Today, we know as water is source of life, technology today is actually a source of life. Well, if somebody loses their source of data, connectivity, they're actually as good as dead. Richard mentioned earlier what's happening in Africa in terms of education, and that was a major issue that dropped the continent of Africa years back because of the 2 years of COVID. Governments need to step in to help regulating the technology usage. These are just glimpses of what's happening in this part of the world, and on that scale, we can look into it across the world in all aspects, because our tool covers almost 62% of population from all over the world. Each year, we are pledging to update our data, not because of the survey again, but because we want to reach more people, more countries, and obviously more hearts, so that we have data that helps everyone make a better decision for the future. Our hope is that these insights will not just enlighten us, but also help us inspire world leaders and decision makers. Together, through the FII Institute's coalitions that we've created on AI, on ESG, and on priority, this compass should not be just a tool, but more of a beacon, a guiding light guiding our collective efforts into a pathway to positively impact humanity. Thank you all for coming this morning, and we have a very rich program for the rest of the day. I would like to introduce...
Wait a minute, Rakan. Sorry, I'm interrupting the program again. No, you know, I think it's quite concerning when you see the loneliness. I would like to spend 5 minutes, sorry guys, in the program, and in advance I'm apologizing for the next speakers. But I think it's so important that I would like to hear from you guys. I would like to hear from you if you have a short contribution or a solution, because this is not only in Asia. We see this notion of technology exclusion becoming a real concern. We are all talking about AI for the past 24 hours. We are all investing more and more in technology, but the feeling of people is they are living more and more in their bubble and being extremely isolated. I think this is a big humanity concern and challenge. Anyone has a solution or a contribution or a comment to make about this issue? Please.
A thought or an insight, yes.
Yes, if we have mics in the room,
Richard,
I will share my
Richard,
mic,
you have
please.
A comment here?
Yes, please. Can you stand, sir? You have. Can you introduce yourself, please, and make a short comment?
I'm Fred Wang from Salon Films in Hong Kong. I have...
Yes, if you can put the mic close to your mouth, please. Thank you.
I have heard lots of wonderful ideas of the technology, digitalization, and improvement for all the futures. There's probably a lot of people will be benefit from it, but I'm quite sure there's even more and more people are not benefit so much. They are a little bit slow, particularly in certain countries. We should also consider for them how to bring them up to speed slowly, step by step, so that the whole world can be more equal, more happy, inclusive together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Gentleman here.
Thank you very much.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, hello. I'm Brian Wong. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Hong Kong looking into AI ethics and governance. What I would say is I think we need two things. First, an automation tax. An automation tax allows us to not completely halt, but merely decelerate the pace of technological innovation and research and redirect the tax revenue there to retraining, reskilling, and empowering individuals that would otherwise be dislodged and displaced by automation. And secondly, it's high time that we contemplated a universal basic income that targeted exclusively individuals in countries, but also in sectors of the economy that are most vulnerable and susceptible to being replaced by automation or rendered obsolete. These are my two suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This builds on the regulation concept that we
Absolutely.
discussed.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Yes. Gentleman here, please. We take one more comment, and then...
Thank you very much. My name is David Lee. I'm the founder of Prebay WM, and we're actually a tech-fin company, so we know technology. My view is this. Technology and innovation, it's a tidal wave. Of course, there's things, and obviously the gentleman before me said that we could slow it down. We cannot. But what we can do, and maybe this is a profound idea, or maybe it's not an original idea, is we need to have people catch up with this AI and to make it part of their lives as a part of replacing what they do. And this is the augmentation. This is the collaboration I think that you, Mr. Atelier, talked about before to empower people. And we need to change the paradigm and the explanation and narrative to be able to do this. And for that, then we can then add on to that. And when people get used to it, like a new app or something that comes up on your phone, these are things that people need to get used to. And I think we're obviously proceeding very fast, but we can't forget the people that we're leaving behind. And I think that's something that, as a company for myself, we always try to teach and tutor and obviously educate people on what the technology does to help people as opposed to replace them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It's inevitable, so that we need to adapt into it.
Yes, very is
Which one?
the last two questions, please. Gentleman standing, and then.
Yeah, my name is Tony Chen. I'm investment director of a Hong Kong X based in Hong Kong. Actually, we are looking into some technology based in Hong Kong that can help to really solve one basic problem. That is the cooling of your housing for any kind of people, not only for the city like Hong Kong or Dubai, but also for anybody. That is about a kind of a passive radiative cooling, but also revolutionary air conditioning system that reduce 2/3 of the energy consumption. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question, gentleman at the front, please.
Thank you. I work in the single-family office in Dubai, George Torstrada. I understand that your point is about isolation and people feeling lonely. I would say that, for instance, what has happened in the Middle East with the resurgence of football is the beginning of an answer. I mean, we have to have more live activities. You have to have things that are attractive to youth. Sport is not electronic sport, but actually having to go to a place and to have this feeling of belonging. I think this is very important.
Thank you. So, Rakan, I think you need to keep an open forum all year long.
Oh yes, I think this is very important.
And as you know, FI is a movement, not just a platform. So I think we should continue to move forward and have all our friends continuing the conversation.
The force people's participation into this is very, very important.
Let's resume the program.
Thank you,
Sorry
Richard.
for interrupting.
Well, thank you, Richard, for this insightful, and thank you, everyone, for their sharing their points. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Lawrence Moroni, lead AI advocate at Google. Lawrence, the floor is yours.
That's quite an act to follow. So, first of all, I want to say, Funying Gudi FII Priority Hong Kong. Doim Jie Ngosik Gong Siu Siu Gong Dong Wa. So the rest of my talk is going to be in English. One of the most important lessons I learned when I was young is I was struggling with advanced mathematics, and my teacher told me something, it's nearly 40 years ago, that I haven't forgotten. And that was that if you truly understand a thing, you don't need to remember it. This is something that has stuck with me through my whole life, and it's more important now than ever, particularly in the age of AI. Many years after that, I was writing my first novel. And in my novel, I learned this lesson when I was in a small town in Ireland. And in my novel, 30 years later, I'm living in the United States, and I wanted to write about a character from Ireland who was going to move out into the global community and try to find connections with other people in the global community, connections between Ireland and China, connections between Ireland and the United States, and that kind of thing. And I started researching some of the ancient history of each of these countries to try and find connections between them. And what I found when I started researching this was, like, for a small country like Ireland, there's not a lot of ancient history, because a country like that was invaded over and over and over again, and any writings that there were effectively lost. Today we have archaeologists digging back into the past to try and figure out what happened in those ancient cultures, but there's no records, or there's very, very few records. And as a result, there's all of this cultural identity, all of these lessons from history that have been lost over time. Now, what struck me from that is that in the modern age, we have the same problem, but for opposite reasons. In the modern age, we have so much writing. There's so much information being produced. And then if you're a smaller culture or if you're a smaller country, you can be lost in the noise. Even today, not just the amount of noise from like larger countries, but the amount of noise from nonsense that's been created. About 60% of information that's being posted on Web 2.0 is generally produced by bots. It's not produced by people. And that number is increasing all the time. So it's very easy for anything that is not mainstream to be lost in all of that noise. And that to me is it's tragic. Right? There is a great danger there of if you are a country like Ireland or Singapore or Hong Kong or, if you're not like North America, Western Europe, India or China, there's a possibility that your culture, your songs, your poems, your stories, your recipes, all of these things can be lost in all of that noise. So how do we fix that? Well, there's one really interesting technology that we've all heard of that's come around in the last year that we call generative AI. We've all probably heard of ChatGPT. Most of us have probably used ChatGPT. At Google, we've worked on Bard, and just this week we released a model called Gemini. And these tend to be labeled as generative AI. But let me tell you a little secret about this stuff. The generative part of it is really just a side effect. The point of these technologies wasn't always about being generative. It was about being able to understand content. And if you start looking at the trends that are moving if you look at the videos that we released, for example, recently around Gemini, the whole goal of that was to say, if you look at the content that's in this image, or that the person's writing, or that the person's drawing, we're trying to build algorithms that can understand that. It's less about artificial intelligence and more about artificial understanding. Now, there's two ways that this can be used that we're generally not thinking about. Sorry, I'm pivoting my talk. This isn't exactly what I prepared, but based on the feedback that we just had when Richard did the Q&A, I wanted to kind of pivot this a little bit to things that I think could be useful for society. Now, two parts of this. So the underlying technology in this stuff is something called transformers. And the idea of transformers, as the name suggests, is that they're really used for transforming one piece of text into another. And when you can understand the patterns that transform one piece of text into another, you begin to understand that text itself. So, for example, if I speak a little Irish on stage now, I'll say the phrase, "It's my anfechtadh leis na Gaeilge." And if there's any Gaelic speakers in the audience who can translate that, there are some, that actually literally translates into, "The raven loves its chicks." Now, if I were to come to you and say, "Hey, the raven loves its chicks," you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But in English, that translates into, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." So when you translate, if you were to do a statistical translation or a literal translation without understanding the sentiment, "It's my anfechtadh leis na Gaeilge" would translate into "the raven loves its chicks." And that's why machine translation, until just a few years ago, was really, really bad. The idea of machine translation using transformers now to learn and understand the sentiment in text has made it a lot better because it's understanding the sentiment in the original text. And so when we start thinking about how these transformer architectures can be used, and when we start building and break out of the mold of thinking about this as generative AI, but thinking about it as artificial understanding, now we can start seeing that we have some of the keys here to be able to build models and build infrastructures that preserve and understand culture. Like my old teacher told me, understanding is less important. If you understand something, you don't need to always remember it. You don't need to manage piles of information to be able to preserve a culture. All you have to do is understand it. And now we have algorithms and technologies that can be used to artificially understand a culture. And then the second part of this, and the other part of the two secrets that I was going to say around generative AI, that's not just generative, it's also a massively efficient way of compressing information. If you think about something like the most famous one at the moment, ChatGPT, generally it's seen as having around 200 billion parameters. Now that sounds like a really big number, but if you think about each of those parameters is going to be 4 bytes, so you're talking about 800 billion bytes, so it's 80 gigabytes or something like that, if my math is right. But that has been able to compress the entire information of the training set that was used on that, which is much of the internet, lots of books, lots of other sources like GitHub source code, and all of those kind of things, into that small amount. And it's able to effectively understand and create text, on anything. You can go to that and ask it to write a haiku. You can go to that and ask it to help you with your movie scripts, all of these kind of things. They can get much smaller when they're used for something that's specialized. This week we just announced Gemini, and the Gemini Nano has only got 100 million parameters, which is going to be about, I think, about 40 megabytes. So that's tiny in modern terms, and the storage for that is getting smaller and smaller. So as you start thinking about training a model for a specific individual task, for example, preserving a culture, now the task is less about the technology and more about just simply curating the data. And the nice thing about the transformer-based way of doing it, particularly as it compresses the information, say, for example, you end up in your data set having 100 different recipes for Irish stew, it's not going to have to store 100 different documents. The transformer will understand the context of this ingredient goes into this stew, this ingredient goes, you cook it this way, that type of thing. So to me, this is one of the greatest greenfields that's out there with this tech. This is one of the things that I'm personally working on. What do we do when we break out of just the shell of thinking about generative AI as something that just generates information for you and look underneath the hood and see what's actually in there? With the FII, we're working on preservation of culture, like I just mentioned. And like I mentioned, this is going to be one of the keys of being able to do that. I think we have a wonderful opportunity in front of us to be able to condense culture into a simple, single, small model that people can interact with. In the cases of, we spoke earlier about education, that places that don't have access to massive cloud compute, these models are going to fit on a phone. They're not going to need internet connectivity. 100 million parameters will fit on your phone, no problem. And now we can actually have people being able to interact with these things on a small device like a phone or a laptop or a Chromebook, where they can now interact with their culture, learn about their culture, understand their culture, and then ultimately preserve it in the long term. I think we have an opportunity in front of us to build a legacy for the future. There's never been a better time than today to do this kind of thing. And I think someday we'll be looking back on the year 2023 and we'll be saying, wasn't that a great time? Wasn't it a great time? Because that was when we were given the keys to be able to make massive changes like this quickly, easily, cheaply, and without needing billions of dollars to do it. This is something that a few developers on a laptop, if given the right data, would be able to do themselves. And I think the conversations that we're having at a summit such as this one, the people that we're meeting with each other, the networking that we're doing at a summit such as this one, it's really the things that can grease the wheels of that. And I'd really encourage you all to look into it. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you very much. Dajele. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So, according to the FII Institute's 2023 priority compass, cost of living and quality of life remains the top priority worldwide for the second straight year, and that's an increase of 30%. 65% rated as a concern, 30% increase since 2022. So we have economic anxiety rising, deepening globally. The question is, how can societies evolve to make quality living accessible and affordable for all? So we have two people who think absolutely tirelessly about this question. First, we have a advocate for global public health, current First Lady of Papua New Guinea, and the current chair of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. Please welcome Lady Rosalind Marwata. We also have, you know her from her roles in blockbuster movies, Assassin and Coming to America. She's also a humanitarian, a UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador, and get ready for this, she has a degree in accounting. How do you do it?
Just send me your books. Let me do your taxes.
Well, end of tax year is coming up. So the question that we are answering on this panel is, who should the world prioritize? So let me ask you first, what is wrong with who we are prioritizing now? Lady Rosalind.
Are we really prioritizing anyone? I think it's a valid question, but if we are, it's definitely people in the global north. And the work of the Global Fund is to try to get rid of HIV, TB, and malaria by 2030, primarily where it is, in the global south. So we need to think about people, not in terms of philanthropy, but what's a public good? Health is a public good for all. not just people who can afford it.
So we're prioritizing those in the global north. Namzamo, what's wrong with who we're prioritizing now?
I think what's wrong with who we're prioritizing now is the fact that we don't prioritize the mass majority, and the mass majority are continuously left behind. They're continuously left in the shadows. They are treated as charity instead of it being a justice conversation. We hope that such institutions as the FII and gatherings speak more on humanity, whilst we're all speaking about moving forward in the fourth industrial revolution.
All right, so that's putting a tack on everybody's chair here.
Oh, yeah.
Wake up. So the world has just been through a global experiment in who we prioritize, really a test on how equitably we look after each other. Regardless of race or resources, that test was COVID-19, and let's say we failed miserably, right? Because in the middle of COVID, I spoke to a nurse who was running a healthcare clinic in the slums of Nairobi. It was a moment when children in the rich world, the UK where I live, the United States, who weren't that vulnerable, were getting their second dose of the vaccine before our nurse, or for that matter, any other healthcare professional in Africa had received a first dose. This was unconscionable, stupid public policy. And it breaks my heart because I remember when she said to me, our lives matter too. So how do we make sure that this kind of inequity never happens again?
It will happen again, but we have to do what we can to try to mitigate that. In terms of availability of health products to the nurse in Nairobi, there's a big movement now. The lesson learned from COVID is that we need more regional manufacturing of drugs and other health products to bring them closer to where people are, but also it's a question of affordability. And we need to do all that we can through innovation to drive the cost of healthcare down so that low and middle income countries can actually afford it.
How easy is that?
It's not easy.
Right.
It's not easy. But if you take what's happened with HIV, when the Global Fund was established 21 years ago, the cost of ARV treatment for one patient was $10,000 a year. Now it's $45. So, I mean, that's a massive difference. And it's a combination of constant activism, work with pharma, but also the market. Because the Global Fund is with PEPFAR are the major procurers of these drugs for the Global South, we've been able to drive the cost down because you have a market there. We're shaping the market, and it's still feasible to produce and sell at that price and make a profit.
Is that mainly in India?
India and China.
India and China.
But also in other countries.
Okay. Well, let's stick with the Global Fund for a minute. It was created to help address these inequities in global public health. What do countries like the United States, the UK, France, Germany, and Japan, the largest donors, get out of their donation to the Global Fund besides a warm feeling that they're helping the world?
Well, I hope they get a warm feeling. But, you know, if the Global Fund were to be established today, I don't know that we would have the support from the G7 that we got in 2000.
Why is that?
I think in the early 2000s, the world was in a crisis with HIV. And it was so obvious that there were no institutions that were really able to tackle it, no single government able to tackle it. And also thanks to the huge activism of people in the West who also had HIV, the world came together in an act of global solidarity in a way that I don't think we've seen since, to establish the Global Fund. And it was quickly realized that we shouldn't just focus on HIV, that TB and malaria were also infectious diseases killing millions of people a year. So it was extended to be the Global Fund to fight HIV, TB, and malaria. But so maybe we should say, well, why have those countries continued to support the Global Fund, which they have? We had a record replenishment of any global health institution, multilateral institution last year, $15.7 billion. Not nearly enough, but it was still the biggest ever. And thanks to the support of our major donors, smaller donors, private sector, very important now as a contributor to the Global Fund. But why do they still contribute? Because they see it works.
Right.
It's not just that they feel good. They see that the work of the Global Fund, working with countries, very importantly, working with the communities affected by the diseases, it works. So in a way, they're obliged to support us, I think. Still.
So we see the effects of climate change everywhere. And I wonder, we've seen malaria for the first time in the United States in 20 years. We see migration also affecting the entire world.
Absolutely.
I know that migration within Africa, you live in South Africa, migration affects every single world. It spreads TB. There's other diseases that it spreads as well. How do you see this?
Well, I mean, I think it would be remiss of us to talk about the human crisis in silos because everything is so interconnected. The climate change is connected to human migration. People are experiencing so many incredible, there's hurricanes, there's tornadoes, there's flooding, there's rising of sea levels. So people have to move away from where they were able to cultivate their land, and they have to find new places now. So to be able to see those different things and of course, because of the human migration, people have to move into cities, and in moving into cities, there's dangers of the diseases. There's, what South Africa has experienced, which is xenophobia, and I think in the rest of Europe as well, where there's a lot of pushback of people coming in because they are displaced because of war, they're displaced because of conflict. But to be able to see those things in silos and not see them as interconnected so that we can be able to find the solutions is a recipe for disaster. So how do we group together technology? How do we group together climate justice? How do we come together in terms of finding public health justice as well, to be able to eradicate, or even if it's not eradicated, but to be able to decrease the effects of those different things that come together to make sure that we push together and move forward as a human race, right? There's so many different organizations that continue to do the work, organizations that are coming up with different solutions, whether it be, the most popular one, I suppose, which is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who have been steadfast in making sure that global health is a priority, because there's so many things that have come from not prioritizing global health.
Donators to the Global Fund as well.
They're the largest contributor within our private sector, private foundation pot, which is now about 10% of all the funds that we raise.
Right.
But then it's not just their money. They're also great advocates for the Global Fund. I mean, Bill Gates said a wonderful thing. He said, the Global Fund is one of the kindest things that's ever happened in humanity. And I think that's true.
It's pretty beautiful.
That's a good thing to hear.
Yeah.
You mentioned, Lady Rosalind, that the latest replenishment raised a record-breaking $15.7 billion. Now, that sounds like a lot of money, but that money from current donators is, as you mentioned, it's stagnating. If we were really bold as a world, I wonder what we would be spending. And actually, to put it very bluntly, everybody put down your phones here, how much would you like from people here in this room?
Well, we'll go to the how much do we need first. When we did the investment case for the replenishment last year, the estimate of what was needed was $46.7 billion to eradicate HIV, TB, and malaria by 2030.
Which is the Sustainable Development Goal.
3. And Global Fund has consistently, for a period, funded about 14% of what the total estimated need is. But we only raised 15.7 billion. Our target was 18. And remember, this was before the Ukraine war. This was before all the pressures from the migration as a result of that in Europe, and ODA in all of those countries being reassessed, before the inflationary pressures, the food crises,
The debt crisis.
the debt crises. So the 18 billion that we wanted probably, put another 30% on it now, just in terms of the way we did the analysis at the time. But the 15.7 we got leaves a gap from 46 of basically $30 billion. So that's what the world needs to be putting to the fight.
Okay.
From people in the room, I'm sure you all have influence with your governments, but also it would be fabulous if we could get a greater amount of money from the private sector, from philanthropy. We do have some individual philanthropists in this region. There's a wonderful woman in Vietnam, a company in Indonesia, but I think it's an untapped market for us, and there's enormous scope for private companies to contribute. But governments also need to step up.
To distribute those funds, actually. I mean, in South Africa, we have something called the corporate social responsibility or corporate social investment, whichever you look at it. But every single company that exists, especially ones that are very profitable, have to be able to do good with their CSR. So you have to put it in your budget. You don't have a choice. You have to have, what is your CSI budget? And you have to be able to, submit that to the government, and everybody holds you accountable to it.
Okay. It's Christmas time coming up. Everybody get ready for some stocking stuffers.
Yeah.
So, Namzama, we are living through one of the greatest waves of migration in human history. Millions of people are being dislocated, as we mentioned, climate change, war, poverty. Millions are also choosing to move because of the lure of opportunities that they believe are more available to them in the rich world. So I wonder how we make this mass migration of humanity an opportunity for better lives and not, as it often seems to be now, a tale of exploitation, suffering, or death.
Well, we had this conversation, and I'm glad we're having it here. I think the true thing to do is to change the narrative. There's this narrative that human migration is a human deficit. It is not a human deficit. It is not an economic deficit. It is not an economic liability. It is an economic asset. People who are moving around the world are not going to come and steal jobs. They're here to offer services. They're here to offer skills. They don't just wash dishes.
Right.
These are doctors. These are healthcare workers. You were just speaking about when you had surgery, and you said 99.9%
of the healthcare workers,
who are looking after you.
Yeah.
So we really have to be able to change that narrative and see it from a different perspective. And I think also the media and filmmakers, any filmmakers in the house, also have a very huge job in changing that narrative.
Telling a positive story.
Absolutely. Show the positive stories. I mean, I remember with the work that I do with the UN, I was in a refugee camp in Malawi. And this girl told me the story that she wanted to be a doctor. She wanted to be a doctor. She grew up in the DRC, and she wanted to be a doctor because her father was a doctor. And she would watch him every day with his white coat. But of course, what happens? They're displaced by war, they're displaced by conflict, and they had to run away and seek refuge in Malawi. And so now she's a refugee. And what does that look like? Do those dreams die? But she saw being a doctor not from TV, not from anywhere else, but from her father. And what happens of her father? So we have to think about that.
So I wonder, you mentioned this girl that you met. I think one of the world's greatest inequities is the continuing shortfall in the education of girls and women and providing them opportunities. I wonder, Lady Ross, can you share an example from Papua New Guinea or elsewhere of how you've seen the Global Fund or some of the work that you've done fundamentally transform women and girls' lives?
Well, if we look at HIV, which today there are more young women being infected by HIV than young men, if we look at the 15 to 24-year-old age group. So in the African subcontinent, for example, girls of that age are twice more likely to contract HIV than boys of that age. But education is key in terms of prevention and also treatment, adherence, and so on. And I saw a statistic the other day that even just 10% more girls finished high school, the GDP of any country would rise by 3%. That's 10% more girls of that cohort. I mean, that's phenomenal. But when I think about what the Global Fund has done, every time I see a positive woman, particularly women who've been able to have children, which now, as a result of being on drugs and being immunosuppressed, it just makes my heart sing.
Yeah.
Because one of the reasons I became involved in this health work was at the beginning of the AIDS epidemic, and in Papua New Guinea, so many people I knew were dying. My best friend died. Many relatives died. People at work. People were just dying everywhere. There was no treatment available. And then when treatment did become available, it was not available in any public health facilities. Only very wealthy people could afford it. And then in 2004, the first HIV grant for Papua New Guinea made treatment publicly available, free.
Right.
And I know so many people who are still living today as a
of
result of that.
Right. Running out of time, I want to wrap on a high note. I'd like to ask each of you to describe a program or a partnership or an innovation that you believe is making the world a better place so that we can go out and share and expand those stories. Nomzamo.
I'll speak about my foundation, my organization, which is the Nomzamo Lighthouse Foundation. We assist young students across South Africa to not only wipe out their student loans, but also pursue degrees in the STEM disciplines. So that's the Nomzamo Lighthouse Foundation.
Nice. Okay. Lady Ross.
Well, I'm obliged to talk about the Global
Okay.
Fund.
Surprise.
$60 billion has been invested by the Global Fund since we started. And that's resulted in 59 million lives being saved. 59 million people. That's our daughter, our sister, our mother, our uncle, our brother. They're all individual people, those 59 million people. And I think that's a wonderful thing.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you very much to both Lady Rosalind and to Nomzamo for joining us here at the FII Priority Summit. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Well, we're going from that inspirational beginning to discuss what will living cost in the 22nd century. I can't believe we're already talking about that. So we're going to be welcoming in just a moment Dr. Cornelia Meyer. She's going to be up here with her panelists talking about reconceiving cityscapes. Most city life, as we know, will be urban. All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for this inspiring panel and the great introduction. As we've heard, it's being equitable is important, and the cost of living is an impediment to being equitable. Most of life will take place in cities in the 22nd century, and the question is, how do we make these cities livable? How do we make them equitable? How do we make sure everybody can afford to live in them? Old, young, privileged, not so privileged. So I have a great panel here who come at it from different viewpoints. I have Mr. Stephen John Thomas, who is the COO of the King Abdullah Financial District in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Then I have Dr. Ruth Shapiro, who is the co-founder and CEO for Asian Philanthropy and Society. And I have Mr. Cherry Lee, who is founder and managing partner of EWTP Arabia Capital. I think nobody brings more fintech and high-tech to the kingdom than you do, which is really very impressive. But let me start with Stephen. You know, you have a great opportunity because CAFT was sort of created from scratch, so you could really shape it. You know, and it's a place of work, it's a place of life. How do you make sure that it is, you know, livable, both in terms of socially livable, but also environmentally livable? I think in terms of commutes, in terms of how you power your big, tall buildings. Actually, I would encourage everybody to go and see CAFT. It's quite something to see. So over to you, Jerry. Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Cornelia. Yeah, CAFT, I mean, it's all about your town planning and your operations. To give you a feel for CAFT, King Abdullah Finance District, it's 1.6 kilometres square metres in the area where it's situated. There's 95 buildings. So we've got an opportunity there with the town planning to consider the environment, to consider livability. So one of the design done by the architects was we have all the buildings surrounded by a wadi. The wadi itself is below ground level, which means the temperature within the wadi is 8 to 10 degrees below street level within Riyadh. There's other things you can do with the design regarding the grey water systems, regarding all the power systems you install, the technology, and then operations. There's so many things you can do with operations, like with smart city platforms now, and we're certainly putting in one with a company called Orange, and with BMS systems where you can control your energy usage, you can monitor it and control it. There's lots of other things that we're doing regarding reducing the environment, reducing the carbon footprint there at a time. Also, as far as livability, CAFT has 5 asset classes, all within 10 minutes. We're aiming to be a 10-minute city. So you've got home, you've got work, you've got recreation, you've got entertainment, you've got your retail, all within a 10-minute walk.
So this is very much like what we will see in the line at some stage. Now, Ruth, you are really, you know more about philanthropy than most people know about philanthropy. And cost of living is an issue for many people. And as these cities will grow bigger and more people will move to them, cost of living will be an issue for even more people. So what can philanthropy do to sort of alleviate it, to make sure these cities become more equitable, more livable places?
Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here up on the stage again. Saudi Arabia is lucky it gets to build all these new cities from scratch. In this part of the world, I think only Indonesia is endeavoring to do that, only by moving the capital to Borneo. We'll see how that works out. But most of us have to live in the cities, or want to live, or are living in the cities that are already built. We know that income disparity is a huge problem all over the world. In fact, it's so much more, the statistics are so much more stark than during the Gilded Age, which of course resulted in the Great Depression and then World War II. So, you know, we need to solve for everyone. So what does that mean when you're talking about inclusivity? You have to think about the vulnerable population, and the vulnerable population isn't the same. So in East Asia, particularly Hong Kong, the eastern part or the urbanized part of China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, the vulnerable are the elderly. Because they are left out, and it's a growing demographic. In China, by 2040, a third of the population will be over 60. Whereas in the South, India and Indonesia and those countries, it's the youth that are growing. And many of these youth are facing a world where they don't have adequate skills. So when you think about the role of philanthropy, it's not a one-size-fits-all at all. Where there's elderly, you need to help them be still included in community life, to have conversations, to meet people, to have meals together. And there's a lot of philanthropic capital going to that. And let me just, I'm running out of time, I think, but let me just give you one example that I like. There's a very big real estate developer, one of the ones that's still solvent in China, Liu Daoming, and he takes his philanthropy, so he creates big residential communities, and he takes his philanthropy to develop places where the elderly can play mahjong, can meet together, can talk together, can get subsidized meals. That's using his philanthropy and CSR. What it does, however, though, is make his residential communities much more attractive for the elderly, because why wouldn't you go to a place where there's quality of life instead of just four walls? So that's a good example. And in the South, a lot of it is philanthropy is being used for skilling and job growth to help those young people be part of the community.
That's very true. It's the weak are different wherever in different parts of the world. And I'm coming to Cherry because you're the man of technology here. Tell us, will technology help us alleviate the cost of living, or will things become more expensive because we have to get all these apps and buy all these devices? So how can technology help alleviate sort of cost of living pressures?
Yeah. We deeply believe technology is the most important element can be a force, can shape the future. Actually, nowadays, everybody knows that data is a new oil. Technology innovation is renewable, and especially the AI is the future. And how could we utilize a lot of product, service, and mature capabilities to support and establish the new oil in Saudi Arabia. This is what we are doing and what we are thinking about. This is what we are doing in the last 5 years. Yeah. And by the way, we are also a member company. Our building is also in CAF. We thank Steve Jobs, and we bring more than hundreds of Chinese top companies to Saudi Arabia. And through 5 years ago, we cooperated with PIF, set up our first fund, and last year we set up our second fund. And through the fund, we successfully migrate 20 plus gender company, and also, through the companies, through the they provide high technology to bigly boom and support the local living and the local family to using more efficiency service and product. Just like I give you a very quick example. We align with Alibaba and STC, launched the first cloud computing service in this region.
But how does it help alleviate the cost of living?
This is a very good question. Actually, from the efficiency perspective, of course, cloud computing can significantly reduce the cost and can easily provide different kind of service, entertainment.
To make it more available.
Yes.
To everybody.
Yes.
This is great, because this brings me back to Stephen B. Because when we had a conversation going into this, you said, "Oh well, I don't really like to talk about cost of living. I like to talk about quality of life." Could you elaborate?
I think to make cost of living meaningful, you need to consider life experiences. So quality of life is critical and it's very much interrelated with that. As we're getting more urbanised, the world over time is becoming a lot more urbanised, and global cities need to adopt, and they are adopting this, what they call placemaking, live, work and play. So we believe to get the best quality of life, you've got to have everything in one small area. So that's something that we've done well. In CAFT, I know lots of global cities have done that, where you're living in a high quality accommodation, you're working, there's a good business ecosystem in place, and you've got everything available to you in short periods of time. So that promotes a good quality of life, rather than you having to travel all the time, long distances, you're very close to home.
So essentially, we're coming back. You're turning the city into a village experience. Because that's where everything is close, right? And you still know each other, which also is quality of life, that you know your neighbors and you know each other. But we're coming from, CAFT is for the reasonably affluent people. We're coming back to the less affluent people, and we're coming back to Ruth. I was very struck when you started talking about the weakest link. Can you explain how, in a cost of living city context, we need to take care of the weakest link in society, and why we need to do that?
Thank you very much, Cordelia. But first, I want to just build on Jerry's example. I think many of us in this room will have heard about Reliance Corporation in India, and they have a phone and a communications plan called Jio, which has significantly dropped the price, where everyone in India has a phone and a plan because it's so cheap. They didn't do it for philanthropic purposes. In fact, they wiped out the competition as a result of this plan, but everyone there has a phone and a plan. So it doesn't only have to be philanthropy. But let me give you an example philanthropically. During COVID, Singapore was patting itself on the back saying, we've got this, we've got it all covered. And all of a sudden, there was a major flare-up in Singapore. And where was that? It was among the immigrant population, who they had overlooked. This is a case of you're only as strong as your weakest link. So what happened? Singapore had to close down. They went to all the nonprofit organizations who said, because they didn't have connectivity to that population. So they used the nonprofits to reach that immigrant population, inoculate them, and bring their economy back.
So thank you very much. We've learned a lot. I mean, we've learned how technology can help make life more affordable, be an integrator. We've learned how having the big city as a village experience, if I may put it very simply. And we've learned about how philanthropy is important and how we must take care of the weakest link to make our cities more livable. Could you please give this great panel a great round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I will introduce the special correspondent for PBS, Mr. Brian Chilcott, who will talk about how technology and AI disrupt the labor force. So from cost to labor force.
Thank you very much. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Cornelia. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Yeah, everybody feeling energized? It's good to see you here in Hong Kong at the FII Priority Summit. As you heard from Cornelia, my name is Ryan Chilcote, and she's right. We're going to talk about how AI is going to impact work. And we're going to ask and answer the question, will people always work, or is AI taking us to this place where we're all going to get one big, giant free lunch, and work is just, thanks to AI, going to vanish? To answer that question, we are joined by two big thinkers in the space. One, I would say, an investor, and the other, a practitioner. Please join me in welcoming Felipe Chavez Cortez, founder of KiwiBot, Felipe, and Edith Young, from Race Capital. Thank you so much. So Edith, let me pick on you first. The question is, will we always work? So let's cut right to the chase. You know everything about AI. You're seeing all the new bells and whistles that are coming out. Will we always work?
I think before we start during will we always work is what's the definition of work?
Sure.
And I think the key thing for us, all of us to think about and remember is two premises. One is we're so much more than our work. What's the definition of work to begin with, right? I think for the longest time, we think about like our existence is because we have to provide for families, we make the society better. But we are so much more than just our job and our work. That's number one. And then number two is AI really can free us from doing things that we don't want to do, free us to focus on more meaningful work. Think about, even though jobs like the milkman or elevator operator or who wants to sell encyclopedia anymore, even these jobs exist today. We don't want to do it anymore. And that's really what AI and automation is all about.
Well, thank you. Felipe, very interesting that you used the example of the milkman, because your Kiwi bot, which you're deploying to universities around the United States, to campuses, is destroying not the milkman, not taking that job away, but the delivery person, which is interesting because if you think about how we get our food, we used to go to the restaurant, then they came up with takeaway, then we got apps that allow us to get the food, but it was still delivered by a person. Now you're getting rid of that job too. Do you feel a little bit bad about taking away these jobs with your robots?
Yeah, so what I believe is that the future of work is that we're going to work less on things that we don't want to do. What's happening right now in the college campuses in the US, where we have already deployed thousands of robots, is that we are doing tasks that people don't want to do. Our customers, one of our customers, Sodexo, they have 18,000 openings of jobs that they haven't been able to fulfill. So there are sectors like the hospitality sector, food sector, that they're having high labor shortages.
Yeah.
After the pandemic, people started to think twice what they want to do. Yes.
It's not just people sort of lazy because
No.
$14 an hour, not good enough for me.
I will say that there are jobs that definitely you don't dream to do, and those are jobs that are good, but maybe, I don't know, cleaning things, manual and repetitive tasks is something that you don't dream to be when you grow up, and that's where I agree with you. That's where AI and robotics is going to help us free our time and focusing what's really important.
Okay. So, Edith, I appreciated the premises you delivered at the beginning, but you didn't answer the question. Will we always work?
I think we will continue to work, all of us, because that's really what defines us. So not just work in the sake of I'm doing certain things, but it's really for a higher purpose, meaningful jobs. But one thing for sure is we're not going to replace by AI, but all of us will be replaced by humans that know how to use AI. So that's the key thing that is really about how do we make sure that we have the skills, but not the jobs.
Yeah. And that's something I want to come back to at the end of this conversation. Felipe, I just want to sort of question this idea that people don't want these jobs, right? So I get it, on a U.S. campus, the kids have other things to do. Maybe they don't need the $14 an hour. But if you are in a low-income country, I can't imagine that everyone would turn their nose at an opportunity to make $14 an hour, sort of delivering food, for example. At what point does your robot and the use of AI not make sense to replace the human being for work?
Yes, well, I have made the analysis,
Yes.
and I will say that it makes sense to implement robotics in places, right now, I'm talking about today, in places where the minimum wage is greater than $6 per hour.
Wow.
But that could change in the future. Maybe in 3 or 4 years, that number could be $2 or $3 per hour. So that's one part. Second, I will say that the human condition, we can sense a lot of things, we can understand, we can take care, we can cheer up, we can create, but there is a big population that it's only doing manual and repetitive tasks like pick and place, like operating a tool, operating an appliance, and that's where I think that robots are going to come here to help. The other comment that I want to do is that it was shared yesterday in the panel. The population in Asia, it's aging 5 times faster than the rest of the world. And in the next years, we're going to have 250 million people less from or out of the workforce. So we definitely need robots, we definitely need technology in order to fulfill the whole of people that will not be able to work.
Yeah. Edith, I want to ask you about this idea that Felipe was talking about. Basically, that AI is particularly positioned to remove these, I guess, blue-collar jobs, if you want to put it that, repetitive tasks that can be done, manual labor. You know, it's interesting, you think about the last 30 years, what we've seen is a real, increase in income inequality, you would say, because a lot of those jobs don't pay as much anymore. And while the people that are employing those people are making more and more money. So what does AI do to the problem of income inequality? Are basically people that don't make much money about to make even less?
I think, for the longest time, even AI exists before generative AI. Everybody sort of worry about, is it going to replace blue-collar jobs?
Yeah.
But I don't think construction shop is going away. Maybe the milkman, but there's a really high skills that you need to use, or handcraft or artists. It's not going away yet. But what is actually going away first is the white-collar job. Right now, most of the investments or startups that we've been looking at are actually AI replacing sales, replacing marketing, replacing legal, recruiter. A lot of the white-collar jobs, and who knows, there could be Edith GPT one day. You don't even need me. So in some sense, because the regulation, just like if there's a robot that can build a house, I don't want it, because you need code to make sure that you can actually build that kind of fit into the regulatory framework. Therefore, I actually think that it's the white-collar workers that need to worry before any of the blue-collar.
Yeah, and there's been all these studies recently that have shown that actually there's income equalization, like among consultants and lawyers, where the sort of low-performing lawyers that were using AI get better, and so they get paid more. But the high-performing lawyers don't get that much better thanks to AI. So you get this sort of within professions income equalization. Very interesting. So, Felipe, if we go back to this idea of, okay, so in this AI influence world, where AI is influencing the workplace, and perhaps we're working less, we're doing less sort of work as we think of it. My wife tells me that I define myself by my work, right? I've always said, people say, what do you do? Oh, I'm a CNN correspondent, or right? And a very clear, sense of value, and people understand. You say, oh, I'm a journalist. They kind of. But what happens when work is not as important or defined in this new AI world? How do we? Where's our value going to come from?
I do think that the other part that AI unlocks is information, right? As soon as we as population start to understand better our health, the quality of our relationships, I will bet that work is going to be seen as different. Maybe taking what is work? A lot of people work for money, Yes.
Yes.
And money is an indicator of status. So depending on how much money you earn, maybe your job is more important, but maybe that's not a good way to see it. And what I think is that in the future, people will start investing more time in the quality of relationships, in their health, in taking care of their nature. And at the end of the day, that's going to make us happier and healthier. That was proved by the longest study in research of humankind made by Harvard, that what actually affects the most is quality of relationships and taking care of our health than rather earning a lot of money.
Okay. Well, you'll both know that at FII we don't like to just pontificate about the future. We like to shape the future and shape it for the better. So, Edith, to your point about how there's this threat that people that know how to use AI will actually thrive, but people that don't know how to use AI, suffer actually, in fact, the prospect of losing their jobs. How do we prepare people for that world? How do we prepare people for this AI-influenced workplace?
And I think it's so important for all of us to think about how do we educate and put together program, not only thinking about the student side of things, but also the teacher and the parents.
Yeah.
And really think about, like, for example, Khan Academy launched something called the Khanmigo, which the idea is really about using AI, not to cheat, but use it to being sort of the tutor and the assistant. We also invested in a company called Good Notes, and they launched basically finish your sentence and correct all the grammar. But now you can actually write the notes where focus on the creativity side of it, and the AI actually help the teacher to be able to monitor, is this basically a copy and paste for ChatGPT? So I think it's very, very important for all of us together to think about how we can put together a program to educate so that our kids and your 17-year-old will be able to leverage AI.
Well, they know how to use ChatGPT, I can tell you that.
Very good.
Okay, so Felipe, what's the job of government in the future when it comes to AI?
Well, I'll say that AI is going to also help governments. I'm going to give an example of what we're doing with the Department of Transportation of Washington, D.C. So right now we have robots running around in Washington, specifically in the University of Howard, and we started to share data about the sidewalk quality, yes, and the inventory of the sidewalk and the signs to the city. And they are starting to use that information to ensure that they are ADA compliant, and they are starting to save money on just lawsuits that they have for not being ADA compliant. Taking that example, what I believe is that, first of all, AI is going to save a lot of money to government expenses, yes, in terms of healthcare, infrastructure. And second, of course, regulation and understanding is very important. So I advocate to regulate AI, to understand it, but definitely to promote it. There is a lot of problems to solve. In the developing world and emerging markets, there is still a lot of infrastructure to build. There is still a lot of nutrition problems to do, and AI and robotics are part of the solution.
So we only have a little bit more than a minute left. You're both sitting in California. We can't have this conversation without asking you what just happened at OpenAI, and does that have any impact, this sort of drama that we saw unfold there, on the future of work and how AI is going to influence things? Are there some lessons that you drew from the drama in California around OpenAI just now?
I haven't seen any sort of this crazy corporate drama that makes Silicon Valley into Hollywood since Uber.
Right.
And I think one thing to take away is governance, particular for a company board. It's just so important. A good board really is going to be there for you in the bad time. And I think a lot of founders don't really think hard about picking the right board member to really structure it in a way that is, and this AI is just so important for all of us that you can't just have only a few people that decide the future for such an important company.
Yeah. Felipe, you have 10 seconds.
Yes, yeah. I think that day I double checked the board seats on my company. I think that boards are not important until they are important.
Yeah.
And that's what I realized. And I think that it's important to understand who controls the companies and who's on the board. I think that was an important learning for everyone.
Thank you. Felipe, Edith, thank you so much. Please join me in giving a big round of applause for our guests. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you.
So, next up, I hope you enjoyed that conversation. The big takeaway for me there was that the key to keeping your job is to earn less than $6 an hour, and you'll have a job in the future. Otherwise, you could be replaced by a Kiwi bot. Next up, we have a conversation about we're already ready. Next up, it's a conversation about the global entertainment supply chain. What the heck is that? What does it mean? And to discuss that, we've got two fantastic guests, and I shall pull up their names right now. Here we go. Robert Simons, financier and producer. He has produced more than 125 movies. Robert Simons, please join us up here on stage. And please join me in giving him a big round of applause. And John Zhao, chairman of Pony Capital, nothing less than one of Asia's biggest PE firms. Gentlemen, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. First off, it's actually just a huge honor to be here. Got to thank Richard Atias and his team, and Yasser and his board. You make this look so easy, and it's not. And it's so much fun to be surrounded by a lot of fun, intelligent, engaged people. So thank you for this. John and I are going to talk about sort of how there's in a mega trend, there's a change going on right now where Hollywood, America, but Hollywood in particular, this 20-mile sort of radius, has been responsible for essentially exporting culture all over the world. And there's a shift that's taking place right now where that value chain of intellectual property and entertainment is going to slide from China into India, into the Middle East. And what we should probably do is take a minute and just kind of, if we're saying we're shifting to something, kind of what are we shifting from? Where were we? Well, America had a monopoly on entertainment and the exporting of culture, partly because for the last 80 years, America had a huge domestic audience. And that audience was so big that they could make an investment into the infrastructure to essentially start pushing that out into the world. It's one of the things that's going to change, and John will talk about that. But the second thing is that the mix of people in America were a melting pot. And what that meant was that if you made a film in America, it was by almost definition talking to lots of different cultures and lots of different values, so that when you pushed it out into the world, people all over the world kind of understood that. These are two things that I think are going to be changing, given the fact that China and India and the rest of the world are expanding at the same time that Hollywood is starting to sort of change. John?
Thanks, Bob, and that was a wonderful beginning. As an investor focusing in this part of the world, but with global reach, we've invested in machinery, supply chain, retail, and of course, entertainment business, media business. When it comes to talk about supply chain for entertainment, it sounds strange. But it's really, in my mind, is a simple macro trend. Number one, supply and demand. Demand always dictates where the supply is going to go. What we've witnessed and well established is this shift of power. As the rise of all the rest of the world power, Asia, emerging market, China is becoming, let's see, number one box office sales in the world very quickly. So supply is following the demand. Naturally, you wanted to feed the supply with more relevant content, sort of a soft supply chain. That's one trend. The other one is really technology. Social media breaks the boundary, breaks the established framework, so you don't have the traditional sort of dominance the way of things are done, Hollywood, distribution, international, it's everywhere. The third one is really more exciting, is the natural law. That is, we have to listen to the Gen Zs in the younger generation. They will more and more define what gets produced, the what, and how they're going to consume short form, and where it is going to be consumed. So with that, I think this go east, relevant to where we were, would be one of the things that I'm projecting that will happen for the culture, media, and certainly movie business.
And along that, also go east and also go digital, because some of the changes that have been taking place with blockchain. I mean, remember this: those 125 movies generated about $11 billion of revenue. So we're in the business of actually making content. We actually don't care if you see it. We care if you pay to see it. And blockchain puts us in an interesting place where you can start to unravel a lot of the investments that have been made in this infrastructure around the world. Because remember this, Hollywood had marketing and distribution offices in every country so they could push their product out. And they also had barriers to entry, which is you could be in Italy making great movies for Italians. You could be in France making great movies for the French. But if you couldn't participate in that infrastructure, you were going to be essentially shut out. Things like blockchain are going to allow people to essentially push that product out in a protected, secure way and charge for it in a way that hasn't really been possible. So it's going to sort of democratize that. But the second thing is, when you look at some of the development of algorithms, look at, we're in Hong Kong, which is like a digital capital. Look at ByteDance. So what's good? I mean, so if you've got a massive infrastructure, you need to appeal to the lowest common denominator. In reality, something like Bike and continue to pump that to you. What that means is that everything you like is really good, and you can get really narrow along those lines. So those are two changes that I think are going to start to move the system away from Hollywood.
Yeah, now that we've established very quickly the macro trend of going east and be digital, let me elaborate on that from the supply side. Storylines. We used to wait for the next Hollywood story and take it. 10 years ago, if you go to China, which was a smaller but fast-rising market, box office sale, everybody's waiting for the next blockbusters from Hollywood, whatever it is, Avatar or American Story or Eastern stories told by Americans. Last few years, first of all, China had become number one in year 2021. And this year, definitely, it's going to be more than US. It's close to be $7-8 billion US, just box office sales. But the stories are all different. The number one sales, one of them is Hi Mom. It's a very, very localized Chinese story. Avatar 2 was number 10, number 9. And then, of course, now what is showing is this very romantic Asian Chinese story, modern form called Fu River Red, Manjianghong. So what we really are saying is the rest of the world would want to learn from Hollywood about storytelling. Certainly everybody recognizes the power. The soft power is the real power. But then there are plenty of supply of talents. You think about software engineers, AI, regulatory environment, the eager and ready consumers. So I think it will be established not only the rest of the world will be better and better market, but also a better source of creation. And I'm very excited about that.
Well, so obviously I completely agree. And I think that the two things, since we're talking about megatrends and there's a lot of discussion about AI here, I think the two things that are going to accelerate this trend, one is the changes in consumer patterns. So when you look at the younger generations, you have this shift from theatrical to streaming, from long form to short form, from being pushed out one way to something that's a little bit more interactive. And so on one hand, you have that trend, which is essentially disrupting the way Hollywood used to work. But the second thing is when you look at the developments of AI. So Lawrence Moroney was just up here talking, and I see him over there. Hey, Lawrence. Lawrence and I are actually working on some stuff in AI to try to create a synthetic audience. Because when we make a movie, for example, we've got Ferrari, the Michael Mann, Adam Driver movie coming out. You look at that thing and you've spent over $100 million, and you're going, okay, well, I'm watching this and going, was there any information that could have helped us make a better decision? And AI is going to allow us to do that. AI is going to allow us to test the concept. It's going to allow us to test the casting. It's going to allow us to test the script so that you have a stronger handle on what you're actually making. And then every pain point can be adjusted. And these are the kinds of changes that are going to truly change the way that the world is able to participate in making content. And the difference here is that as somebody from Hollywood, Hollywood is not going to embrace this. There's a lot of lip service. There's a lot of people sort of like looking around the edges of this. But remember that when you have an entrenched industry like Hollywood, if you're a studio head, you're making $20 million a year for your gut. You don't want anything that's going to challenge that paycheck, that could possibly offer a separate point of view or much less replace you. So what we're seeing is Hollywood itself is not embracing these changes, whether it's in the making, the marketing, or the distribution of these things. That provides the opportunity for the rest of the world to start with a clean slate, step in there, and be able to make content that can be pushed out all over the world.
Well, to wrap this up, I wanted to raise the level a little bit from supply chain of entertainment industry to what's going on in the world. People obviously use terms, those are global, deglobalization, decoupling, de-risking. I just hope that our talk will help us all realize for culture and for humanity, the more you talk about the decoupling, the more interconnectedness is going to happen. Look at like this nexus. I recall 2019, I was in Riyadh on the stage talk about globalization 2.0. I was focusing on technology, supply chain, like goods. And so I'm very honored to talk about the soft power shift. I noticed I was in US not long ago, people talk about Japan, they talk about cartoons. They talk about K-pop.
Yeah.
And they talk about, the wolf warrior. These are concepts created in China, Korea, and Japan, but talked more sometimes in a very distorted fashion in US, the world's largest power. What does that tell me? Well, we may see some decoupling and de-risking in semiconductor for the time being, but more so, we're going to see desire of people wanted to really understand what's true on the other side. That's the interconnectedness that we're going to see in the soft power territory. So my assertion is, I'm so glad that the organizer organized entertainment in the supply chain content, gave us the opportunity to talk about the common sense supply and demand. In this case, if we do this well through interconnection, we will actually have more understanding and respect so that we actually will make more contribution than just box office sales.
Thank you. Guys, thank you. Richard, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Robert and John, thank you so much. Really, supply chain and entertainment, so important, I think, for everything we're talking about. And later today, I have another panel. verging on entertainment and gaming and all of that. So you won't want to miss that later. We have a great lineup on that. So I had to put my promo in for that. What can you do? It matches one to the other. So we have a lot going on. We have an action-packed day, of course, with you. And we have a video now. I'm going to get a great panel up here in just a couple of minutes talking about the future of civilization. So, yeah, we look at the big picture here. And just before we get started, we're going to play you a little video to just get you in the mood, so to speak, and we'll be right back.
Mapping the frontiers of civilization from the farthest reaches of outer space to the innermost landscapes of human consciousness will require business leaders, policymakers, and the world's largest investors to think critically about shaping the trajectory of humanity's tech-fueled future. Global data capacity is forecast to increase from 6.7 zettabytes in 2020 to 16 zettabytes by 2025, according to IDC. As virtual dimensions open new possibilities for innovation, which strategies will inform the next generation of leadership? Which new realms will we encounter on our quest for a more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive tomorrow? Who will map the future of civilization? And what will they discover when they do?
So there we have it. Let me get my dear panel up here, if we could. Blake Scholl, the founder and CEO of Boom Supersonic. Let's get Blake up. Okay. Francois Chopard, the founder and CEO of Starbust Aerospace. Anla Chang, the founder and chair of the China Project. And Swati Chaturvedi, the CEO of PropelX. So here we have a great panel here. We're going to talk zettabytes and all sorts of stuff. It's like we're looking ahead to the future of civilization. And Swati, if I can maybe start with you and just look when we think about, the future at all, but in the bigger picture, the future of civilization. Are we making it up as we go, do you think? Or, who will map the future of civilization and who's responsible, I suppose?
Well, speaking as an investor, I do think it's going to be the entrepreneurs and the innovators who will be leading the change, mapping the future of civilization. But that said, they will have to be supported by policymakers who are technology savvy, who are regulating in an educated manner, and then they will have to be supported by global collaboration. So globalization is a thing, and everything that innovators are doing today goes beyond borders. Whether it was, solving for diseases or solving for cyber threats, it needs global collaboration. So I do think these three elements are needed as we move towards the future. Innovation, great regulation, tech savvy, and of course, global collaboration.
Absolutely, and if we're missing any of those, I don't think it's going to happen. Anla, when we look at the future of civilization, I think we need to look back a little bit in terms of the future, looking to the future, looking back, the Silk Road, and I suppose the power of Asia back in the day. Are we looking, I suppose, at a rebirth in this region here for China in terms now of the Belt and Road?
Yes, I totally agree with Swati. The three elements were present when China had its Silk Road from the 12th century all the way through 1820. They had about 30 to 35% of global GDP. Today, the new Silk Road is the Belt and Road, as we better known it as BRI. And here they have almost 80% of the global population. 155 countries are part of this new Silk Road. And now, more recently, it's accumulated more than 50% of global GDP. Only in last August in Brazil, when we had the BRICS meeting, 6 new countries were joined, including Saudi, UAE, and Iran. Along with Russia, they include over 50% of global oil exports. And along with Ethiopia and Egypt, they have 3 of the 8 main choke points, maritime choke points. Straits of Hormuz, Suez Canal, and this other place that I cannot pronounce, Bun el Ab, or something like that, near Ethiopia. But the point is, 80% of global trade still goes through maritime in the sea. So these ports are very important. Now, China owns 100 ports around the world, constituting 50 countries. And what this means is that in the last decade with Xi Jinping, he has been plotting and creating a foundation whereby it's not only the new Silk Road, but really globalizing. So very entrepreneurial, very innovative, and very global.
Francois, there's a lot happening clearly on Earth here, but you have visions beyond, let's say. Talk to me a little bit about, to sustain the civilization here, do you think that we really need to be looking beyond Earth and, again, exploring and perhaps exploiting what's happening in space?
Definitely. And so I like to come back on what Swati was saying about entrepreneur. I truly believe that solution will come from entrepreneur, but also entrepreneur looking at space. We've seen recently the US government releasing footage of unexplained phenomenon. So vessel, vehicle behaving and moving like we don't understand yet. And so that make us realize that there's so many technologies that we don't master yet. And we are just at the beginning of understanding the way we travel. And Blake will talk about that. Understanding the way we manage energy. And we are on the planet where we are draining our resources. If we want more people and if we want to grow our civilization in a sustainable way, we need to look for answers that are not on this planet. And that's why I truly believe that we need to look outside.
And again, look further outside, because I think already we're seeing a lot of great advantages looking in terms of what we've had there. Blake, and we've heard over the last day and a half, really, humans need greater connectivity, and be that digital or be it in person, it really doesn't matter. We seem to need a lot more. But cross-border as well. I mean, you would say, I suppose, we need to get out more, we need to expand horizons. Do you think that society has become insular, perhaps, and we need to really shift that to make sure the new civilization is successful?
Absolutely. When I look across the course of human history, throughout most of the time that we've walked on this planet, we spent our entire lives maybe 20, 30 kilometers from where we were born. And as civilization has progressed, first we were able to migrate or make one-way journeys, and now the planet is far more connected than it ever has been before. And I think I think furthering that trend is incredibly important to our future. When we meet other people, particularly in person, we connect and we see our shared humanity. And it's very, very difficult to clash with another civilization that we understand. And so enabling more travel, more human in-person connection, I think breaks down the barriers between civilizations and allows us to collaborate globally. And so that's why I'm so passionate about supersonic flight, and why I think any trend toward isolation is ultimately very negative for humanity.
Angela, let me come to you and talk a little bit about China in terms of, I suppose, key technologies that we all need and use, defense, some elements of maybe a Cold War in there at the moment. Should the Western world be afraid of China right now?
Okay, if you want to address that first, fine. I was going to talk about the key technologies
Well, bring me the technologies, maybe, because I think we're a little bit afraid of that too.
Sure. So why don't we talk about the key technologies first? The ASPI, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, has identified through their research that 37 out of 44 key technologies are led by China, and they include defense, energy, economics. Let's see, I want to make sure I don't miss it. So I have my robotics, environment, energy, biotech, space, AI, right? Advanced materials and key quantum technologies. Beyond that, really, some people have heard about peak China. China's really facing economic headwinds, etc. But in fact, 4.3% of their GDP has been offset by the downturn in real estate, with both two revolutions, green revolution as well as digital revolution. So I'll touch upon it very quickly. Green revolution, 4 key areas. First and foremost is the wind power. They have about 40% world capacity, and prices have come down 80% in the last 10 years. Secondly, solar industry. They have an 80% global market share, exports 114 gigawatts, which is like the installed capacity of the entire United States. I'm going to go very quickly because I know we don't have much time. Solar cells, prices of that have come down 97% in the last few years. Asking Western powers, is it worthwhile their onshoring? Because this huge gap, cost gap, is not worth for them to develop the solar converters. And lithium batteries, how we know how important these storage batteries are. Prices have gone up 43% in the last year, but in EV batteries, they're up by 97%. And the 3 of the 4 largest manufacturers are Chinese, CATL being the largest. And finally, I want to say that China has done not so great a job in the environmental destruction through the Belt and Road in the early stages. And therefore, they've put together 3,000 green talents to make sure that they restore that and to make sure that they cut emissions. So that's one. I'd like to go into the digital revolution, but we can touch that later.
And again, I think there's so much that we have to do when it comes to sustainability in every country. So it's not just China, but there's a lot of movement in that. Francois, what have we already learned from space, I suppose? And where is the absolute essential drive that we stay there? And again, the race to space, what's it really all about?
So what's interesting is today we are trying to solve climate change with technologies like solar panel, lithium-ion batteries, fuel cells, that were all developed in the 60s in the first race for space. And that's really key to understand. So what I truly believe is that in order to solve for climate change, we still need to be looking at space and bring this technology back on Earth. Earth observation satellites have allowed us to better monitor and measure ice melts, heights of water, GPS to better positions, what have happened. And so space is critical. What we are investing right now in space is the next frontier. What can we manufacture in space and not on Earth anymore that will make huge benefits, lower carbon emissions. And in order to do that, we are discovering more technologies around energies that I'm sure in the coming years we'll be able to use back on Earth.
Blake, when we look at aviation and we look at advancement in technology and innovation, aviation sort of been, it's not quite stalled over the time, but you're bringing back supersonic. But talk to me about this in terms of, Concorde was there and it's gone, and now you're bringing us Boom.
Yes.
How different is this going to be, and why do we need it?
I mean, we've absolutely stalled out in aviation. It's a travesty. I mean, for the first 50 years from the Wright brothers forward, we made regular progress in how fast we could fly and how affordable it was to fly, and the world got closer together. And then in the 1960s, we absolutely just lost our way. Totally lost our way. We built Concorde, which is marvelous technologically, but it was unaffordable. And we never did it with a commercial model. So we flew for 27 years, let it get rusty, shut it down, went backwards. We absolutely went backwards. And I think one of the things I've learned is two things. One, to move forward, to make real progress, we need entrepreneurially driven models. Concorde was never designed as a business model. It didn't make any sense financially. And so to continue forward with speed, and I believe speed is deeply important because it's what brings us closer together, we need commercially led models, and we need collaboration internationally. Concorde was part of a competition across nations. The French and the British were trying to show up the Russians. And so we were fighting. And when I look at what we're doing at Boom, we've built a global supply chain here. The fuselage comes from Italy. The wings are made in Spain. The engines are made in the US. We have suppliers all around the world. And so there's a global team coming together to re-accelerate flight in order to make the globe more connected. And doing that commercially first is super important, so it's both environmentally and economically sustainable.
There's so much to be done in that. Swati, let's have a look at, you talked about what policymakers need to do. And again, one thing I picked up on, they need to be technology savvy, forward-looking. And sometimes, I suppose, the bureaucrats in government might not necessarily come with those credentials. Is that a big threat to us when we look at, I suppose we're at this tipping point of civilization when we really need to open our minds and maybe think a bit differently?
Absolutely. I do believe that. The threats to us, so I do believe that regulators in every sphere need to be technology savvy. And I'll take the example of defense alone, right? The threats are no longer old-fashioned where you'll have kind of people hurling bombs at you. It's not that anymore. The threats are cyber threats. The potential for cyber attack on your nuclear facilities, the potential for cyber attacks on your power plants and power facilities. So all of these threats are not going to be mitigated by people who don't understand technology, right? So regulators have to be technology savvy themselves, and if not, then have an advisory council that is forward-looking technology savvy. Those, I think they do, but I'm not sure how effective those have been historically. So I do believe that the future leaders, very much like the guys that are going to map the future, which is entrepreneurs, very much like those, the future leaders have to be technologists themselves as well.
Anla, when we look at, you talked about the technologies here in China, but when we look at, I suppose, the development of China and the expansion of China in many ways, particularly abroad, is this all about feeding everybody at home, or is it about China becoming a global superpower? What do you think?
Right. I want to address your earlier question, is China scary?
Okay.
And about 2 weeks ago, The Economist brought that very question and was the front cover. Clearly, China boasts the largest army and military and navy, without question, in terms of numbers. However, when you look at their technology in terms of space warcraft, etc., they are still a little behind the U.S. And they're catching up quickly, and the U.S. recognizes that, and they're also spending quite a bit of money. And the conclusion that The Economist had after their research is that it will take time. Their military warfare tacticals analogies show that they still need a little time to train their military staff. Their wares are still behind. So no need to be worried, but the key question that you're addressing is something that I think, as the story unfolds, is China creating a similar Marshall Plan to bring public goods to the world through this maritime and new Silk Road, the Belt and Road? And do they want to deliver peace and good for the world? Or do they want to promote their own vision and their modus operandi?
So what do you think? Which one is it?
I'm going to leave that open to...
Okay.
But I do want to point out in conclusion, Parag Khanna, who is a futurist bestseller, who says he's all about megatrends and megacities, and he believes in urbanization and digitalization, and how we are in the process of creating 50 mega clusters around the world. And through trade, and I think one of you mentioned it earlier, is that connectivity is the key. As we expand globally, as we technologically can connect to all the parts of the world, we are all connected. And through that, he says we can create what he calls Pax Urbanica. And we hope that we can bring peace to the world.
And again, he's a big believer that the future is Asian and a big focus here in China. Francois, you're not a big fan of actually moving to space. You have no plans to do that or to do space tourism. And there's an awful lot of investment going in there. But again, is it really about making sure that the exploration and exploitation of resources in space come back here to help us on Earth, rather than getting obsessed with the fact that maybe we should be taking regular trips just for the hell of it?
It's exactly true. Some people are a big fan of being the multi-planetary species, but I think the key point about space is what can we learn? How can we harvest whether it's meteorites, whether it's the moon, to bring back some energies to save and protect our planet. I think among everything we know, our planet is still the best place to live, and so I personally have no intention to either live on the moon or Mars or whatever in our solar system, and trying to go elsewhere would be way too far. So we need to do everything we can to learn and protect what we have today.
Like when we look at, I suppose, again, coming back to the title here, the future of civilization and where we need to go, what got us here, so to speak, is certainly not going to get us there. How do you see, I suppose, prioritizing, foresight and forward thinking, and again, this open-minded, and maybe governments need to widen their scope a little bit. What do we need to do? What's missing?
Yeah, I mean, if I look across, human history, what would be my favorite time to live? And my second favorite time in history is right now. And my favorite time is the future. So if we look across 200,000 years, we have consistently made progress. But progress in the future is not automatic. And as we saw with supersonic flight, we can have something that we can lose our way and go backwards. And I think we need to be bold. We need to think big. And we need to take personal responsibility for building towards that vision in the future. And every single one of us has a role to play in that. An individual can make a difference, and when we work together, we can make an even bigger difference.
Swati, talk about the future of data. We heard about, the zettabytes, and it's just beyond that. The future of data is essential, but we have to get it right. I mean, I think it could be a force of nature, force of good or evil.
Yes, of course. I mean, so data, of course, it's going to be produced in zettabytes and so on all over the world. It is being harnessed, certainly by people who could do evil. And the only way I feel that you can mitigate those threats is by collaboration, global collaboration. That is something I truly advocate for, because there's no way there's going to be evil forces kind of everywhere and springing up everywhere. The only way you can actually combat them effectively is by global collaboration. And today, data knows no boundaries, and neither does evil, to be honest. So today, the world, I mean, I find it a little absurd to be saying, oh, should we be afraid of China? I mean, come on, half the manufacturing happens there. So I am not sure how any part of the world can live without the other.
We've already embraced it.
Yes, it is one world at this point. So I think we need to go beyond these considerations of boundaries and recognize that the future is electrons, and they travel very fast, and they travel across the globe. And if we want to mitigate the threats that arise from there, it has to be global collaboration.
And maybe pay less attention to the media headlines and to the people who are actually doing business. We're going to have to wrap it up. I think that's a lovely closing from you. Anla, if there's a call to action out there in terms of we look to the future of civilization, what do you think we all need to be doing right away?
I think we need to connect with each other, collaborate. And right now, research coming from China is forbidden. They need to open that up. And I think the last meeting between Xi Jinping and Biden was a great success. We want to make sure that we continue on that trajectory.
Francois, again, a quick call to action that's going to help us really when we look ahead to civilization.
If you look again at our main problem, which is climate change, what's creating climate change is the way we either use energy or make energy. And again, looking at space, there's a huge source of energy that we barely utilize, which is the sun. And whether it's building solar panel or a mirror in space to collect more of that energy so we don't have to produce it on Earth, and collect that, or harvest helium-3 on the moon and use that as a nuclear power for our civilizations, I think we will solve a lot of problems.
And Blake, talk to me, just close it off for us here. Really, it's a big picture, it's a big story, it's a big ask. But the future of civilization, it needs, what do you think it really needs?
We need to focus on what we have in common, not what keeps us apart. We need to spend more time together in the same room. I want a future where my kids grow up having broken bread on every continent with every civilization. And when we realize that, we'll be able to see how across continents we win together, not we compete against each other. That's the future I believe in that we need to build.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. It was a bit of an express trip around here, around the world, to see what we're going to do with the future of civilization. But again, I think there's so much that we all really need to do, and be it space, be it travel, be it investment, be it focus on Asia, be it focus on different continents. I think we're all heading in the right direction. So I want to leave it there, and thank you all so much, and thank you to our dear panel.
Thank you.
And again, when we look here, it's a big picture there, a big question, the future of civilization. But fascinating, I think, too, when we take that look there, we take the look in terms of, what do we do in space? We've had so many wonderful panels at FII talking about the great opportunities in space, the great investments that are going on in space. But I think ultimately there, as Francois said, it really is about what space can do for us. And I think it's about growing our civilization here on this planet. There's a few issues and there's a few challenges right now that we really need to look at. And if we can get that right here, and if we can harness the power of space to bring it back here to Earth, to help with our energy, to help with our industry, to help with our manufacturing, to help with our health and basic well-being, all of that's so important. We have, again, as I said, so much going on throughout the afternoon for you. We haven't even got to the afternoon yet, but it's moving very fastly. And as we do here at FII Priority, we bring you the very best, the topical information that you need to hear.
All of us, we know the AI technology significantly improve the efficiency and also unlock a lot of potential of the future possibilities. When we define a better future, we also say a better future means more possibilities. And AI is that kind of technology to improve the efficiency and bring more possibilities to our real world. But in the meantime, we can see we have concern about the governance of the AI and the data security, who is making the rules, and the rules is making for minority benefits and majority benefits. Then we need to have a mechanism to prevent the AI to commit evil. So many years ago, like Google, a lot of big companies, they say don't commit criminal or don't commit evil. But now the blockchain ensure you cannot do the evil things basically by a more transparent, decentralized mechanism, how to achieve the finality through a consensus mechanism, and how to improve the transparency, how to protect the data security. Mm-hmm. So basically that's the perspective, how we see their combination. Mm-hmm. But for your real use case, we can see a lot of application in healthcare, life science, and also financial service. Mm-hmm. And we can explore more in the real use case in the future.
Mm-hmm. Anything to add to that, Bayu?
Thank you, Kathleen, and thank you, my dear friend Raymond. I think AI and the blockchain are such a powerful pair, mm-hmm. and a natural pair, because blockchain is all about bringing transparency, trusted, authentic data into our different industries, into the lives of people. But AI on top, give an analysis and make it smart and intelligent and lead to increased efficiency and the better results. So Raymond mentioned the life science and the healthcare. There are other examples, very simple examples, using supply chain management as an example. For supply chain, using blockchain, you get transparent, traceable data. And those transparent and traceable data feeds into AI analysis, so you can do much better prediction of customer demand, optimization of logistics, etc. Right? Using entertainment industry as an example, mm-hmm. Piracy, copyrights, IP is a big issue. Blockchain give you security, transparency, then AI will be able to trace all these unauthorized distribution and all these frauds. So I think there are tons of examples. This pair is going to affect every aspect of how we work and how we live.
Wonderful. So healthcare, supply chain, copyright, IPs. So thank you for those great insights, and definitely a lot of potential there. But let's take a step back and see what the current state is, right? So Raymond, are there any interesting companies in your portfolio, since you've made a lot of good returns? that could demonstrate the use of both technologies?
Yeah, thank you. So we have invested to more than 200 portfolio companies in blockchain and Web3 area. And we do see a new trend, a lot of blockchain companies, they are adopting the AI technology. So that means they are integrate the AI technology. For example, for the on-chain data analysis, and also my friend Bao Yi said, when you want to trace the full record on blockchain, you may also need to use the AI technology. So, but I don't want to specifically to name a company here, but I want to emphasize a sector which we feel excited mostly. That's about the deeping. So deeping means the decentralized physical infrastructure sector. And then you can think about in this way. Now all we know the bottleneck of AI adoption, the biggest bottleneck is the computing power. Because the AI technology is very computation demanding. You need a lot of GPU server, you need a lot of computation infrastructure. But how to structure the whole infrastructure in a centralized way or decentralized way? And if we check the data from NVIDIA, the big three companies, Google, Google and the Facebook and the Microsoft, they bought most of the GPU server. Then it leaves very limited capacity for the small AI companies. Then we are basically we are paying effort to build a more decentralized AI computing infrastructure, and to support the SME and make the whole game more fair.
Very huge transformative power for businesses and industries. Yeah. And thank you for that, Raymond. And now I'd like to touch on developments on this area in the US and China. So Bao Yi, as an expert observer in both markets, are there any similarities or differences in US and China tech companies' approach and progress in merging these two technologies?
Well, I think you're leaving the sensitive question to me. I think it's a powerful pair, right? I think both countries have so much similarities that utilizing this powerful pair into different industries and technologies. There's slight difference. The US tech giants, I think they're more endorsing the open source initiatives, right? More collaborative efforts with global peers. China, on the other hand, I think the Chinese tech giants are largely influenced by the size of the market. So they're more tailored and focusing on the customer needs and building ecosystem around it. The other difference is we're talking about decentralization. I think, blockchain is about decentralization. But Chinese companies' decentralization, I call it more independent decentralization instead of connected decentralization. But however, Chinese companies puts a lot of efforts on hard technology, software, hardware, algorithm, and also chip, right, to do the catch-up. So a lot of similarities, but difference in environment and connectivity.
Thank you so much for that excellent comparative analysis. Now, of course, we got to talk about the problems and risks, and you've mentioned already a couple in the beginning. Raymond, could you further elaborate, and from a technical aspect, what are the problems of merging AI and blockchain?
Before I get to the question directly, I want to talk, now technically, above the technology, as in the major barrier is the interest conflict. Okay, the company who love AI, they may not embrace the blockchain philosophy. Because if they want to be a superiority in AI, they want to take the most as much as profit they can. They may not want to embrace the blockchain philosophy at the end. But technically, there are some challenges on the way. And the first of the challenges is because we know there are different features. Both of them, they are fascinating, but their strong point, they are different. AI is about efficiency, and blockchain is about transparency and about trust. So that means sometimes they need to compromise for each other. If you want to implement the AI, implement the blockchain into the AI system, maybe you need to sacrifice a little bit of efficiency, especially in short term, about the scalability, right? About the transaction speed, about scalability. And secondly, when we want to implement AI, the leading companies in AI and the leading companies in the blockchain, do they have the real willingness to come together and to put a joint effort and to make these things come true? It still needs, I think still there's a long way to go.
Yeah, thank you for putting us back on the ground with this concept. And for our last question for the panel, very short session, Bao Yi, from regulators' perspective, so we talked about the technical perspective, regulators' perspective, what are some of the issues you'd imagine them getting very nervous about, and how would they deal with that?
There's so many issues.
Yeah.
Basically, I stay awake at night. As I said yesterday at the conclave, I think there's never a single time in the history of mankind it is as imminent, as dangerous, and as important for everybody to work together, yet the world is so divided, right? There's so many issues, privacy issue, transparency of algorithm decisions, system risks, cross-jurisdictional or cross-market arbitrage. We ought to work together, so that's why I want to applaud the FIA coalition for bringing not only private sectors and governments, but also academias, not just superpowers, but also emerging countries, everybody together to work out a solution. And I shared a Chinese story yesterday. I want to tell everybody. There's a famous philosopher in China called Zhuangzi, Taoism. He had his most famous story, a butterfly story. So Zhuangzi had a dream. He dreamed of him becoming a butterfly. So when he woke up, he had a question in mind, whether it is Zhuangzi dreamed of becoming a butterfly, or it is a butterfly that wakes up and dream of becoming Zhuangzi, right? So we're at this edge that human mankind is entering reality and the dream. So I think how to watermark that dream and stay sober of reality is important, and that needs work from everybody.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. That's definitely something for us all to take away, for us to ponder. And thank you so much to both Bao Yi and Raymond for sharing your invaluable insights. I think we could definitely go on for hours on this fascinating topic, and I hope we've piqued all your interest in seeing how AI and blockchain can merge together. And I myself am really interested in see how this all would play out. And thank you so much both for your time, and looking forward to our next conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Good morning, everyone. Our next session is about how to grow the Asia startup nucleus. We have a very distinguished panel before us. They're just setting up. Let me just give you some stats. In the last quarter of this year, we've had about $22.3 billion worth of investments in startups. That's a promising number, but I'm sure our panelists will have a lot more to say on where the green fields are and where the opportunities may be and the obstacles lie. I think we're almost ready. Most of our panelists are based in Hong Kong, but also in the region. We have one startup founder who is the founder of Lala Move. I'm sure many of you have used his services. And the others are big VC names that you might want to get to know. And with that, let me welcome the rest of the panelists onto the stage. Please. Welcome, panelists. Let me just do a quick round of introductions so that everybody can get to know each other. To my left, we have Mr. William Bao Bin. He's the co-founder and managing director of Orbit Startups. And next to him is Mr. Paul Lu, as I mentioned, the COO of Lala Move. And next to him is Mr. Simon Long, founder and group CEO of WeLab. And the only beauty amongst the panelists, Ms. Courtney Powell, COO and managing partner of 500 Global. And last but not least, a fellow Singaporean, Mr. Ying Lan Tang, founding managing partner of Insignia Ventures Partners. So let me get started because we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's start with all of you, but who can give us your assessment of how much potential there is in the Asia startup scene And what do you identify as opportunities and obstacles? What and who are the guys who are doing great? And what's standing in the way of the proliferation of the startup scene? William, kick it off.
Yeah, sure. So I think we're in a cycle. The only thing that you can really count on is there's always going to be another cycle. But emerging frontier markets by the end of this decade will be the majority of the economic creation in the world. The growth rates are here. The opportunity is quite good. There's finally some liquidity. The valuations are down, but there's finally some liquidity. You see companies going public in the region, not just China and India, but across the region. So we're extremely bullish. Well, the one thing that really matters right now is not so much, there's two types of capital or money, investment and revenue. The focus right now is on that revenue. But for companies that have positive unit economics, what we're seeing is a real opportunity here to actually do acquisitions. So we just led a bunch of sessions with our founders, and these are not huge startups, right? These are not big companies, but how can they leverage the fact that they have capital and they have their break even or they're profitable to take advantage of this market downturn to really beef up. So as we know with the US, you see many of the world-leading companies were started during downturns. So you really have to take advantage of the current situation.
Okay. Paul.
I quite agree with William. Definitely we are in the stage of adjustment. But we are very confident about the market that we are covering. We are huge in mainland China, we are from Hong Kong, and we are covering the entire Southeast Asia, as well as expanding very fast in Latin America. So we believe that this is the time that if you are the type of company to understand your stakeholders, understand your markets, this is actually a very good time to grow.
Simon?
Yeah, I think, thank you. I think we're a homegrown tech company, one of the largest standalone independent fintech startups. We're 10-year-old now. Shouldn't call ourselves startup anymore. With 60 million users across the region, I think our major formula is we've developed technology in Hong Kong, tested in mainland China, and then exported to Southeast Asia. So right now we run around 2 banks, Wheeler Bank in Hong Kong, and also we have a bank just gone live in Indonesia. So we're very excited about Indonesia. We think it's a market with great potential, sizable young population. And also, I think the rest of Southeast Asia, there's also a lot of opportunities. For example, Malaysia, we just started we just started doing something with HSBC as well. So we're looking at the emerging young population, tech-savvy young adults in Southeast Asia that is traditionally underserved. And I think they were doing pretty well with digital wallets. But I think they need more than just a digital wallet for payment. They need to save and grow their wealth. So hence, digital banking is a natural progression to where I think this is going.
Yeah, so you've identified Indonesia, Malaysia. Courtney, are there other areas where you see a lot of potential?
Yes, I mean, so 500 has a little bit of a different approach to venture in the sense that we started investing at seed stage in Silicon Valley in 2010, but right away decided we were going to invest globally. We launched our first Southeast Asia fund actually in 2013, and out of our first fund, we had 6 unicorns. And that is just beginning in 2013. So today, we're actually even more bullish about Asia broadly as a market. Of the 3,000 investments we've made, almost 700 come from Asia, the continent, and we've had nearly 200 exits from that portfolio so far. So all of the demographics that were shared, I think the bridges that are being built between Asia and other parts of the world are really going to be critical for the next phase of development. So we remain very excited about what's going to happen on the continent, and we'll continue to invest.
Do you want to share with us some of the names of these unicorns for the benefit of the audience?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just had Day Cook list recently, Pronetics, which is actually headquartered here out of Hong Kong. eFishery is a great example coming from Indonesia. Bukalapak, Grab, Carsome, Cars24. So, very well-known names, and it's been incredible to see the rise of startups across the continent.
Fantastic. Yenya?
Yeah, we have roughly $1 billion, over $1 billion focusing on Southeast Asia, early stage. And I think one of the great opportunities we see versus the past 5 years and the next 5 years that in the past 5 years, capital was cheap, right? And then a lot of companies were using subsidies to grow. we are taking models from US and China. I think the next 5 years will be quite different as cost of capital goes up, right? We will be seeing sustainable companies, but I think more interestingly, we are seeing companies that are homegrown in Southeast Asia, but growing internationally. I think that's, we see a lot of companies re-domiciling to set up in Singapore with the engineering teams in China, but they are going global. We also have a lot of companies expand to the region, such as Simon. We are very happy to partner with Simon Willep in the Indonesia JV. Such as Simon, we are very happy to partner with Simon Willep in the Indonesia JV. And I think that has been a great cross-pollination between the Greater Bay Area and Southeast Asia. The last point I will make is that we think embedded finance is a big push, which is why we partner with Simon. Of the 250 billion spent on financial services in Southeast Asia alone, 85% is on banks and insurance. 15% is on embedded finance. We think this number will double or triple. We have many companies like Awan Tunai doing supply chain financing that does, using fintech information from the customers to lend out. And we think this number will double or triple, which is a $500 million TAM opportunity.
Great. So there are 3 points from you that I'd like to pick up and pose questions to the rest of the panelists. First is about the cost of capital. That's obviously gone up, and as William, as you mentioned, in a downturn, the appetite for investing has kind of weakened. What can startups do to get a better shot of attracting funding?
Yeah, so for us, I mean, the easiest time to raise money is if you don't need the money. So we really focus on helping our companies get to a point where they're self-sufficient, and then the money comes.
Mm-hmm.
So I spent 20 years investing in China. Helped 05, 06 do the Alibaba IPO here in Hong Kong. So it's not copy from China and paste to the rest of Asia, but it's more like learn and localize. And one of the things that Chinese companies did quite well is they created confederations of companies working together. So for our portfolio of 220 companies, we don't force them to work together, but we help them and encourage them to cooperate with each other. And this has allowed us to help them expand from 2019 to now to about 218 million monthly active unique users without spending money on advertising. And this is through cooperation and partnership. So it's not just taking the old model and doing it the same way with a slight improvements or slight efficiency improvements, but really trying to take a different approach. And a lot can be learned from the last 20 years of China and be applied to the other markets. Again, it can't copy paste. Not every market is going to be like China. But taking some of those lessons and applying them is much, I think, more appropriate than trying to borrow what is happening from the US to Southeast Asia and to the rest of Asia.
I like this idea of cooperation and building an ecosystem of sorts, but how do you ensure that they actually do cooperate? Because I'm sure there's also competition amongst them, and how do you manage that?
So we don't force them to cooperate. Actually, I made a mistake about a decade ago, and the two companies ended up suing each other. So the idea is that it's double opt-in. We facilitate communication. That's probably the most important thing. And we try and let it happen naturally.
I see. And the second point from Ying Liang that I want to pick up is about internationalization. I think one big challenge for many of the Asian startups that we are familiar with, they go big in their countries, and then they go big maybe in some regions of Asia, but they never quite scale up to be a global brand. What are the obstacles in the way, and what can we do to get rid of those obstacles? Maybe, Paul, your own experience?
Well, I think we were in a very unique situation, coming from Hong Kong. We have talent who understand the mainland Chinese market very well, and at the same time, very used to deal with the international market. So we are lucky in a sense that we come from a place where capital is abundant, talent, information flow, offers smooth, and we have a huge market behind us that gave us scale. So we took the chance to scale up in China and at the same time expand internationally. So we do apply the same business model, the same tech infrastructure everywhere we go, but we do localize our team, and we localize a lot of our approach. So everywhere you go, you might find that people thought we are from the local market rather than coming from somewhere else.
So the idea is to go deeply local. I see. Simon?
Yeah, I agree with him as well. I think as we expand regionally, right, I think a very important thing to realize is Southeast Asian markets are each separate country, separate jurisdiction, regulators, currency, even the local players are completely different, right? And usually, as you can see in what we do, right, in financial services, it's the banks, the large ones, and the conglomerates that dominate the markets, right? So I think in every market, it is different. And it's a local player, it's a local family that has been there for the last half a century, right? So for example, when we went into Indonesia, we spent a lot of time understanding the market. We even sent our senior management team, including myself, to learn Bahasa, so we can speak with them. When we go in, we meet the regulators, we wear batik, we don't wear a suit, knowing that to respect the local culture. And we partner with local partners. For example, we partner with Astra, one of the largest local conglomerate, and we do joint ventures with them. So I think it's about localizing yourselves. It's about showing to the local players. And in what we do, we need to meet with government officials and regulators, right? To show them that we are here to invest in the long term. We're not here to make a quick buck. We partner with the local players as well, so that is a win-win situation. As we see a lot of international companies, if they go alone into a single jurisdiction, they sometimes will get penalized because you're a foreigner. You have not been investing historically long enough, right? I mean, there are many examples recently as well, right? But for us, I think we understand that, so we go in and we always work with the local guys and we help them to build the economy together.
Connie?
You know, I think this conversation around being global but also hyper-local is something that really resonates for 500. We have team members across 27 countries, and what we have found is, when we think about investing in nascent and emerging markets, we have to take a very collaborative approach, meaning we are working with the regulators, we are working with various governments and ministries, with the education system, really looking at what the gaps are in a given market and being willing to roll up our sleeves and dig in to help see that market, continue to accelerate from a startup ecosystem, but also very critically, and we're seeing this more and more today, is to be able to build these corridors between key countries, especially when you're working in a smaller market and day one they need to be thinking globally. I've really seen in recent years state-owned investors as well as sovereign wealth funds really leaning in to establish these corridors, providing benefits and tax incentives and kind of ease of regulation to be able to see companies thinking more globally. So completely agree, you have to be hyper-local, you have to have local investors and the ability to facilitate companies locally, but you also have to have a plan to help them go global as well.
Great. So I get this point about being hyper-local, deeply embedded in the local communities that you plan to serve. But I think the question that still remains is that at the end of the day, for want of a better comparison, there's no Asian Amazon, right? Amazon is a global brand. There's no equivalent from Asia. So when will that happen, Yinglan, since you raised the issue
I think
of
it's a great point.
internationalization?
You look at China as a big domestic market, US, as you mentioned, Amazon, big domestic market, single language, homogeneous market. I think look at a place in Southeast Asia, look at a place LATAM. I was just talking to Index Ventures in Europe. Is these three continents, they are fragmented, heterogeneous, different language, different religion, different payment systems, right? So I think the key word here is cross-pollination. Like how do you, get the best resources from one area to help out your regional offices? So I'll give you an example. We have a company called Caro. Actually, they are very profitable in Singapore, and some of the markets like developing markets like Indonesia is less profitable. But if you can marry the growth in Indonesia with the profitability in certain markets, so they just entered Japan, Hong Kong, and Taiwan, which are actually profitable markets, right? Then you can compensate that with the growth in less developed markets and lower ARPU. We have another company, actually a couple of companies in the logistics space, J&T, Janio, that does cross-border logistics. And Southeast Asia is actually very profitable for them. But when they enter China, it's actually quite competitive. So low margins, but thankfully due to the profit pool in Southeast Asia, they can compensate with that. And the list goes on, right? We have another company called Intellect, which is in the mental health space. Very high ARPU markets in Japan, Singapore, Taiwan. I think we offset that with some developing markets which have lower ARPU. So I think the key is how you arbitrage resources. We always say that the best ideal company we can find in Southeast Asia is a Singapore headquartered company with Vietnam engineers, maybe now Chinese engineers, with Indonesia as a key market, with a Thai design house and a Philippine call center. So that, I think, is if you're a resourceful entrepreneur, you can get the best resources around the world to create a global company.
Right. So the lack of homogeneity is a disadvantage, but could also be harnessed into an advantage by drawing from different countries to pull together a team. Right. Okay, your third point about embedded finance being the next big thing. Maybe this is something that Simon or Courtney would like to talk about, how big that is going to be and who are likely to emerge as winners in that space.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big thing. I agree with Yinglan. If you look at it, right, I mean, financial services historically is where you go to a bank. Now it was you go to the app, right? I think it will transcend beyond that. It will be every part of your life, in every acquisition, buying decision or purchase decision that you make, right? So that's also something that we'll be working on for a long time. For example, in Hong Kong, we work very closely with Teslas. We finance almost all the Teslas in Hong Kong. They're all our customers. When they buy EV, right? And the experience is very seamless, right? Versus a traditional bank, you have to fill in a form and they'll tell you whether your loan is approved in like 2 or 3 days. I mean, the car sales, they don't want that. They want you to be able to close the transaction immediately. They want you to sign a contract and knowing when you're going to put in your order, right? So they want that certainty. And that can only be resolved with technology. If you go to traditional bank way, it will never work, right? So we do that. We also partner with Apple. Apple has subscription service in Hong Kong. In more than 100 authorized resellers in Hong Kong, you go to Apple, you get you can buy an iPhone in interest-free installments, 30% off because they offer factory buyback. And at the back of it is completely, is actually exclusively offered by Wheeler Bank in Hong Kong as well. So these are really good experiences that is instant and it's seamless, and the users know what they're getting into, but they actually feel very good about it because at the front it is a close cooperation with a leading international technology brand. At the back is served by a very reputable bank. So I think these are the things that will work very well. And these are actually partnerships that we can scale regionally because these brands also exist in every market in Asia. And also, they also have the competitors. So these are also technologies that we can enable a lot of traditional banks to offer through us being a tech provider, white labeling for them, so that consumers can actually benefit from a seamless experience.
Right. Connie?
Yeah, I mean, we remain very, very bullish on embedded finance and fintech more broadly. We, I believe, launched our first fintech fund in 2016, and today it'd be difficult to have a fintech fund because everything is essentially a fintech. But what's exciting to us, I mean, I've spent some time recently in Pakistan. So there you're looking at a country that's over 90 million people. Less than 300,000 people have ever invested in the stock market in Pakistan. That's just one example of just how hungry so many countries are to have a financial system that's going to bring the unbanked into today's market. So for us, that's very interesting across parts of Southeast Asia. As I said, countries like Pakistan, across the African continent. So I think embedded finance and financial inclusion is going to be driving a lot of the growth that we see over the next decade.
Right, great. I want to now turn to the role of government. What is your own assessment of how Asian governments have been towards startups, towards risk-taking, towards openness to policy flexibility and reform, and which is the best government in Asia that's most receptive to startups? Spill the beans.
I'm happy to share from our experience working directly with governments around the world. I think Singapore has done an incredible job of very, very early on being willing to identify the gaps, the advantages that the country had, and beginning to build corridors, regulation, support for entrepreneurs, and in a very consistent way. So I think they've done an incredible job of bringing a relatively small country, small population onto the global scene for entrepreneurship. And we're starting to see, I mean, there's elements of Hong Kong that has had some success in building out their innovation ecosystem and accelerators here. But certainly, we hope to see more and more across the continent.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think in addition to that, right? I think going back to what you said about what the government can do to encourage, right? In addition to encouraging it, and also, of course, education, right? I think one thing they can do, especially in fintech and financial services, is licensing. Once you have a proper license, for example, a digital bank, digital insurance, a digital asset, like what we did in Hong Kong, you attract people coming in. Now, I mean, you think about entrepreneurs take business risks. entrepreneurs do not take regulatory risks. They're not supposed to be in that business, right? So once you have a market that give out these licenses, they know that the regulatory risk side of it is resolved. You attract talents. You attract people come and set up, right? I think we benefited from it because the Hong Kong MA was quite forward-thinking and started giving out digital bank licenses since 2018. So we had a sort of a head start over a lot of our Southeast Asia counterparts for 2 to 3 years. So when we do that, we attract talent, we build it, and when we go to multiple markets, for example, Indonesia, when we meet with the local regulators, OJK, we're able to show them what we've built in Hong Kong, and it is approved by the regulator, and they feel comfortable with it and welcome us.
Very quickly on Indonesia. I mean, Indonesia is notorious for having massive amounts of red tape, but that hasn't been your experience?
I think Indonesian regulators are very forward-looking now. I think they have seen how, well, I think number one, I mean, they fully realize that there's a massive market potential and it's moving very fast, and the regulation has to come earlier and faster. Because irrespective, right? Capital, entrepreneurs, opportunities are flooding in. So I think they're quite open-minded, and what we see, what they do, especially in financial services, is they look at how neighboring countries, including around Southeast Asia and looking even to mainland China, how they regulate. And so that actually put them in a slightly different step forward, a slightly different mindset, right? So that helps us as well, because when we ask them, when we tell them this is what we want to do, they know, oh, I've seen this in another market, that's how they do it, I think this is how we're going to approach this, right? And you see actually across the board, Southeast Asian regulators are actually catching up very, very fast. I think everyone knows what each other are doing. And I think it's a good thing, because for us, it's certainty. Once again, right, removing the regulatory risk.
Paul, what's the experience like been in Hong Kong?
Well, Hong Kong is very transparent, easy to work with, and actually every single market we go to, we work very closely with the local government. They all want to make sure they leverage the technology in growing the economy, but at the same time balance out with regulations. So what we have been doing is working closely with them, make them understand what we are doing can actually help the livelihood of our driver partners, and at the same time lower down the logistic cost of the SME. That is good for the economy and good for the local community.
Mm-hmm. William, any insights on that?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand what their goals are and to help them achieve their goals, and understand how innovation and the startup ecosystem can help transform the economy. We're very much focused on economic independence, basically leveraging technology to enable people to make a better living. And that's oftentimes right in line with what many governments want to achieve as well. So just keeping that dialogue going is great. And we've had varied experience, but at least with regulation, stability and transparency, but also just the ability to try not to have so many surprises. Mm-hmm. Surprises are what scare people, and we've seen that with many of the larger markets in the region, where there's lots of surprises, and then the market devalues, and then the multiples.
Is there a specific market you're talking about?
Nope.
Okay, I tried. Okay, if I can just turn the discussion to the idea of representation. I think it's a bit of a stereotype, but most people, when they think of the startup scene, tend to think of it as a very male-centered scene. What is being done by investors like yourself to ensure greater representation, not for its own sake, but for the sake of society, to improve life for everybody?
Yeah, so I mean, the last time TechCrunch actually published a list, we were, I think, number 5 in terms of backing female-led startups in the world, along with like 500 and many others. I think the challenge here is that the focus for us is backing the best entrepreneurs, and having a diverse management team is really key. So some countries are a bit better than others, but for us, we just want to back the best founders, and oftentimes the diversity of backgrounds and views is important to driving a successful startup and a successful business.
Connie?
Yeah, so I mean, this is always an interesting question to answer. I think a lot of times you will hear that, oh, there's a pipeline problem for investable, startups founded by women, and I just wholesale reject that response. I'll just give you one very clear example. So we launched our first fund in the Middle East in 2017. And that was investing primarily into the UAE, Egypt, and Saudi. Our portfolio today is over 30% female founded or co-founded, which is higher than our portfolio in the US. So you can absolutely have a more kind of rational distribution investing anywhere in the world. I think the bigger issue that we have across venture capital is that, number one, there are very, very few female LPs, and I think that then starts a trickle-down effect of women who are able to invest and write checks into startups. And today, less than 2% of all venture capital is deployed into female-founded companies. So I believe that at the point that we begin seeing more distribution at the LP level, as well at the venture capital level, then what we see in terms of startup distribution of receiving investment as a woman will change much more rapidly. But it's absolutely possible. Our firm is 60% women. We're run by 2 women, and we're really excited to see more and more people hire women and wire money to women.
I'm biased, but that's fantastic. And hopefully next year there will be more females being represented on this panel. No offense to the current state of panelists. Lastly, I think we are heading into 2024. I wonder if each and every one of you can give me a sense of what is going to be the startup scene in 2024 like? What are the things that you are betting big on? What are you staying away from? Maybe Yinglan, starting with you.
I'll keep it short. I think generative AI, there's going to be a lot of buzz, there's a lot of inflated companies with hype. But I think 1 or 2 or 3 things will probably emerge. We are also very optimistic about climate. We have some in the portfolio, but I think those are grounded on solid unit economics. And I think the last I mentioned is embedded finance. I think actually Financial Secretary Paul Chan mentioned yesterday that the 2 areas that Hong Kong is very passionate about is innovation and finance. I think that actually is probably where Singapore and Hong Kong plays to their strengths.
Connie, back to you.
I think we still have a long way to go in fintech education and healthcare. I think what you're going to see is, as we talked about, embedded finance, AI are going to come into these kind of primary infrastructure layers and continue to see more and more evolution and disruption across these huge markets where they're still bringing populations, as I said, into the banking system, making healthcare available, trying to educate these large populations. So for us, those 3 categories are going to continue to be very dominant. And I would also say that we have what we call the Rise 30, which are the 30 most interesting venture capital markets around the world outside of the US and China. 11 of those markets sit in Asia. So we are very much looking at a much more globalized venture and startup ecosystem moving forward, and I think that's where you're going to see the real growth.
Great.
I think, from an entrepreneur perspective, if we look at the macro environment, it continues to be worrying. I think my suggestion is for everyone is economy is not going to get better. Don't bet on the interest rate reduction. I think the interest rate reduction is not a leading indicator to economic recovery. So don't even bet on that. So I think what we're looking at right now is how do we, and all companies should do that, right? How do companies transform themselves into all-weather, independent, do not require additional cash flow, that kind of self-sustainable companies. That is what every company should do, because I think people should expect that the access to equity capital market will continue to be constrained.
Well, we are very positive about the markets that we are covering and the sectors we are in. And I believe that company or startup who understand their customers, who can add value to their stakeholders, will always come out as a winner.
Yeah, so we're doubling down on our corporate partnerships. I think a lot of traditional folks think that startups are there to disrupt corporates. For us, I think a lot of the corporates sort of woke up. For example, we started working with HSBC here in Hong Kong 6 years ago. Now we're partnered with them in Singapore, in India, in Indonesia, in UAE, and their partner in Saudi Arabia. So it's a kind of a win-win between our corporate partners, our regional conglomerate partners, and innovation from great startups. So that's a big focus for us.
Okay, great. I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have. Please join me in thanking our panelists for what I think has been an excellent discussion. I hope you take away some great insights from our excellent slate of panelists. Please join me in thanking them in the usual way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Our next session will be moderated by Edie Lush, please. And the topic will be the technology inside of me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarada, and thank you so much to your entire panel. So we're going to move now to kind of a summit within this whole summit. We're going to discuss what has to be, if not the most important priorities, one of the most. It's our health. We've got 3 different sections for you. In our first, we're going to be looking at the question of how can we propel longevity. We are living in such a fascinating time at the moment. Innovations that just a few years ago were the stuff of science fiction, which I love, by the way, yet for all the targeted cancer medications and computer-assisted surgery, sometimes the simplest things can determine how long you live. So think about that when you're reaching for your dessert today. So to help me understand all of this, we have 2 investors at the heart of the longevity revolution. First of all, we have the founder of Luma Group, Joshua Fink. He's investing in biotech, medical device companies, and other technologies designed to improve human health and reduce pharmaceutical drug development costs. Come on down, Josh. Very much. We've also got the managing partner of Chiming Venture Partners, Nisa, and she leads the healthcare investment. She's on the Forbes Midas list and the Forbes Best Women VCs list as well as Fortune's most powerful women in business. So we've got 2 fantastic investors to speak to us today. How do you define longevity?
Well, thank you so much, Edie. Thank you, Nisa. And thank you to the FII Institute for hosting this incredible gathering. And thank you to Hong Kong for having us here for the inaugural FII. I think when we think about longevity, it's not just about increased life. Obviously, that is a goal. But if we increase lives, and we increase those lives and they're not healthy lives, that is bad for the system. That's bad for humanity. It's bad from a family unit standpoint. The key is health span. We want to live longer lives, but we want to live lives that are productive, that are healthy. We want to be staying out of the doctor's office. We want to be staying out of the hospital. So the key is health span, living well, living healthy, and living without disease and without ailments. To get there is a function of preventative medicine, good lifestyle, eating well, exercise, sleep. It's early diagnosis of diseases when you get them very early to be able to rid yourself of the disease. You never want to find yourself in a disease in its later state. And with doing that, utilizing the 2 new technologies that are available to do it, we're going to have a world with increased health span, not just increased lifespan.
Nisa, how do you define longevity?
I think that for us, we look at same thing as Josh. But at the same time, we also compare the difference between longevity in developed countries versus developing countries. So naturally, we are also identifying lots of ways to look for prevention, but also treatment for communicable as well as uncommunicable diseases. So and I think one of the things that we'll probably talk about also is life expectancy and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I think so we've been looking at there are lots and lots of new technologies and diagnostic and treatment that we're looking into for longevity. So it's a very interesting topic right now, very hot.
What do you think is the innovation that you believe is the most promising at the moment for extending a healthy human life?
The new area of therapeutics, we're seeing data already in animals, in mice, in monkeys, in pigs, and we'll start to see translation into humans, is a new modality of therapeutics called rejuvenative medicine. This is an area where a researcher in Kyoto University won the Nobel Prize, Shinya Yamanaka. It was advanced by a Spanish scientist who his lab is in San Diego, Juan Carlos Belmonte. And effectively, it says that every cell in your body can be reversed back to any point in its continuum. You can change the epigenetic clock of that cell to express itself at any point. More importantly, if you keep the expression to the end of puberty, cellular identity is maintained. So heart stays heart, liver stays liver, kidney stays kidney. So what this means is if you apply these, they're called Yamanaka factors after the founder, if you apply these Yamanaka factors to cells, you can reverse back aging. You can reverse back a cell to before the point where it gets disease. If you're genetically predisposed to get a certain disease or ailment, you can reverse back the clock of the cellular cells or organ to way before you would be in a potential to statistically get that disease. So we're going to see a lot of data coming out in humans in this area, in rejuvenative medicine, and this area has the potential to completely transform therapeutics over the next decade.
In my head, I'm still 21, so I think that would be nice if the rest of my body kept up with that thought. Nisa, what about you? What's the innovation you think has the most promising for extending a healthy life?
I think besides cell regeneration and so forth, we've invested in quite a few companies in diagnostic, including one which is a super microscope, where we could be looking at a live cell, how they interact with drugs as we speak. So, this product is flying off the shelf to lots of academic institutions, R&D centers, and so forth. But at the same time, we're also looking at what are some of the diseases that people have when they get older. Alzheimer, that's an area that we've been looking at, and in fact, we have just invested in a company that's probably one of the leading early stage Alzheimer diagnostic with a simple blood test. And we're trying to get that to a very affordable price so that it becomes perhaps an annual checkup globally as a screening device. At the same time, treatment, cancer, and a whole lot of other things. I think, there's some figures saying that 50% of Alzheimer, 50% of people over 85 years old have Alzheimer or potential. So could we be looking at some of the old pedal diseases and whatnot. And then, of course, other areas such as menopause. And so there are lots of disease areas that we're also focusing on, as well as, how do we do cell regeneration. Yeah.
Interesting. So the WHO, I do a lot of work with them. They track longevity around the world. It has been improving evenly, not evenly, but steadily. But there's an unnerving detail in this, and that is around the fact that life expectancy is growing more quickly than what the WHO calls healthy life expectancy. So the quality of our life is not keeping up with our ability to extend it. So are we even focused on the right priority? Should we be trying to extend human life, or should we just focus on more healthy lives for as long as we can live them?
I think it's really about health span. And I think if we think about getting a disease and the necessity for therapeutics for that disease, this is obviously very bad for the patient, but it's also very bad for the system. Therapeutics are extremely expensive, especially if we think about the cutting-edge therapeutics that are coming out, especially for oncology, cell and gene therapies, where the cost of each treatment is many hundreds of thousands of dollars in the US, completely unaffordable for the vast majority of the world and the vast majority of Americans, for that matter. So really, there needs to be much more focus on preventative medicine. There needs to be much more focus on early diagnosis. There needs to be much more focus on healthy living. It is through that way that we will be able to live longer. We will be able to live healthier, more productive lives, and the tax and cost on the system will be a lot less. But having said that, some people, sadly, will still get ailments. Some people will still get diseases of morbidity. And I think it's very important to focus on how do you take these therapies and how do you produce them cheaper, faster, better. The big bottleneck in the pharmaceutical industry is in two areas. The bottleneck is in drug development, human trials. This has just become longer and longer and taken more and more time, more and more cost. And in manufacturing, how do we do human trials cheaper, faster, better? How do we manufacture everything from small molecules and vaccines all the way to these cutting-edge novel immunotherapies, cell and gene therapies? How do we manufacture them at cents on the dollar? If we could increase the speed and velocity of development and manufacturing and bring down the cost of development and manufacturing, we will have many more therapies on the market at a much lower cost. So first is prevention, second is early diagnosis, and third is if you get a disease state, working towards a paradigm where we've really brought down the whole cost curve of the industry.
How can China help? What has China learned about delivering innovative treatments at lower cost, Lisa?
Well, this is the thesis of really what we've been investing, why we've been investing in healthcare in China. We've invested in about 220 companies so far. And I think from the example, one of the things that we're seeing is at the beginning, 20 years ago, China used to develop sort of the copycats and whatnot, whatever the market has. All the way to now, this year, this is the first time ever innovative drug licensed from China to global has now exceeded the number of innovative drug licensing from global to China. And that's huge. When I was catching up with the global CEO of Sanofi a few weeks ago in Shanghai, he said this is his third time visiting China this year. And most of the CEOs of Big Pharma have been in China this year. And I think what's really interesting is they see that China is able to develop some of the innovative drugs and be able to reiterate so much faster so that they can actually develop the best-in-class global drug for the world. And there were a few drugs that were approved, developed from China for global, and they were just recently approved by US FDA for the US market. The sales price in US is actually 20 times more than the sales price in China. Now, but it is still 20% lower than what they're selling it by the competitors and whatnot. So my question is, at some point, we would really like to see that when drugs are launched in US, we could be launching them in the developing countries at the same time at a much cheaper price. And US can pay whatever they like. But if we can provide affordable and innovative diagnostic or devices or therapeutic, that may make a huge difference. And I want to make an example is when AstraZeneca, when they sell their targeted therapy in US, they use a companion diagnostic, and they would use this test to check whether or not the patient have a gene mutation before they apply that drug. And that test costs about 1,000 US. Now, when they try to launch this drug in Africa, they just couldn't afford having a $1,000 test. So what they did is they partnered with one of our companies who has exact same companion diagnostic, but for $10 US. So they launched that together in Africa, and AZ was able to lower the prices, but now all of a sudden the whole Africa was able to benefit from it, and that's great.
That's great.
Josh, I wonder if you want to touch on the intellectual property aspect, but I want to make sure we get to the other issue you mentioned a moment ago, which is the manufacturing crisis. When I was speaking to Lady Rosalind earlier today, she was saying how much China, India had helped with the manufacturing of the COVID-19 drugs, that really helped get them out to the world. Now, whether they were distributed equitably is another question. But give me your sense of IP and also how that relates to manufacturing.
Absolutely. I think here the maxim, more is more, is really applicable. The reality is for first-in-line treatments, that IP needs to be really protected. That the scientists that are able to go from 0 to 1 and create something that's not incremental change, but a step function change in therapies, these individuals, these scientists, and the companies that champion these first-in-line novel treatments, they need to be rewarded. The IP needs to be protected. They need to be able to get great rents over the life of the IP, or else many others won't follow in their footsteps. People won't go to PhDs and at top universities and want to go do what these individuals did to create cutting-edge step function changes in therapies. So first-in-line treatments are very important, and for the most part, though there's scope to bring the cost down, they're always going to be very expensive. But to Nisa's point for second, third, fourth in line treatments, where you can have incremental change. The IP here and protection of IP is very important. But this is where you really can bring pricing down. You can really bring pricing down, and you can increase your TAM to a much larger population base, to the global south. And this is where, obviously, manufacturing, doing things cheaper, faster, better on the manufacturing front can really play a big difference. So I think it's important as investors that we think about funding novel therapies and funding things that are Mars shots. Because if we don't fund the Mars shots, we will never be able to have step function changes in therapies. But at the same time, as investors, we also want to fund and invest and build companies that are lower risk, where you do have incremental change, because that incremental change could be traumatic change for a much larger set of the population. And at the end of the day, from a business standpoint, if you're selling to a much larger market, a much larger TAM, even if your margins are less, you could still have very good EBITDA over time.
Give me a sense of AI. I think if the AI listens to this whole conference, it's going to be very pleased because of the amount of times it's been mentioned. Give me a sense of what you see the most important use of AI right now is in your investments, and what you're most excited about, Nisa.
Well, we've been quite active in investing in digital health and AI health. And we're probably one of the first people to invest in AI drug discovery. So we're a very early investor in Schrödinger, which is a New York-based CADD company, Recursion, and then in silico. And I think in silico, they're probably one of the first generative AI drug discovery company. They were set up in 2013, 14. And what's really interesting now is they are probably one of the first one to be able to use AI to identify a target, and then also use AI to design a molecular structure. And these drugs have now gotten US FDA approval, and then also China FDA approval to go into clinical trial. And they're now in phase 2 clinical. And we still have a pipeline of 20, 30 drugs behind us that are getting ready to go into. And I think, one of the things that we tell the company is, if we can get, the key thing is we have to look at the clinical data. And if the clinical data looks good, then this will actually demonstrate to the world that we could use AI to speed up drug discovery. And that's huge.
Yeah.
And beyond that, we also have quite a few companies in clinical development that is helping. But of course, AI, we have companies in AI pathology, AI imaging, AI in internet hospital, and so on and so forth. So I think there's a lot of areas that we could be expanding into.
Josh?
Healthcare is 20% of US GDP, 14% of global GDP. And 100% of it over time will be impacted and disrupted by AI. Today, what we're seeing is that workflows are already improving dramatically. You think about medical records in a hospital. AI is already increasing the accuracy of these medical records, is taking away a lot of the human cost and labor of inputting these human records, and is improving a lot of the processes. We are beginning, as Nisa mentioned, to see companies that are using AI for imaging analysis. You get a CAT scan or MRI scan, using AI to assist the doctor in looking at that image. You're having companies like in silico and in Citro and others that are focusing on AI for drug discovery. And I'm very, very hopeful that some of these companies will be able to get to drugs that get approved by the FDA. This will be magical, and I think will unleash many, many more drugs as a result of AI for drug discovery. But if we think about healthcare writ large, be it robotic surgery and the impact that AI will have on robotic surgery, we think about the Da Vinci system and what that has done. That can be scaled across all areas of surgery over time. So AI will disrupt everything. And I think at the end of the day, thinking about it philosophically and from a large standpoint, if you're really good at your game, if you are excellent, and you're able to take your excellence and take your skills and amplify it and use the power of AI, you will be 10x, 100x more powerful. But if you don't, if you're second tier, third tier at your game, and you try and reject AI, you're going to be a dinosaur. You're going to be finished. I think the best and brightest in all areas, and specifically healthcare, need to actively embrace AI, and it'll make a dramatic difference for human health outcomes.
Nisa, OECD says there's a huge gap between rich countries and poor countries in terms of investment in medical research and development. How do we keep this from becoming yet another source of growing inequity?
I think, one of the things that, R&D research, there's quite a bit of research going on in China, but they're also ramping up. But one of the things is, I think China can do much better when it comes to translation from lab to commercial. So that's something that we're working very closely with some of the KOLs. We're working with quite a few universities and the medical school deans and whatnot to incubate some of the companies and products. So hopefully, at some point we will see great demands. But I think, one of the things, the Alzheimer diagnostic is actually from a university.
Interesting. I'm being told that we've got to wrap this up. I've got 4 more questions for you. We're going to have to leave it there. And I would like to encourage everyone in the audience to ask Josh about the need for governments to fund non-applied science to improve the health of future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, Nisa and Josh.
Thanks.
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks, Edie.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
So such a stimulating discussion, and hope one I'm around to continue for many years to come. So we're going to return to another vital medical topic, that burgeoning borderland between people and biotechnology. New treatments are being unlocked at an extraordinary pace, but can we afford to make them widely available? Is democratizing medicine compatible with personalizing it? That's one of the things we'll be speaking about in our next question. How will AI revolutionize the way we develop treatments and how we actually treat patients? Right. How can we upgrade the human-tech interface? We have the people to answer these questions. Let's bring them on stage now. Well, we have next to me 3 fantastic people. First of all, the Rainmaker, she's known as, the founding partner of CEC Capital Group. Irene Hong. CEC Capital is a leading investment bank in China, core focus in technology, consumer, and healthcare. And her core clients are China-related. Irene covers healthcare. So we also have the founder and CEO of High Tide Therapeutics, Dr. Li-Ping Liu, a chemist who also runs a pharmaceutical company with operations in Hong Kong, China, and the United States, looking at discovery and development of drugs that deal with metabolic disease, such as obesity and diabetes, and the founder and chief executive of Symedra, Ivana Salhuddin, who's founded a company that tests for cancer, as well as her latest venture, Symedra, which makes science-based dietary supplements that all of us have already signed up for, by the way. So let me ask you to start by describing what you see as the biggest opportunity to expand human health through biotech.
I think on the last panel, they talked about a lot of the AI and everything that's happening in healthcare. I think across all industries, we're looking at the application of machine learning and AI. I think with biotech, now that we have the ability to use machine learning there was just a study a couple of days ago from Stanford that talked about they screened 5,000 proteins, and they figured out that 900 of them were significant in terms of looking at organ health. And now they're figuring out how they can predict through a vial of blood a potential organ failure.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
I think that in terms of biotech in general, just within diagnostics and therapeutics, the applications of how we diagnose and then how we actually can treat, you're going to see a significant amount of new technologies coming out, from early cancer screening to predictions. I think it's going to be very interesting. And also drug discovery, as Nisa had mentioned, also.
Li Ping, what do you think is the biggest opportunity?
Well, High is it has an office in Shenzhen, and I see the fusion of biotechnology and the information technology can be very important, and also the fusion of the East and the West. And the traditional Chinese medicine and the modern medicine, that's going to create a big opportunity when we look at the treat the patient holistically.
Interesting. Ivana?
Well, in my particular industry, I'm in nutraceuticals, and we see artificial intelligence is just enormously has changed the landscape and the game in terms of efficiency. So, yeah, I believe like in terms of sorting through clinical studies and also finding new ingredients and botanicals and tailor it.
So, Ivana, tell us a little bit, because your personal experience has influenced your work and your latest company. Tell us about that, how that's happened.
Well, Edie, it started with after the birth of my third child. So she was born with a rare genetic syndrome, and I've suffered postpartum depression with my previous two children. And the third one, I recovered fairly well. I had more clarity, focus, and optimism, hopeful. And the thing that was different this time, the third time around, was that I had ample rest. I had help from a confinement nanny, a wonderful, wonderful lady, saved my life. But also she brewed these beautiful drinks, these traditional Chinese drinks for me that I had to consume for 6 months. And that really helped.
It's extraordinary.
And so I was in nutraceutical since 2014, called in a couple of favors and ran through the ingredients and found out there's clinical studies attached to them, all these therapeutic benefits, and it did what it was supposed to do, except I had to consume it for 6 months. That's because the level of potency clearly was quite low. And so the idea came about, and the reason why we decided, my partner and I decided to incorporate the company in Australia, because we believe that postpartum wellness is a neglected segment in women's health in the Western society for Western women. And so we believe it's fairly needed there.
Interesting. That fusion of modern with traditional medicine, Li Ping, is something that I think resonates with you as well.
Yes, and I think if you look back, a lot of medicine was actually created from a natural, and the traditional Chinese medicine was actually based on a natural product. And so what we are doing, we create this molecule, and based on the natural molecule, but making a new molecule entity using the modern chemistry called the berberine ursyl deoxycholate, we use the code of 1801. And the compound, when we create it, instead of just treating the disease for single biomarker indication, but you really look at provide a holistic approach and provide and restore the metabolic health in overall benefit, lower the blood glucose level, the fatty liver, the body weight in total. And so I think the way looking the patient as a whole, instead of looking the disease only at the disease to treat the symptom, that's more important. And that's how we really confuse the traditional knowledge and with the modern medicines of today's science. Yeah.
Irene, give us a flavor of why you came to China to work on healthcare.
Yeah, no, so my background's a little bit different. I was born and raised in the US, but I was sent to China in the early 90s to, as part of, Merck had donated the technology for the hepatitis B vaccine to China. So I was part of the team that brought that technology to China. And for me, I think it's something that I'm very passionate about. I've seen China for the last 30 years actually really grow. And Nisa mentioned this is the first time that China's now out licensing. And so, I'm very passionate about, China basically eradicated hepatitis B with that one vaccine. So that's sort of my trajectory in China.
Story, isn't it? And quite well known in China as well.
Yeah, that project was quite special.
So, two of the biggest buzzwords that I mentioned at the beginning in health are personalization and democratization. But Irene, tell me why these don't always go so well together.
Yeah, I mean, democratization of healthcare happens when costs really go down. And one of the interesting things, like we've seen from, let's say, genome sequencing, it went from hundreds of $1 millions for the first one to tens of thousands of dollars to now just several $100s. And so I think democratization happens really when costs go down. But personalization doesn't necessarily mean, cheaper costs, right? I mean, so if you look at CAR T, it's a very, very expensive treatment. But the layman...
CAR T, just to give a brief explanation.
That is one of the latest immunotherapy treatments for cancer, where they will take out a person's blood and then they will engineer the T cells and put it back in to target the cancer. Very expensive because it's highly personalized. But the example I like to give is, if you have a tailored suit, it's very expensive. But then with technologies, maybe you can have cameras that can take your measurements, or robotics that can take your measurements, and then it gets sent to a manufacturer and they can make the suit. It's not mass market, but I think technologies can start to decrease costs of personalization. But they're very different concepts and things. Yeah.
Right. I'm still waiting for that technology when the cameras make my suit. So let's talk about AI. Li Ping, how do you use AI to develop your products, and what do you find the challenges are?
Yeah, we've been working with a lot of AI companies around the world, including Germany, UK, and Canada, and China. And so the way we first in using AI, I look at that more as a tool. And it's going to be look at the data with no bias, with no dogmatic view, and so help us to analyze the large data or the data mining and point it up the lead, and also some network pharmacology that's really looking at the human as a body as a whole. But I do also realize the limitation of the AI, because the AI analyzing the data really depends on the quality of the data. And if you look at the publication today, even with the top journal like Cell Nature Science, there's a lot of data cannot be retested. That's caused the issue of garbage in, garbage out. So I think this morning with the Google, and talking about the Gemini and talking about the AI, it's not really a artificial intelligence, but artificial understanding. I think one day, that I would really hope AI will be able to tell the real data and
and not hallucinate.
Not hallucination. And I think that would really help with the advance of the medicine and also the science in general speaking.
Ivana, how does AI work with what you do? Because I believe you've used it, or you can use it, to identify the different kinds of ingredients that might go into your supplements.
Well, so during the first stage of product development, so we went through the traditional way. So we collaborated so we have a partnership with a lab in Malaysia where the products are formulated, and so that's the traditional way, and then it was time-consuming, trial and error mostly, but that was how it was done. And when we started our second round of product development, then we utilized AI, and that time was efficient, cost was much lower, and we managed to go through a huge number of studies and also potential botanicals that have therapeutic benefits that mostly would take months to go through, or never even heard of. And so for our product development, we managed to tailor it and optimize our formulation a lot faster, more efficient, definitely, and
see
cost-efficient.
which things could go together, which ingredients would work together, which
absolutely.
would enhance, and also which would cancel each other out.
Absolutely, and normally that would take trial and error in the lab, and so samples after samples, and but with AI, it completely eradicated that process. And it helped a lot in terms of cutting costs for our designing product packaging, and also our marketing campaigns.
Right.
So the AI managed to tailor our ads, what we run our ads, so people who are not within our scope of consumers would not be bombarded with the ads. So it's
helping.
efficient. It's efficient, absolutely.
Where are you finding, Irene, the most promising investments that you're making in AI and healthcare?
Oh, honestly, I think that what makes that question very difficult is that I think that we used to have a digital healthcare or industry group. But then we realized actually across every segment, we're finding that it's applicable, right? And so what makes that question very difficult is you're asking me to choose, let's say, one diagnostic
child.
or a therapeutic.
Choose a favorite child,
But
Irene.
I think what's really interesting is, okay, so everyone understands very recent with early cancer screening, right? They're using what they call multi-omics. It used to be that we used to look for tumor fragments, and now we're looking at the ability to have all this computing power and look for things that you're not really sure you don't know that you're looking for it. And so across all different types of signals, like immune system signals, and so basically you can take a lot of different what they call it multi-omics and track and see. You start to see patterns that you didn't understand before. And so, pretty soon there's going to be multi-cancer panels where they can actually screen for signals for early cancer. It's not the genetic type of testing, but really you can screen for the cancers. I think that's really going to make a big impact. I think everything, when you talk about diagnostics, because you have diagnostics and you have treatment and therapeutics, but if you can catch things early, then that's really, when we talk about preventive medicine, and when you get to a granularity, then I think that's very exciting. So, like looking for, like Stanford study, organ failure or cancer screening, when you can find it early, then we have the whole longevity. And then also things like 3D printing of drugs. Right now, you can dose in very different, very precise granularity. So I think that just everything with the computing power, every aspect of healthcare, I think, is going to be accelerated. It's very exciting.
That's what Josh said. 100% of healthcare will be changed. I want to talk, Li Ping, about the work that you're doing targeting metabolic disease and how this extends lifespan and health span as well. Give us a little more detail.
Right, and I know that the longevity has been a very popular topic these days. We have a lot of conversation from Riyadh, the FII, and now here. But I think, when talking about longevity, you really need to talk about the quality of life, not just the quantity of life. So I call it the health span instead of the lifespan. And then metabolic health, to generally speaking, that's a big problem around the world. And not only in the developed country, but also in the developing country. Then coming to the look in the metabolic health, before, we tend to look at the disease separately. Diabetes, you treat the blood glucose level, and dyslipidemia, treat the, lower the lipid. And lo and behold, when you treat one disease, you sometimes create another problem. Everybody knows if you use insulin to treat the diabetes, you cause obesity, you cause weight gain, and the deposition of the fatty liver. So I think when we come in to look at this, we look at the patient as a whole. I call it the patient-focused drug discovery, or centricity. So not only just trying to solve one problem, but you look at the patient and how you can restore the metabolic health. That's where we come in, and not only to look at the liver problem, look at the blood glucose, and look at the weight. In general speaking, that's how we create this molecule we call multifunctional multi-target. And with the multifunctional multi-target, you going through the trial, you really see you brought the total, restore the metabolic health, instead of if you headache, you treat a headache, but you may create another problem. So,
but if we're going to get down to brass tacks, Li Ping, aren't you just helping people lead unhealthy lifestyles? Shouldn't we be telling them to exercise more, have less food in general?
In general speaking, absolutely, you're right. I think the problem is you are fighting with a million years evolution. People love food, and I think it really just in the last 100 years, maybe we have more food than we need. Right. But before the 100 years ago, a lot of people die of a feminine than overnutrition. This totally changed now, and there's the WHO data. There's one person die of a feminine hunger. The 5 people die due to overnutrition. So I think we can't change people's lifestyle right now rapidly, and fighting with evolution. So people are living out healthy and how you can try to make them more healthy.
Right.
So that's the way I look at it. So I do agree with you. In the morning session, we're talking about prevention. Prevent the disease. You know, traditional Chinese doctor said, if you are the best doctor, if you can prevent the disease or treat the patient, prevent the disease 10 years before it's happening, right? And that's exercise, good food.
And supplements, right? So I want to know, we're coming close to the end of our time. I want to know if there's one change you could make in the world of biotech. What would it be, Ivana?
Oh, biotech, make it affordable. I believe
So
3
you have
A's.
to get the government involved.
I say the 3 A's, accuracy, affordability, and accessibility.
Okay. What about you, Li Ping?
Treating the patient with their total health in mind instead of just treating the disease. And Irene just mentioned about the CAR T. Now you see the recent news, buzz news on the created secondary tumor. So that's not what you want, right? You want to have the total health, patient focus, and drug discovery.
Plenty of patients who've had CAR T, though, that are living healthy lives.
Yeah.
Irene, what would you change?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest cost to healthcare and drug discovery is regulatory, right? And all the costs of trials. And I think one thing that is really interesting is, with the mRNA technology that was originally there for oncology vaccines, we were really tested as a global world to understand how quickly we could bring that to market, right? And so I'm not suggesting that we don't have regulatory and we don't, but I think that there's efficiencies in terms of how we get drugs approved and so I would like to see.
Is that better in China? Is that a faster process in China or not?
I mean, I think it's equally difficult around the world.
For good reason, right? Okay. I wonder if you guys could give me a expectation or a prediction about how long you think we can increase our healthy lifestyle by. Ivana, what would your goal be? What would you like to live to?
Oh, I think I'll cap it at around 100. 100. I think I'll be happy around 100, yeah.
Cool century. What about you, Li Ping?
120.
120. Is that possible, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you see there's a lot of study on that, you know. Yeah.
Can we upload our consciousness to the internet, Irene?
Honestly, this is the first time in my entire life that I've never been able to extrapolate out the future, given what's happening, with ChatGPT and AI and machine learning. Just in general, I don't know how to extrapolate the future, and no one knows. The debate is how fast, in terms of development and adoption. And we talk about things at a very high level, but how fast is this going to happen? We don't know. I don't know if I can answer that question about how long, because I think things are advancing so fast. I can't extrapolate it out in my own mind.
All right, it's impossible, I think, for human beings to be able to understand exponential change. It's like unfathomable to be able to predict.
Well, in banking, we are always doing predictions, and we often can model predictions, but I think this is, again, the first time I feel that I'm uncertain about how fast the technology is going to
change
progress.
Us all. Yeah, unprecedented times. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to Irene, to Li Ping, and to Ivana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So we will continue now in our high-speed tour of modern medical breakthroughs. Our third panel in this mini summit will be taking a closer look at innovation in medical technology. It might be too dramatic to say that medtech innovation has flatlined since the pandemic, but it is certainly lagging behind its previous growth. So what is to be done? Will AI accelerate developments like more embedded and personalized medicine, and how can those trends ensure more equitable access worldwide? Right, we will bring up our panelists now. Come on down. Greetings. So let me introduce my fantastic panel to you. We have the co-director of the Center of Excellence in Nano Medicine and Engineering from UC San Diego. Not quite UCLA, but you know, we can't all be Bruins.
Go Tritons, yeah.
Professor Ada Almutari, one of Forbes' top 10 most influential female engineers in the world. She holds hundreds of patents around the world. And Dr. Frank Cordasco, MD, MS, who's professor of orthopedic surgery at the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York City. Award-winning for his research, he's published many papers and chapters in books, highly sought after specialist in sports medicine. When I told my friends that I had an ACL specialist, they all said, oh, wait, can you ask him about my knee? So let me ask you, first of all, to start to speak from your perspective on the place in health and medicine where you'd like to see the most substantial increase in investment, both short-term and long-term. Professor Ada.
Thank you, Edie, for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic that's near and dear to my heart. We've heard a lot today about human longevity. The way I look at human longevity, I think less of the overall lifespan and more of the quality of life during your lifespan. I think of it more of a public health, and I think Frank and I agreed on that. It's more of a public health topic. How do you live a healthy
lifespan? The health span.
And economically, it is of great interest because you reduce the healthcare burden on the economy when you have a healthier population. A big predictor of economic prosperity is more overall life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. So if I was advising, and I do advise investors, I would say, and government officials, I would say for sure to focus on a healthy working population and it's tied into human longevity.
Interesting. Dr. Cordasco, what do you think?
Well, Edie, first off, thank you for the kind introduction. It's great to be here. It's a privilege, and particularly since I'm sitting next to a thought leader in translational research. So from my perspective, it's a bit biased. I feel that musculoskeletal health has often been overlooked as a non-communicable disease. Certainly, if you look back 60, 70 years, most of the financing from government and private investments in non-communicable diseases have been in those high mortality diseases, cardiovascular, stroke, diabetes, hypertension, et cetera, all of which are very, very important. I think MSK Health, if you look at the data, the majority of visits
MSK stands for
musculoskeletal health.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thanks for clarifying.
It's all right. I'm the jargon checker.
So for MSK Health, it's easier to use the initials. I think one of the overlooked factors is that more than half of the visits to providers of care around the world are related to MSK disorders in health. And it covers the vast majority, and we've discussed this, of age groups, children, adolescents, young adults, middle-aged adults who are the most productive in various aspects of society, and of course the elderly. And so this is important not just in the industrialized world, but in subsistence societies as well as in indigenous societies. So when you lose the ability to move, humans were meant to move, you create a situation that's not healthy, getting back to the questions of a healthy life, not just a long life. So longevity with health and with mobility.
So I think, go ahead.
And to that, when we were talking, Frank, we both agree that the number one longevity organ is muscle. And it's the greatest predictor of lifespan is strength.
And you
both for metabolic function and for endocrine function.
That's true. But you've also mentioned ovaries, which are important. Maybe you could touch on that.
Oh, yes. So when we were talking about what's on our mind, we talked about one area that I think is overlooked, thank you for reminding me, is the study of ovaries, because it's the number one fastest aging organ in the human body. And it would create a great, as you said, I'm a translational scientist, and it would be a great aging model, because between the age of 35 to 50, women, their ovaries age by 35 years. So it's almost double, more than double the aging process happens. And so just taking those cells and studying the process that happens, it could be a great predictor for how do we better understand aging and therefore control it. And it would have effects, ramifications and ripple effects in birth rates, I would presume, if we can, optimize that process, it would relieve a big burden, I think, on women that are in the thick of their careers, but also thinking about, okay, do I want to have babies because my biological clock is ticking?
Do you think that's an area where we could see rejuvenative medicine have an interest? Because if you're looking at cells that age faster than other cells in the body, would those be the ones to look at to see if we could roll back the clock on?
Yes, absolutely. We could. I mean, I envision, it's not my area, but I've been one of the ones that developed disease in a dish models.
Tell us a little bit about that.
These are just very simple kits, tools to create models of human tissue that biologists, I'm not a biologist, but biologists can put in stem cells that can then be pushed along to certain types of progenitor cells, we call them in the field, and they can help study neuroscience or neurology diseases, cardiovascular diseases, and in the case of, like I said, in ovary cells, right, and how they age, to study them in a dish.
Interesting.
Because animal models don't really work for aging, and it doesn't make sense to have a study that is 85 years old when you can do it in a dish and have an accelerated model, something that within a 15-year study can tell you what happens.
So some of these things sound complicated, scientific, you need a lab, but Frank, some of the interventions that you advocate for actually don't sound like they're that expensive, and they can have a huge impact, like teaching girls how to jump on and off of a box.
Right. So from my standpoint, I'm predominantly a sports medicine surgeon, which by definition relates to trauma. So people come to see me because they've torn ligaments or torn tendons, occasionally older adults who tear tendons based upon senescence. But where I come from, just by way of background, I'm at the Hospital for Special Surgery. As Edie mentioned, we have 155 orthopedic surgeons. So we all develop niches over our career. And so I'm not speaking so much about total joint replacements, spine surgery, hand or foot and ankle, but knee and shoulder injuries in young people are a big problem. And so one of the things that we try to do is prevent them on the front end before they develop a problem. And one way to do that, and we've seen this in the States and in the UK and Europe, women genetically, and while there's a gender-specific difference, there's obviously crossover. But if you watched 100 middle school children jump from an 18-inch box and you compared 50 girls to 50 boys, you would see that the boys tend to land in a very crouched situation, like they're ready for battle. And the girls would sort of land in a semi-erect, maybe their knees were bent 15 degrees or so, and that's a setup for a torn ACL. So just by reaching out, and the beauty post-pandemic is that we can educate from afar. So we could educate in the global south using very simple technology in the public school systems, the school systems, et cetera, and hopefully prevent some of those ACL injuries.
Interesting. So we've talked about AI, I think, in every single one of the panels. I know that AI is already affecting your work. Tell us a little bit about how it's directly affecting your work now and also where you see it in the future, Professor Ada.
Well, I think Frank and I would agree that it's already being used in training and such. Radiologists, for example, use it to triage as a tool, and I'll let Frank discuss that more. In terms of translational medicine, AI is critical for analyzing big data, collecting longitudinal data, analyzing it, coming up with patterns. We've been using it, for a very, very long time in all the omics, genomics, metabolomics, proteomics. It's obviously been around and been a tool for scientists for such a long time, and a critical tool. I see it as important in terms of aside from longevity, I think when it comes to genetic disorders, not lifestyle or aging disorders, it's going to play and does play a critical role in analyzing genomics and helping with CRISPR-Cas9 type of gene editing technologies that are currently on the cusp of becoming clinically available. Very exciting time, I think. Probably one of the fastest translation of a basic breakthrough into the clinic, and I think every investor in the room should have their eye on this field in general of gene editing therapies.
Let's talk about that in a minute, but just on this issue of AI, I think you mentioned to me that the number one used app in the world, which uses AI, is Flow. Is that right?
Yes, which tracks female menstrual cycle. Yeah, number one, 100 million users. I mean.
So you could actually analyze that data anonymously to do some really interesting things.
Correct. Yes. Yes. Imagine that. That really requires AI to take all that data.
Yeah.
From 100 million users over their lifespan.
Yeah. Interesting. Frank, give us a sense of how AI is being used now in surgery and also where you see it in the future.
Sure. So as Ada mentioned, it's been around for a while in orthopedics. So we started using virtual reality as part of the education process for trainees about 8 years ago. As part of the American Shoulder and Elbow Surgeons, I was in the presidential line at the time, and we established essentially virtual reality to train medical students and residents before they got to the operating room. Just as an aside, the term resident came from the fact that young trainees in the early 1900s lived in the hospital. They were actually residents of the hospital. Thankfully, that's no longer the case, but over the last 30 years, at least in the United States, there have been changes in work parameters such that the residents are spending less and less time in the hospital and in the operating rooms, and yet the length of training is the same. So anything we can do to expedite their training early on outside of the OR gives them a leg up once they get to the operating room. So that's virtual reality. And as you mentioned, Edie, augmented reality is used right now and has been used for the last 5 to 7 years in the operating rooms. The low-hanging fruit in orthopedics has been joint replacement surgery and spine because it's bone work. So you can obtain preoperative imaging with 3D, three-dimensional imaging, usually CT scan, but occasionally MRI, and identify the parameters that you're using to, for example, perform a total knee replacement, and then using that image preoperatively in the operating room, you can then use it to fashion with the use of a robot. So robotic technology has been around, for a long time, but marrying those two with augmented reality has really been a big boon because it improves the reproducibility and the predictability of the alignment, for example, for a total knee, as well as for placing pedicle screws in the spine. So it improves the accuracy. It diminishes the operative time, and it also diminishes the radiation to the patient, to the surgeon, and to the medical staff in the operating room, which is also critically important. So it's a big part of what's done on a daily basis.
I had surgery earlier this year, and it was a robotic assisted by the Da Vinci, which we spoke about in a previous panel. In fact, without that robot, I would have lost my whole kidney. But the robot plus the surgeon enabled me to keep most of the kidney. And that video has been used to already train other surgeons. So and you could hear, actually, when I listened to the surgery, you can hear him explaining for future surgeons about what he was doing in that particular case. I want to make sure we get to gene editing, and tell me why it's so important for the future of healthcare.
Well, we talk, you've got the diseases that you can have some sort of lifestyle control over. In terms of genetic diseases, you don't. But thankfully, we have this method of, it's almost like the power of word processing where you do cut, paste, or control find, and you find what you want, you cut it out, you put in a new word. It's almost that level of accuracy that we never had in the 80s when genetic engineering was first a buzzword. And one thing to appreciate is that it's totally different, genetic editing from genetic engineering. It's about accuracy. It is very complicated still. We're in the very early stages, meaning diseases are many different genes involved in a certain disease, but in some diseases, like in sickle cell anemia and in ALS, muscular dystrophy, it's much more simple. It's just one gene edited, and they've already had success. So now that these are successful clinical trials and are about to be FDA approved in the US, I think sickle cell anemia is already approved in England. Now we can see how it's almost the tip of the iceberg for other genetic diseases.
I want to finish, Frank, on something that I think might be interesting to people here that they might not think about. Why is dancing such a good way to live a longer health and watch your knees as well?
Well, that's a great question, Edie. And I've had the privilege of taking care of professional dancers. I'm speaking ballet, modern dance over the course of my career, as well as field and court sport athletes. And so sports are a big part of our lives. And, thankfully, we see our host in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, sports have taken on a huge, huge part of society. And it is that in the West, as we all know. Dancers tend to have a very strong core, and they rarely tear their ACLs. It happens, but it's much more common in field and sport court athletes. So if we watch what dancers do, and this gets back to educating in the Global South, most indigenous societies, dance is part of their life. And so if we could co-opt that and use it to educate young people, I think that would be a big plus. Just one thing to add, Edie, if we have a moment. I didn't mention IoT. So I think wearable technology in sports has become huge. As we all know, we can evaluate professional athletes, collegiate athletes. It helps on the sports performance side. It also helps on the sports, the preventative side, as it gets back to preventing, say, Tommy John surgery in professional baseball pitchers or concussions in collision sports, soccer, and otherwise. So that's another area I would encourage everyone to invest in. I think if you invest in MSK Health, you're going to be a winner, assuming you do your due diligence on all of the metrics.
Great. Thank you so much to Frank, to Ada as well, and thank you to the audience for giving them a warm welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Edie.
Thank
Cheers.
you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
All right. We are going to widen the lens now from consumers of healthcare to consumers on a wider basis. We're here in Hong Kong. I looked up the retail sales numbers. They're up 20% on average this year. But John Lee asked me to give you a special invitation to go out after lunch and boost that even further. Let's find out what the cosmopolitan consumer is after in our next panel. Please welcome Emily Tan and her panel.
Good afternoon, guys. It's great to see all of you here, and we are here to talk about the cosmopolitan consumer. And with me is we have two speakers today: Juliana Lam from Innotier and Faisal Sultan from Lucid Motors. We're going to be talking about how luxury brands connect with their consumer, how the next generation transcends cultural boundaries and traditional notions of status. Before we begin, let's start with Juliana. You run a company that is in retail technology fashion. Tell us, who is your target consumer and how do you build a lasting relevance with them?
Sure. It's been a very blessing 3 years. Innotier was born in the middle of COVID. We save a lot of education resources because everybody care for their hygiene. So to answer your question, our target audience are those who, first of all, care for sustainability. Second, they care for hygiene. And the third is care for fashion and lifestyle.
So it's amazing because Juliana told me that the clothes that she is wearing is anti-COVID. So if you touch it, wear it. She's never caught COVID in the last 4 years. So that's something that we can all look into. Faisal, the question to you, of course, so you're the managing director in Middle East of a luxury EV maker. Who are you guys after? In terms of luxury EVs, the penetration, the uptake of EVs, how's that going?
So, well, actually, thank you for having me here. The world is changing, and then definitely we, at Lucid Motors, know that the consumer is also looking to have solutions, and it's not just in clothing. It's not just in other goods. Transportation, the same thing is happening. They want to have an option which provides them to sit in a vehicle that gives them how they feel, So they want an accelerating vehicle that is exciting to drive, but also have the unique features that define a luxury vehicle that could be personalized. And at the same time, going back to what was just repeated, is to give sustainable solution. So no longer do you have to, drive a car that is sustainable, but at the same time, you don't have a luxury product. So that's how we connected, and we found our place, in the ecosystem to provide that solution.
millennials now are after experiences. How does your brand, Lucid, distinguish itself? Can you share some of the showcase?
Yeah, so I believe, you have to know the consumer. And as you said, millennials are much different than the older generations, right? So they're more dependent on influencers, they're more dependent on customization, they're more dependent on ease of ordering product. They don't want to waste a lot of time. They're much informed. So, they do their research, and they're almost sold, just by doing their research and what's out there. So I think based on that, you have to modify how you market, and you also have to modify, your systems, how they can come and order the product and be connected with it. So I think those are the key elements that we have incorporated into our marketing, into our ordering systems, and also the messages, the key messages that go out to them so that they can personally connect.
In terms of technology and fashion, and when you merge the two together, is the millennial audience the ones that you're targeting?
Oh, absolutely. I think millennials, or basically a lot of people after the last 3 years, they care for value. How does the purchasing behavior changed from getting value on every of their purchase? I'm sure including your EV or including any fashion or basically anything you purchase, even food. So I think a lot of things people pay attention on marketing, but nowadays we call it social media. People care about the story, how the founder built the whole whatever, and how the audience live with it in a story way. So I just think that everybody now have a mobile phone, and it's just a button to find out a lot of information. So through story and through the transparency, I think Millennial and Gen Z are all looking for this kind of platform. We've got kids coming to us from a famous local international school. They said, hey, do you think we can work with you, they're a teenager, okay, that we can build some sustainable program to persuade back the school to focus more on sustainability? That's what we have been experiencing in the last 3 years. And I was very, very encouraged that Gen Z or, their parents will be affected, and let's build impact altogether.
Now, as we talk about millennials, so taking a lot more pictures, all of us are, with the use of smartphones. And in my day, they were called role models. Now it's an influencer. Here in Hong Kong, we call them KOLs, or key opinion leaders. How do these influencers help you to capture your audience or inspire your luxury strategy?
Well, for us, we provide them not just emotional value, but we also provide data. Well, people talk about ESG, and you don't just leave your room and turn off the light, that's it, right? You want to actually know how much I save in terms of, let's say, carbon footprint. So what we do is when we see aroused interest from Gen Z or millennials on their social media coming to us, we would go back to them, hey, did you know how much carbon footprint that you have saved by doing something like that? Sometimes it does not have to relate to our product. It can be something in their daily life. So I think education is us like a brand that we feel that it's very important, that we honestly don't want to just be a commercial brand, but a brand that has a commercial business with purpose at the same time. So I feel that the interaction and the two-way communication is how it brought Inotea to these 3 amazing years.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think there's the influencers or key opinion leaders. I think they've got a connection to a certain market, and I think we need to utilize that to take our key messages with the data that we have, because it's a two-way street. At the end of the day, you're not utilizing them just to make a sale, but also at the same time, you're trying to educate the public and change the public opinion. In our case, a lot of the people do not know that lithium that is used in the batteries can be recycled multiple times and have a multiple usage. So that is a concern that is out there, and we can address it through having an influencer who can just put that key message out there that the electric batteries can go and be used in another application, and they have a 30, 40-year lifetime. So please do not worry about, landfills. So I think, utilizing that connection, not just to make a sale, but also educating, I think is a key message.
Well, talking about that, let me add a point that when we work with different people, we also actually look into their profile too. It's not just being an audience, you look at a brand's profile. We also want to know whether the person is a real care for sustainability person. If not, honestly, the way to work together would be a very short-term one.
Yeah.
So we rather spend longer chatting, to have a longer-term relationship. I think that's important.
You guys talk about sustainability, and it brings me exactly to my next question. How concerned is this modern consumer about the social impact of their purchases, Faisal, including fair worker treatment, like what we saw with the strike, the UAW strike? How concerned are the buyers about how much the workers are paid?
Yeah, I think those are all important points. I think the consumer, Gen Z and millennials, are very much interested in that. I think there has been many surveys done. 70% of Gen Z and millennials, who are actually 85% of the luxury brand buyers, are very concerned about inclusiveness, about fairness, about sustainability, creativity. So, the definition of a luxury good really has changed with these two gens, right? They're defining that not only can you come to us and sell us, what we want at we'll pay you a higher price. 22% of them said, we will pay you a much higher price as long as you are giving and practicing these social and, environmental policies.
Yeah, on us, we have a brand, but we also own 100% of our manufacturing. So at that part, I actually am very happy that people will look into our manufacturing facility, whether it has all the human rights and complying with a lot of global standard. I think millennials or Gen Z now, they do care, and they are very much into sustainability, not just on the brand marketing, but also on the make. So that also make me very pleased about how they wanted to know more about the whole supply chain.
Now, Estelle McCartney at COP28 speaking to CNBC. Juliana, this is about the fashion industry, and she said that there's no targets or regulations on emissions. Fashion and fast fashion is a very heavy polluting industry. Are consumers aware of this, and what are the considerations that manufacturers and retailers are having with this?
Yeah. It all starts from the beginning, if you ask me. It's not just about a brand on promotion, but how you do your sourcing of material, your product development in terms of how it become a very human-centric and user-friendly product. I think it's the whole thing. So we all also at the same time should have to pay attention on how much you consume. Do we still go back to the old way where we buy 5 color in a way, at one purchase, or you just buy 1 or 2, but it lasts for longer, better quality, and the message on helping the planet? I think there can be a lot of saying regarding fast fashion, but the world has changed already. I mean, can we avoid the new normal? I don't think so. So let's be the new necessity. This is what we do. So, but what big difference of what we do is that we added in not just sustainability or fashion, but on the protection. I mean, let's not be naive that there's zero bacteria or hygiene. Bacteria or virus out there. But if we can protect ourselves at crowded area with proactive material that can defeat virus and bacteria, I think instead of dumping the one-time disposable product, let's say mask, you can still protect yourself by reusing what you have bought, and by at the same time loving yourself and loving the planet. I think that's the whole message that we want to send out.
Faisal, we have to ask about artificial intelligence because that has been such a mega trend this year. To understand your consumer, are you guys tracking or analyzing this data? What role does technology play here in order for you to evaluate your target audience?
Yeah, I think, look, AI is here, and I think the usages and the use cases are going to be developed, and I think it's going to impact all industries. There is no question about it. Transportation, electric vehicles, yes, definitely. We're looking at the data. We're looking at the use cases. I think what you're going to see is the cars were becoming already a personal assistant of yours because of all the smart connectivity. AI is just going to take it to a different level where you could actually be driving with autonomous soon, and AI will do a lot of the analysis and the work for you while you're driving. So you could do many tasks that couldn't be done before. You could create reports while you're driving a car and go home and your printer has the report already printed for you, or you could 3D print something by just some voice commands to your car. So I think there's many use cases, and I think you will see a great revolution happening in the next few years where these user cases are going to be implemented within the vehicles.
Yeah, that's right. This week I was reporting about a Chinese car company, Juliana, that is going to be integrating robotics and artificial intelligence to cut their workforce by 30% by 2027. In terms of the fashion industry, how does AI, where does it penetrate into your industry?
Well, first of all, our setup is already so untraditional. Let's say a huge brand, let's not name the brand, those that has more seasons in the year, probably you have like 6 seasons a year. But for us, we're already having 24 seasons a year. But by also doing less in terms of one single order, by less inventory, but faster penetration, I think speed to market is very, very important. If we always stick with our industry, let's say fashion, and you go back to, I want huge orders, I want 1 million pieces per style, I mean, it's not going to work. But instead, if you bring that into your DNA and to actually plan smaller pilot orders so that people would not bump into each other in the same outfit at the same angle, and faster to the market. I mean, yeah, why not, right?
Thank you very much, Juliana and Faisal, for joining us today, and thank you to the audience for joining us and having your company. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Emily, thank you so much, and indeed thank you for that wonderful panel. And what a busy time it's been here. We are on the sort of express tour as we're coming to the close. We still have a few more sessions, so we need your great attention. Why don't you move into the center here? We have a fabulous panel coming up, and I have royalty in the house, so come on. Move into the center here, and we got a few front row seats and second row. You won't want to miss this. It's going to be a really, really wonderful session. We're going to be looking at who runs the new creator economy. And, everything we do, it's all about content, whether we like it or not, whether we're gaming, whether we're watching old-fashioned television. Some of us still do that. If you're on your screen, whatever it is, it's all happening here. So let me get my panel up here. From CNN, please welcome Senior Vice President, Managing Editor for Asia Pacific, Head of Features Content. Elena Lee is with us, please. Oh my God. You know how to do this. Thank you so much. Yusan Khan, the president of Yusai Khan One World Foundation, co-chair, welcome so much. Jerry Gammis, the CEO of Sani Group, and also His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud. We're delighted you're here. What a great panel I have here. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are gamers here? Uh-oh. Okay, so the rest of us will get educated. Edie's a gamer. Wow, now I'm really jealous. I'm obviously not hip, so I have to get it together. But Your Royal Highness, congratulations, first of all, on your recent appointment. President of International Esports Federation.
Thank you very much.
You're on the board of Global Esports Federation. You are, esports for the world now. So talk to us a little bit about, I suppose, the global growth in gaming in the last few years.
Well, I mean, it has been, well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's amazing to be back in Hong Kong. This is a place that is very dear to my heart. I have a lot of very good friends here. But when you talk about esports, the growth has been spectacular over the last 20 years. I mean, it's growing at an average rate, I think, of 12% per year consistently. And by the end of 2023, it's projected there will be 3.75 billion gamers in the world. Wow. Now, of course, the gaming industry is much bigger than esports. Esports is a subsect of that. Our professionals, as in any other sport, are the top 1% roughly of the gamers that really spend the time, the effort, the training to be the best of the best. And the growth even there, the market right now, I think in 2022 was somewhere in the range of $90 billion US dollars, which is huge. And the growth, especially in the Asia Pacific, is roughly 50% of the market. It's about 49-50% of the market. And so this is a major trend maker, both when you talk about game creation, when you talk about influencers, when you talk about trends within gaming, and some of the best players in the world. As well as, with what we're doing in Saudi, I will humbly say some of the best events in the world as well.
And I'm going to come on to exactly what you're doing in Saudi in just a minute. Jerry, when we look at gaming, when we look at esports, I mean, could it reshape global culture? Is that a possibility? Let's look at the trends. It's certainly moving in the right direction, without a doubt.
There's no doubt that gaming is touching a lot of aspects of our lives. As Prince Faisal just highlighted, it's a phenomenal opportunity, not only for education and gaming, but it really impacts the day-to-day social connectivity of people. And oftentimes people talk about, well, is gaming an isolated genre, or is there loneliness? There isn't. I mean, gamers have been building communities for many, many years. I think everyone's just realizing that gaming is impactful and clearly shaping many parts of our lives.
Okay, clearly I'm going to have to start gaming. I'm just saying that one. So, Yusai, given your background as an entertainer, cultural promoter, a content creator for many, many years, it come down to, I suppose, the influence of Asia reshaping global culture. And, no matter how we look at getting our content, it comes back to content, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Asia really has been, I cannot talk about influencing culture of the world without mentioning the Korean influence. Alana and I were last week in Tokyo, and we were experiencing an extraordinary concert. 100,000 fans were screaming and celebrating their fans. The Koreans, that's intense fan culture, fandom culture is really spreading around the world. And you know that you can't even get a ticket to Blackpink these days. You can't get to see BTS anymore.
We'll try to get you one next time.
She's so good. So, and then of course, 2020, you have the best movie in the world, right? Parasite got 4, Korean movie, Parasite got 4 Oscars, and with Best Pictures also as well. So, and actually, I watched K-drama all the time. I think I watch it as much as the Koreans watch it. So I think that this is a major move in the world today. And I just like to say one more person. We know her very well. Her name is Mickey Lee. And you guys have to remember that name. She is very much responsible for the push of this K-wave. The Chinese have coined this term, Hanliu. Hanliu is a term coined in the middle 90s. It talks about how the Koreans are so popular and how they are exporting all these cultures around the world. So Korea has to be one. But I'll tell you more about
You'll tell me more about it.
later.
And of course, Elena, you originally come from South Korea as well. But now you're here with us. I'm so happy you are. And when we look at, I suppose, different types of digital entertainment and how the whole news operations, how viewing what was once just broadcast is all changed. We look at broadcast, we used to hear about narrowcast, now it's like very specific cast. Again, ultimately, it comes down to good content, doesn't it?
No, I think everyone in this room knows content is king at the end of the day, right? So you have to make sure that you're investing in the best content. That means you have to be investing in the best talent. And we were talking about different types of content. I represent an organization where we are heavily news focused, so clearly what's happening in the news, breaking news. But a different responsibility I have is looking after all the features content outside of the US. And that to me, and just to put in the context of the world we live in, to me, I believe the content creators and the people who are the talent in content are like the new diplomatic ambassadors of the world. Right now, where the world is so polarized on the political landscape, I believe the content that we're creating on the feature side, that's one of the best ways to bridge cultures, to bridge understanding. No one's going to go into an esports game and say, hey, I mean, there might be competition, country to country. South Korea, we just hosted a really major game 2 weeks ago, was it, Prince Faisal? But it's where you can have dialogue. Like you can have areas of commonality. And so I feel like it's a really important mission from our network that we do cover the news, we do cover what's happening, which is quite sobering. But at the same time, we're creating this safe space where people can have a lot of commonality. And so that's where the content comes in.
And Jerry would probably argue that there's a lot of community around gaming as well.
I mentioned this earlier, and this is something that I think Your Royal Highness and I have talked about quite a bit.
Maybe.
But gaming has been a fundamental, groundbreaking piece of helping individuals who used to sit in their place at home and maybe sometimes not even feel that they were connected. But once they started realizing that they have a intrinsic value and that their connectivity is across the world, it started really shaping and touching everything. So the content and the community that's being built together is unheard of. And this is part of really what's going to shape the opportunity.
Just an antidote, because I have a 10-year-old nephew, and he's the focus, obviously, of the family, right? And him spending so much time on gaming is a problem for the family, right? But one day we were there. He had a gaming going on, and he had a Japanese friend, a Chinese friend, and an English-speaking friend in that console. And so it has opened the eyes of specifically my mother, who's always worried that he's going to be addicted to games. But it's a playground that I think is far more. It's far more communicative, and I think that's really what's really important in these type of different cultures we're talking about.
And again, Prince Faisal, I think it comes back to gaming for good, and many people might say out there but everything is for good or evil, so you have to, there's no way out of that. I think we've talked about so many different aspects of just the world and civilization, but when it comes to gaming, how important is it we really keep it focused?
Well, I mean, as with anything, too much of anything is a bad thing. I mean, you can drink too much water and that'll not be good for you. But done in the right way, gaming can have very positive effects, whether it's cognitive, whether it's hand-eye coordination, among many other things. And when you talk about a community, one of the interesting things that I read the other day was in the US, they're actually using gaming for veterans with PTSD. And people automatically think that it's because of the games and because of whatever's happening in the game, but it's not. It's the community that you build around you in gaming. These are people that check on you. These are people that contact you, that make sure you're doing okay. And what's interesting is the trend now moving, especially coming out of COVID, there's more of a request and more of a want for offline events where people can actually get together in person. And that's a lot of what we're trying to grow, whether it be in Saudi or whether it be at the global level, is giving our young men and women a chance to get together more. Because while they are very sociable online, there is no replacement for human interaction. And these are the ages where they are the most prone to learning how to interact with people. So getting them together more and using gaming as a platform to bring people together. We did an event recently in Saudi. We did our fourth year of Gamers Without Borders, where we raise every year $10 million for charity. We put a $10 million prize pool, and the winners of each tournament get to choose which charity they donate their prize pool to. And that has had, the effect on that, not just seeing them go out and strive to do good and strive to give to the different charities, seeing the charities push and strive to win the gamers over so they donate to them. And then at the end of the year, we get to give them a report of what their money has done. And the looks on their faces, they send us pictures and notes about how happy they are knowing that they've done this massive amount of good around the world.
Wow, no, that is great to hear. Now, Yusai, you were probably one of the original cultural exchange promoters back in the day when you were doing, Chinese and Asian programming for the US. That type of cultural exchange in terms of programming and opening people's eyes, I mean, how important is that still today? And, what is now? What are we doing about that? Are we still doing enough of that?
Yeah, you talk about visionary, actually. I think that the two programs that I did specifically, one was the one that introduced Americans for the first time to Asian cultures, and the other one is the one on CCTV that really opened up the eyes of 1 billion people to what the outside world was like. Now, that was a very powerful thing to do. So I call it visual content is very, very powerful. You can really use it to do some fantastic things. When you use it correctly, it can really change a culture. You can really do a lot of things. So what I think the future of communication is? Social media. I must say is social media. Because social media is really amazing. You have a phone, right? I mean, that you can connect this to the world. There are 5 billion phones around the world. 80% of the time that we use the phone is used to connect with people. That means with this phone, we can actually communicate with just about anything. Engagement can happen at any moment. So this is what the power is of social media. And of course, social media can be good, and social media can be good and bad. But the social media, if you use correctly, can be very, very good.
Elena, when we look at what CNN is doing, and again, it's about how we digest programming. It can be on the phone, it can be on a screen, it can be on an old-fashioned TV, it can be anywhere. But you've also done some specific programming for mobile. But another thing I'm just curious about is, how about, inclusive voices and bringing other cultures together? And you have programs that come from different areas. How big a focus is that for you?
So look, if you, half of me covers straight news. In that way, the news drives where you go. The news drives who you speak to in many ways. So that's a bit encapsulated, and it's ring-fenced in that way. Is there diversity in that area? Probably not, because specific to an incident, specific to a country. However, in the features world that we cover, we want to make sure that we not only hire the people about the world that we represent, but also we create content of the world that we cover. And that's really important in this feature space. But you take an example such as sustainability. I think, for sustainability, we've launched a program called Call to Earth about 4 years ago. It's a real pride moment of mine, because why? Because it's about sustainability in terms of the solutions. I think in terms of creating that type of features content, it's also really important the angle that you take. Part of us will cover the breaking news, the wildfires, the rivers, the drowning, etc. But we will also cover the solutions, the innovations, the technologies. Because it shows that if you keep giving viewers what's negative about the world, they don't feel they have the power to change it. And it's interesting. Our viewership who looks at the story content for Call to Earth, they will stick with us for about 3 minutes. In terms of television, in terms of digital, that's an eternity. Which shows you that good news, positive news, is shareable, and people actually stick around that. So in that space, we want to make sure that we cover people from all parts of the world, but also the demographics as well. So for Call to Earth, we specifically also gear towards high school students. Because ultimately, these high school students, they're going to be in the C-suites making decisions about sustainability in their own businesses. So I think in that space, that's the diversity that we push for, and we hope to continue to do so.
And I think that, in terms of education, and I think all of you might touch on this.
I think that social media can be a very important educational tool. And so, for example, if we don't agree with what CNN is saying, we can have our own voice. We actually can.
And people do.
And of course.
All the time.
Yeah, all the time. But using your social media, you can actually affect many, many things. You can give your opinion. You can link a whole lot of people together. That's what we call it, social media. So we can converse with each other. So I think the future of real communication is that the short bits, You know, it's not no longer. I used to make 1-hour documentaries and make a lot of them, right? And no longer it's going to be the future of communication. It's going to be 3 seconds, 10 seconds, maximum 10 minutes. That's the future in my mind.
And of course, gaming comes into this too in terms of making content and how we look at content. Jerry, talk to me about also where gaming can fit into education, content and education.
Yeah, imagine if you can enrich your learning and by leveraging the power of the technology and gamifying that experience and potentially learning some new skills that could ultimately drive new career fields.
And that's happening, yeah.
And that's happening today. Ed tech is roughly about 100 billion about last 3 or 4 years. By the end of 2026 is roughly to reach about 415 billion. So educational technology, ed tech is huge. The opportunity is how do we ensure that it has the right governance, the right content, and that it really has something sticky. And the way we can make it sticky is by gamifying and really using gaming and game tech to really push that forward. I know something that Prince Faisal has looked at quite heavily as well. So.
And continue that conversation, but also I think gaming in training for industry and safety and all of that, we're beginning to see a lot more of that.
I mean, if you think about different industries, I mean, you think about architecture.
Yes.
When you go to build a building, what do you do first? You build it out in a gaming engine. You know, when you talk about the military, you're doing military drills, you're doing building out equipment in a gaming, a gaming world first. So it is touching many other things. And it is something that our young men and women around the world are interested in. They do want to do it. They want to play. So how can we use that as a tool, as you said earlier, for doing good? And as Alana said earlier, content is king. And having these young men and women, I mean, some of them, when you talk about social media and influencers, some of these gaming influencers have millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions of followers. True. So how can we help them use that platform for the betterment, for showcasing, mental health issues, making sure people are not becoming addicted, but using gaming in the right way, showing people who want to be a professional gamer how to be a professional gamer. That's not playing for 12, 16 hours a day. That's playing for the right amount, that's eating right, that's taking care of your body, taking care of your mental health. And then also on an educational platform, how do you create the heroes out of these young men and women that can really showcase that this can be used for the benefit of all, it can be used for education, and it can be used to help transition into other industries. Because you learn through gaming and through esports, leadership, communication, tech. I mean, there's so many skills that you learn, and how do you help them understand that these are skills that can transition to other industries as well?
And of course, it's a whole new profession as well. I mean,
it is.
Professional
There's a whole career
gamers.
path. Well, not just gamers, but you talk about production, you talk about casters, you talk about even legal, financial. I mean, there's so much in this as an industry.
So it comes back to creating content again and storytelling. Ultimately, isn't it? It's different storytelling, but storytelling.
But also, I mean, just because we're in Hong Kong, and I'm really glad FII has come to Hong Kong. If we look specifically in the entertainment space, and yes, I come from South Korea, so I kind of feel this on a daily basis. When I was growing up, it was literally, you looked at Hong Kong movies. I had to go to, after school, I had to go to kind of a back-end alley to get VHSs of the Hong Kong films. And then throughout the high school, it was Hollywood that dominated. But it's a really proud moment for all of us in Asia to see that the content is actually originating from Asia and it's being exported out. So it's not only taking content that's created from the Western world, and we can do it on the same level. But more importantly, the financials are there to back it. So because the content is from Asia, the financials are not lower. It's just as pricey and just as competitive. And I think that's the kind of world we live in. So I am a huge supporter of not only the news that we do, but also the features, and really great credit to the creators, the directors, the writers, the people who are doing it. And we haven't even talked about manga, for example, which is another great area of creation that is going to be taking over your traditional television space.
And I'm going to have to get Yusai to talk about that in her sort of last comment here about content.
It's very interesting, you know, we are not, Asian influence has been around for quite some time. It's just that we're not so aware of it. Look at anime, okay? Anime is huge. You know, anime is a $23 billion business where, a Korean drama is only $1 billion. So anime has been influencing for 60 years and is in 200 countries. But everybody is now investing in Asian material today. Look at Netflix. Netflix is investing $2.5 billion on Korean drama, Korean movies, for example. So I think that people are beginning to wake up and say, wow, these are being watched by people all over the world, and they are investing now.
So it is one to watch, and we have to wrap this up. Elena, if there's you know, sort of hope for the future and not quite a prediction for the future, but you know, how convinced are you and optimistic that we're going to be seeing a lot more content coming from this part of the world?
I'm really optimistic. Obviously, you know, there's a momentum that's taking place. I do think, set this optimism aside, the one thing we do need to be careful about, content is king, but it dies if you don't have distribution. And so the distribution, it's got to figure out who controls the distribution. What price points are they going to demand? And is that going to be able to keep up with the content creators, right? So it's an ecosystem we have to support. It's not either or, right? And so I would say I am very optimistic. I think there's some wind behind, you know, some momentum going on with content creation in Asia, but we also need to be very careful and think about the distribution channel and the price your consumer is going to have to pay or going to be asked to pay to get access to that content.
So Yusai, again, how do we get that message out there? How do we distribute?
Again, social media.
Yes,
social media. You can have a channel. I can have a channel. You know, we can really do it. The key is how do you promote your content? You know, because there's so many voices, so much noise. So you have to learn how to promote your content. Social media is, to me, the future. I've been in another area for a long, long time. But this is the way to go. You can really unite people together. You can do so much good. We can make the world a better world, actually, just by using social media.
That's so true. And again, everything can fit on that. Gaming, content, whatever you want to watch. Looking ahead, where's the new focus? And where do you see gaming going?
Gaming will continue to grow, and it'll continue to impact and shape quite a bit of our lives. Ultimately, gaming is here to stay, and gaming is really, truly building communities. And it starts with the grassroots. And I think that's a big takeaway for us. And inviting as many people to come experiencing gaming and come out to Riyadh and see what's happening there as well.
And so by the time we come again next year, we're all going to be on top of gaming, right?
I don't.
But when you're gaming, you are doing it yourself. And it's the best way to export your culture. You think about games that I grew up playing, like Dynasty Warriors, which went through the history of China. First time I visited China, I knew the generals, I knew the battles, and everyone thought I had studied this at school, and I had no idea. It was just through gaming.
That's wonderful.
But it gives you a chance to live a day in someone else's shoes and actually go through it yourself. And so I think game creation and as a way to export culture and content is the thing I'm most excited for.
And what wonderful, fresh eyes way to look at it in many ways. But it comes back to content, I think, again. Thank you all so much to all of you. Elena, Yusai, thank you so much, Jerry, and Your Royal Highness. Great to have you here. Thank you again so much. So there we are. I think the one thing we all know, given the show of hands on the gaming interactivity, we have to step up our game, so to speak, and get more focused on that without a doubt. But without a doubt there, I think it all came back to was content. So of course, content has changed over the years, and no matter how it changes, we will digest it and we will accept it in very many different ways. We may watch it on a big screen, a small screen, it really doesn't matter, but it's actually what's happening out there. And I think that, kind of interactivity and the fact that we can game, and we can be cultural ambassadors, and we can have all of that programming, it doesn't really matter how we do it. We're now going to have a look at ESG. And ESG, again, in everything. We heard governance been mentioned in that panel there. We've heard governance be mentioned for the last 2 days. Again, ESG so important. We're now going to take a look at the FII Inclusive ESG Score and Tool. And I want you now to welcome back to the stage the Chief Operating Officer of the FII Institute. Please give a warm welcome. Rakan Tarabzoni is back. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being with us for the remainder of the program. Promise you we're almost done. Excuse me. So, well, I have to confess something. 3 years ago, when we started talking about ESG, and when we got the mandate on ESG, I had no clue what ESG is. It took us some time to learn what this is. And we were not sure, is this just a fad, something that they put on to use a new technology or a new service to put a layer on the investments? Or is it really something that's going to have a strong and meaningful impact? We learned that it's really something that has an impact, and it has a sustainable impact and a good impact on positive for all societies, on all investments, that gives a return on investment beyond the financials, something that has a positive, impactful, sustainable, long-term for all mankind. Well, enough said. Did you know that 86% of the world's population resides in emerging markets? And of that, 58% of the global GDP is coming out of that part of the world, yet less than 10% of the ESG sustainable investments goes to such market. That is a big drop, and it should not be like the situation, and it's time to change that. With a staggering $38 trillion all over the world being deployed in ESG assets, there's a gap of about $5.4 trillion that is yet to be deployed into the emerging markets. Why is it not deployed? Ironically, it's because the current KPIs on ESG rating agencies are preventing that, because they do not look into the emerging markets needs and issues, and that's what we're trying to do. In 2022, the FII Institute created the ESG tool that focused on emerging markets to cater to the needs of the emerging markets. And last October in 2023, this FII 7th edition in Riyadh, we've launched the new ESG tool that is with a platform and a tool that fits and caters to the emerging markets, helping users from all over the world to see opportunities from investments perspective into that space, helping investors invest their money in companies into the emerging markets and companies into these markets to find a fair tool helping them to grow and progress on an ESG perspective. This initiative is already impacting a significant number of companies all over the emerging markets, helping them growing and improving on the ESG scale. This tool that we've developed, it's meant to revolutionize the way companies in emerging markets improve their sustainability and efforts to attract funds, which is the main objective. This game-changing tool that we've developed help companies in the emerging markets disclose, validate, and update their data directly on the tool, and of course get their scores in real time, which helps them, of course, right away get to be seen by anybody who's using that dashboard or that platform, which, by the way, we developed with the ESG book. Our unique tool covers 3 main factors. Number 1, the current performance, which is the sustainability performance for any company. Number 2, the momentum score, or also known as the anticipated future of the company's performance, which looks on a year-on-year progress for every company. The third element, which is the disclosure score, which looks into the company's transparency element. With our tool, investors and asset managers can get a full picture of the company so that they know whether this company is worth investing or not on an emerging market scale, not on an ideal situation. So that helps them to have a real understanding of this company. Is it progressing year on year or not? Our tool covers about 250 companies from the emerging markets. Those 250 companies have been vetted against our emerging ESG tool. And based on those companies, we put them all so the user can see them, vet them, and assess them on that scale. As an example, here are some of the top performers in China. But of course, this is just a snippet. There are much more companies, and the top 250 companies, I urge you to go through them and check them out to see the value of these opportunities. I'm calling all investors, asset managers, wealth managers, banks, insurance companies. Look into the tool. Check out the top 250 companies that we have on the tool, because it will give you an inclusive access to all the emerging markets opportunities, and there's a potential to grow that list even further as we do more and more research into these companies. The investment gap here in Asia on the emerging market is massive. ESG score and tool that we've developed will help bridge about $4.5 trillion, which is the gap that we anticipated on Asia alone. We assume that the GDP growth for Asia is about 50% of the world GDP growth, and only 30% of such assets are being deployed in Asia. It shows you the big gap that there is and how much gap can be filled with just using such a tool that helps investors see the opportunities in the emerging markets. Among the top 250 companies that we've ranked in our system, 60% are coming from Asia, and 37% are already listed here in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, which shows you the high demand and appetite for such a tool in such markets. Investors, I urge you to seize this opportunity. Check out the tool, learn more about what we are offering into the emerging market. It's something for free available. We will share out the link later on so that anyone can log into the website and check it out. You can go into our website, fiinstitute.org, and also learn more about the framework that we've developed and the tool that we've developed. Today, I invite you all to try it, to explore it, and learn more about what we're offering into this tool. And I promise you, all investors who are looking into such sustainable investments in emerging markets, it's much better opportunities, much better appetite, and you will really understand why do we really promote this. Why is it? Because we're not getting anything out of this except shedding light on the opportunities in emerging markets, which really, really growing with the large opportunities. With real-time insights and systematic approach that we have onto this tool, it unlocks ESG investments opportunities on such markets like India, like China, like Brazil, and many, many more. Visit the website and learn more, and you will thank us later. Thank you so much, everyone.
So, happy to be back on stage, and particularly to be with not a titan. I think the title, yes, titan.
A titan in his own mind, Richard.
I agree. So a tycoon.
A titan.
And are you happy with tycoon?
No, my mother would be, but if she was still around. But
Martin Sorrell, Sir Martin Sorrell, is not just a very dear friend for almost 25
known
years.
You for too long, Richard.
Too long. For 25 years. But he is also a mentor, and I had the privilege for almost a decade to have Sir Martin as an investor in my own...
I never was prepared to go to control because I thought you were uncontrollable.
in my company. So it's really my privilege to have this conversation with Sir Martin, who, by the way, do not need any introduction, but please allow me to, even if he's too humble...
Make it short.
No, I will not make short. I think it's important for people to know that today you are the chairman, the executive chairman of S4 Capital, and in a few minutes you have to tell us more about this new venture, which is doing extremely well. But Sir Martin was a founder and CEO of WPP for 33 years, which is the #1 global communication firm in the world today. And he took that...
Actually, it's been surpassed by the French.
Oh, really? Already?
Our market cap.
Our market cap, yes.
Our market cap, which was, we were always very... I think we reached about $22 billion at its height. And now WPP is about 10.
Yeah, because you left.
And Publicis has gone from 10 to 20, which is anathema to me.
Which never happened when you were running the show.
No.
You would never leave that
No.
to happen. But anyway, as WPP impressive numbers, because from 1 million pound shell company in 1985, Martin has led WPP to become, yes, the world's largest advertising company. And when, as you said perfectly well, when you were leading WPP, and when you left in April of 2018, WPP had market capitalization of $16 billion, 16 billion pounds,
Right.
revenues of over 15 billion pounds, profits of approximately 2 billions, and over 200,000 people in.
Yeah, that was a bit of a
130
cheat. We
countries.
had 130,000 in companies that we owned 100% of, and if you included where we had minority interests, or more than 51%, where we had minority interests, it was up to 200,000.
And you were ranked as the second best performing CEO in the world by the Harvard Business Review in 2016 and 2017. Who was number one?
It varied actually. I think it was H&M and Zara. I think maybe it was Zara one year. I'm trying to remember who else it was. There was somebody else who, but the reason that happened is that I've been doing it for such a long period of time. That's the way it worked out.
And of course, he has been nominated as one of the Time 100 most influential people. And last but not least, you are still a director of Bloomberg Philanthropies.
Yeah. Yes, Michael does incredible philanthropic work. You know, he has a very focused, I mean, he is I think the exemplar for philanthropy, because he has a very focused strategy. I mean, he gives contributions to large numbers of things, but it's the foundation has been very successful. And most people in his position can't give it away. It's interesting, they can't give it away fast enough. And I think there's this feeling amongst philanthropists that if they leave it to trustees or lawyers or accountants, those people wouldn't embody the values that they have. It's interesting talking to people, not Michael, but people in a similar situation. You get that.
Like Warren Buffett and others?
No, I wasn't thinking about Warren. I mean, you know, he's got a different way of dealing with it by giving it away. But it's interesting. I mean, the wealth that's being accumulated at that level is so huge that, you know, it has problems, and the returns that the fund managers have made are so significant. I mean, Michael has given away, I think it was a total of about $5 billion given to John Hopkins.
Yeah, amazing.
You know, because that's of his mother and alma mater, etc., Penn and everything. So, anyway.
In all these years we know each other, I never ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who are or is the person who inspired you the most?
My dad. Well, you know, so that question comes in other forms. You know, who would you like to have dinner with? So
I like that question.
Yeah, so 3 people. And my 3 people would be my dad, because he sadly died of cancer when he was 74. So I felt I was robbed. But, you know, he was Jewish family, and he referred to the Talmud, and 70 years. That was lifespan, so he felt he had had his life. Left school at 13, son of a, probably Ukrainian, I think it was Kiev or Lvov. My grandparents on my father's side came to the UK in 1899. I found their wedding certificate, crosses on it, 4 witnesses, crosses on it, so East End Jews, left school at 13, etc. So self-made. So 1, JFK would be number 2, and Golda Meir would be number 3. I recommend everybody to watch.
Why JFK?
Well, JFK was seminal for me because in 1963, assassinated, I was on Magdalen Bridge in Cambridge, and with Simon Sharma, the famous. He and I were there when we met a Swedish student at Christ College, Cambridge, with us, who told us that Kennedy had been assassinated. And then in '64, we went to the Democratic National Convention to report as the magazine was called New Cambridge. It was a new magazine at Cambridge. And we reported, went to the platform hearings. Jack Plum, who was Professor Plum, famous historian, arranged for us. Dan Moynihan was the New York State Senator, and he arranged for us to go to the Democratic National Convention, where Bobby Kennedy, who at that time was still alive, and his brother were on the platform hearings. And Simon and I went and reported on the platform hearings, and we went to Atlantic City, famous convention because the poster outside was for Goldwater, and where it read, "In your heart, you know he's right." That was a famous political slogan, which was unsuccessful. Not like Labour isn't working with Saatchi's, which was, I came on to later. So it's JFK, and the third one would be Golda Meir. And I would recommend everybody to watch
the documentary,
the Netflix Yom Kippur, because the parallels to what is happening in Gaza are amazing. I mean, for example, the intelligence breach. I don't know whether it's true. I didn't check it out, but in the film they describe the Israelis had a technology device to follow what the Egyptian army was doing, and they tested it the week before the Yom Kippur War, and they turned it off. It worked, and they turned it off.
And they were taken by surprise.
And they were well, the arrogance, when slightly different. Then I was in Israel in April when my grandkids were being bar mitzvahed and bat mitzvahed there, and I came back from that trip really depressed because the country was. I got off the plane, and the guy who met me, I said, "What do you think of Netanyahu?" He said, "Awful." I get into the car as a young legal student who was driving me around. "What do you think of Netanyahu?" Wonderful. That encapsulated in a second the split in Israel.
Yes,
and if there's anything good that's come out of what's happened, it's the country is now united.
Let's go back to your core business.
Yeah.
The world of advertising, communication. Before we talk about S4 Capital, how do you see today the advertising industry?
Well, it's going through very significant change. Actually, it's an interesting question in the context of what's happening currently. So if you look at the platforms, there really are, the numbers never lie, right? So the worldwide media market is about 950 billion. Google, digital is about 650. So it's about 60%, 65%, depending on whose numbers you believe. And by 2025, it'll be 70%. So digital will be 70%, the lion's share. This year is really interesting because the divergence between linear, so it is quite extraordinary that Bob Iger, who came back to Disney, would announce during the Sun Valley conference on CNBC that he was going to sell ABC or partner with it and ESPN and Hotstar and everything else. It shows you how pressurized linear is. And in Q3 of this year, for example, Warner, Zaslav's Warner Discovery, or Discovery Warner, was down 14% in ad revenues. The networks, the linear networks that had sports, like Fox and Disney, to buttress them, because live sports still is, as we know in the context of Saudi Arabian PIF development, live sports is critically important. That buttresses it a bit, but they still lose about 2 or 3 or 4%. So this year, on average, linear TV will lose about 10% of their ad revenues. The platforms, on the other hand, despite the fact that their marketing spends have been under pressure, for example, the case of Meta in Q3, their marketing spend was down 25%. The platforms, the big platforms, and there are 6, so I'll go through who they are up about 10%. So you have a 20-point difference. I can remember when I was running WPP in the UK newspapers and magazines in 2 years lost 25% in each year, so about 50% overall of their ad revenues. So we've seen this compression before, but it's very marked this year. And the reason for it this year is the packaged goods companies in an inflationary environment have managed to price up. So Pepsi in Q2 increased its prices about 15%. They fixed their ad budgets on net revenues. So if your revenues are up by 15%, your ad budget's going to be up by 15%, you maintain brand. That money has gone into the digital platforms. So Google this year will be $225 billion. Meta will be 125, so that's 350.
Wow.
Amazon will be 50. So it's 400 out of 650 in the three Western
The three
platforms.
main, yeah.
Yeah, Alibaba and Tencent, the data is not there, but we know that TikTok, as part of ByteDance, will probably be about 90 billion this year versus 60 last year, including China. Ex-China, outside China, TikTok will have gone from 10 to 14 billion. But the numbers are really important. You know, everybody talks about Twitter. Twitter was 5 billion when Musk took it over. It's now probably about 2. Maybe 2.5 is publicly admitted. It's probably gone down because of the anti-Semitism row that's going on. Snap is about 5.5, Pinterest about 4, Walmart with its walled garden about 3, Microsoft is probably 11, Apple 7. And Microsoft and Apple, driven by AI and gaming, you know, Activision, Blizzard, etc., will become more and more important. But the 6 fundamentals are the 3 Western and the 3 East. Yeah, and they are.
How do you see the future of TikTok?
Well, are we on to Chatham House here? We're not on Chatham House, so I probably shouldn't say. But my view is that TikTok should stay private. That by sticking its head above the parapet, by going public, you know, you have this problem about privacy, brand safety, and political influence. And you know, they've defended it well by saying the servers are not located in China, the servers are outside China, there's separation. My view is they should keep their heads down, and they should not go public. Maybe they need it for employee reasons or whatever, but if I was them, the platform is very powerful. I mean, we had previous speakers talking about news. The Gen Z consumes its news we've seen in the Gaza Israeli war. We've seen how young people's views of the world are shaped in a totally different. It's not CNN anymore, with all due respect to CNN. It's TikTok, and that's how they shape their
their opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, their opinions. And you've seen that markedly in what's been happening sadly in the last couple of months. So it's a very different environment. But, you know, coming back to what we're trying to do at S4, we're purely digital. I'm not
Tell us more about S4, please.
So
why S4, and what is the core business of
4
S4?
generations of sorrels, you know, my grandparents, my parents, myself, and my kids. So 4. I have grandkids now, so maybe it should be S5.
Should be 5.
S5. Digital only, data driven. I mean, for any CMOs in the audience, you know, if they were, or CIOs or CTOs, you know, what would the advice be? Agility is key inside organizations given technological change. Take back control, strange coming from an ad guy, an agency guy, but you need to control, in a digital world, you need to control your data. And the third area is first-party data. Google is decapitating third-party cookies, deprecating third-party cookies. Apple has built IP addresses into cohorts, so you don't get individual addresses, you get cohorts of people who share the same demographics. Control of first-party data and use of that with the signals, critically important. So the 3 key factors with data at its core, because AI is driven, the oil or renewables, if more fashionable way of putting it, for AI is data. That's the driver. So first-party data, plus the signals from the platforms, absolutely critical. That's why the retailers are going to retail advertising. So S4 is about digital only, because that's where the growth is, data-driven, going to market is faster, better, more efficient, and a unitary brand. You could
Precisely.
You take the holding companies are multiple brands.
Yeah.
I don't think that works. Clients want access. We have 8,500 people in 32 countries, 57 offices. You know, that's happened in 4 years, basically. We want our clients to be able to access everything that we do, everywhere we do it. And AI, you know, there are 5 things that AI is doing to our industry. Firstly, it's improving productivity on visualization and copywriting. So what took us 3 weeks takes us 30 hours.
3 hours.
Okay. That's a mixed blessing because client procurement departments will say we want a piece of that. So that's a plus and a minus. The second area is hyper-personalization. It was referred to in one of the previous sessions, the Netflix model, which is a first-party data-driven model using the signals from the platforms, is the critical model. I think I'm right in saying, I think it's Coca-Cola actually, have said that in China, they would, for example, they would like to have one message, an individual message, for every one of the 1.2 billion consumers. You might think that's impossible, but in an era of AI,
you can do it.
We've already done it with Spotify, actually. There's a case study that we have where we've done it with Spotify already. You can develop individual messages through using first-party data. Third-party data is of no value anymore, in my view. First-party data, client data, approved by consumers, you get over the safety issues and privacy issues, and with the signals. So that's critically important. So faster, better, more efficient, we go to market as, and we go as a unitary brand with clients having access to what we're doing.
We have over time, but I cannot have this conversation without asking you a question. When we were working together, you and I shared the same conviction of the power of branding nations. We're here in Hong Kong. What is the advice you will give to Hong Kong authorities to rebrand Hong Kong?
Well, I make it, as this is about Hong Kong and about the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, what the kingdom is doing is something that we have never seen before. I mean, we've seen, in a way, we've seen a rebranding. Deng Xiaoping rebranded China, if you like. I think President Xi is rebranding China again in a different way, with more political emphasis rather than economic emphasis. But what the kingdom is doing, and maybe Singapore is another example, is on a scale that we have never seen before. The vision is huge. And it's about changing, the leader of a nation, if they wanted to rebrand a nation, would pick on the Olympics, pick on the World Cup, being Formula One. Those were the 3 events.
And the Expo now.
And the Expo, right, and the Expo. So you pick on that. What the kingdom is doing it in a much more subtle and all-enveloping way. It's actually changing the cultural view of the kingdom. I remember the Crown Prince addressed a conference and he referred to Saudi or the Middle East being the new Europe.
The new Europe.
And remember, everybody got up, there was a lot of sword waving and a lot of jumping up and down. In a sense, it's even broader than Europe. I mean, it's in a fragmented world, in an increasingly deglobalized or fragmented world, these relationships are shifting. And what the kingdom is about, in my view, is establishing the Saudi nation on a world stage. It's not even Europe. It's on a world stage as a world power. Because if you or I were running any of these countries, what we would do is play both ends off against the middle. And that's what you're going to see happening and increasing. Now, as far as Hong Kong is concerned, I've been here for 48 hours, so you have to take everything I say.
But you know very well Asia.
Yes, I used to come to China 6 times a year. And we would go into the hinterland of China, because the Chinese government were trying to encourage people away from not away from, but in addition to the coastal plain, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, obviously Shanghai and Beijing, go to Chengdu, Chongqing, etc. We used to do that. We went and saw a number of companies, tremendous traction that we got from it. But what Hong Kong, I've been back here for 48 hours, and I haven't been here for about 3 or 4 years. It is remarkably vibrant. It is remarkably exciting. The physical environment is stimulating. It is like New York or Shanghai, right? It is maybe on an even bigger scale because it's so concentrated. The perception worldwide is totally different. The perception is one of a much more, a more negative one. So the advice would be, you should put together an integrated campaign. Government campaigns are often not good because different ministers have different priorities. And this is an ad for the UK. the best government advertising is the Great British Campaign. And I say that a little bit because I was involved with it in its beginnings. But what it does is a template that every minister uses in the same way.
So line.
Yeah. And integration, and this is something for the kingdom as well, PIF, integration of marketing messages in a cohesive way, instead of people going in different directions. I mean, PIF's investment in Richard Attias and Associates is a good example of that. Integrating the thing. I mean, if you should be doing every event in Saudi and beyond, and integrating it into a cohesive, not having people going off in different directions. And there are so many examples of governments, because ministers have relationships with agencies, there's history, there might be coalitions. If you have a coalition government, everybody's going in different ways. The important thing is to impose, if I can use that word, a template that people use in a cohesive and coordinated way. But Hong Kong, in my view, listening to the speeches from John Lee, for example, should up its game, I think, if I can be, I'm a visitor here, so I have to be a bit careful, but should up its game in terms of communication about the strength of Hong Kong. In the context, it's different to what it was before, in the context of development in Shanghai, in Shenzhen, in Guangdong, as the Bay Area.
The Bay, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Martin Sorrell. Thank you so much. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you, Richard. Oh, I can't see anything. Welcome to the last plenary session, and Humanity Rewritten. I looked up humanity. In fact, my wife urged me to do so, and I came up with 4 results, and they were the fact or quality of being a human, i.e. mankind. I think we all fit into that category. Maybe there are a couple of exceptions. The fact or the quality of being humane, things such as empathy, kindness, mercy, the desirable qualities that we all want. And I'd like to now welcome onto stage, first of all, Victor Chu, please. There we go. Victor Chu is a chairman of the First Eastern Investment Group. Sam Jima is a former member of parliament and runs a consultancy which looks at the intersection between geopolitics, culture, and a whole gamut of other things. And Kjell Lonevik is a former prime minister of Norway, and let's be careful here, he is an ordained minister. So here we go. Right, gentlemen, we are going to start off with, isn't humanity always being rewritten? You've got changes in technology from the Industrial Revolution to the Renaissance. Surely, why are we having this conversation? When I actually looked at the title, I thought, what a load of nonsense. But then the more and more I thought about it, I thought, actually, it's very, very good. And I'm going to ask Sam to kick this one up. What do you know and what do you think of humanity, and what do you make of humanity being rewritten? Why should it be different this time?
I think at some level you're absolutely right. Artificial intelligence is going to have a transformational effect, but there are other general purpose technologies that have done that. Take computing, take electricity. So why should this be different? And where I go to is there's a gentleman called Geoffrey Hinton, who is a British computer scientist and widely acknowledged as the godfather of AI. Geoffrey comes from a long line of mathematicians and scientists. I think one of his forefathers is George Everest. Mount Everest was named after him, so hugely accomplished. He recently left Google, and the reason why he left is he was really worried about some of the downsides of what AI could do. For the first time, it appears that mankind has got this technology that could be more intelligent than us. And if it could be more intelligent than us, it could do things that threaten us. And that is the sense in which that is where the real fear comes from people like Geoffrey Hinton, who have been working on this for about 50 years. But when you speak to common people, they're worried about other things, their jobs being taken away. That is the more prosaic way in this manifests itself. So yes, Humanity has always been rewritten. There is huge potential here, but you can see why people are concerned about some of the downsides if not managed appropriately.
Victor.
I think Sam is right, because we never had a stage where what is now called technological singularity, and that is at a time where the collection of human wisdom is being overwhelmed by technological advance. And also, humanity depends on a global collaboration where people see eye to eye, collaborate on major challenges of today and tomorrow. All the big problems of today and tomorrow requires global collaboration. And when you have the polarization of geopolitics, where some big boys are not seeing eye to eye, we need to be careful that technological advance in silo without a global guardrail could trigger unintended consequences. And that's why this time may be different.
Joe.
Yes.
What did you think when you first saw the title?
I reacted on the title, Rewriting Humanity, that it's in a way too dramatic. Because the core of humanity is our hearts. So from a more philosophic perspective, I would refer to a Norwegian writer, Sigrid Undset, and she said, the heart of the human beings do not really change through all days. But of course, new technology change our lives. But that is for me different than humanity, because the core of humanity is our hearts. And we know, as indicated by you, moderator, that we are flexible to meet new challenges and new technologies. The industrial revolution, of course, the data and internet revolution. And it's no doubt that we now especially face new challenges with regard to AI and genetic engineering. But I do believe that we will handle this to the benefit of people, but it requires something from us. It requires ethical guidelines, both for us as individuals, the business life, from politicians, and it will also require some regulations, I think, both on national level and on international level. But if we are able to meet these requirements, we can do this in a way that will benefit people, but we have to listen to concerns from common people.
Exactly what Sam was saying. And so what we get to is ethics, morality, and challenges therein. Now, with new technologies, and I don't want to bang on about AI because everybody has done, and I want to just say, how do we regulate it and put civil society at the forefront of this, perhaps? Victor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we need a multi-stakeholders approach. I think we cannot just rely on the normal government process, because institutions of government work gradually. It reacts to situation, whereas today's challenges needs a lot of forward thinking. And therefore, I think civil society, universities, and think tanks might probably be able to convene the discussions a lot more readily and really prepare our political leaders to make policy judgments. We need, 3 H's, I think: humility, honor, and humanity. I think these are, the key themes that we need to think about.
Joe.
Yes, I do agree with you, and I think civil society is crucial here, because we cannot regulate everything. We cannot regulate everything with regard to the new technology. We have to meet the challenges by ethical values. And these core values, I think, in this regard is, for instance, human dignity, respect for every individual being. I will also say empathy and compassion is of great importance in this regard. We need some national regulations, we need some international regulations and standards. For instance, I think UN has to be more engaged.
Yeah.
WTO, World Trade Organizations, have to be engaged. And we have to use education, where every pupil and student learn about this new technologies, and not only the possibilities, but also the threats and concerns. So they are ready to meet these challenges. And for me, especially, genetic engineering is a matter of concern. What does it mean? What does it mean for handicapped people? Do we allow a society where people are living with Down syndrome or not, for instance? So we have to be careful in what direction we are going.
Sam, are you quite uniquely placed in a way because you were a government minister in the UK and you talked about, well, you had a brief which included higher education. On top of that, of course, science and research, and you had a budget of £8 billion or something like that for R&D.
8.6 billion R&D budget, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So what do you do with that money?
Well, a lot of a publicly funded research is around blue sky thinking. The ideas that scientists pursue and do not even know what's going to come out of it. And the UK is particularly good at research. If you look at that's not just because I'm patriotic. I think if you look at scientific citations, the UK sort of punches way above its weight as the size of its country. But I want to go to something that you were saying earlier about this civil society and civil society at the heart of this. And I think we've got to recognize that, yes, we've had a lot of discussion about AI over the last 2 days, and FI is doing a lot specifically on that. I was at a conclave discussing this yesterday here in Hong Kong. But AI is different. It's different because...
I knew you'd say that.
Because of the competitive advantage that it could give to countries. I mean, it could improve productivity by something like 3.3%. That's about 25 trillion globally. But it also cuts into national security, defense, and a whole lot of other areas. But in terms of putting civil society at the heart of it, there is a huge gulf in understanding of the technology, what it can do today, what it could do tomorrow, and what those risks potentially are.
Exactly. What we saw with the dot-com boom, and we've always been trying to catch up.
Yes.
And can we get ahead of this?
And speaking sort of as a former politician, what I always knew when I dealt with people from the tech communities, I recognized that they didn't really understand government as much as they thought they did, but we understood what they were doing even less. And that gulf of understanding needs to be bridged because the pressure on politicians to respond, to regulate, to do things can only work if politicians actually understand what these technologies are. Otherwise, they go to big tech and they're like, can you tell us what to do? Which is kind of not the right way around. And I think, therefore, to put civil society or anyone at the heart of this, we do need to find a way where objectively we understand what the technology is, where it's going, what the downsides are, how do you have management of it, how do you have oversight of it, what do you license? And that is what was discussed, for example, at the AI summit in the UK. And we're only beginning to outline what the framework internationally could be.
So Sam, I mean, so what would happen if we just allowed everything here to grow organically? All three of you, chime in, please. If you just let it go and what would happen?
Well, I think this is one of those areas where we just don't know. But the potential downsides are incredibly worrying. So if you take we've seen in the last few years what social media can do and the algorithms can do, and I don't think anyone predicted the kind of polarization that it could engender in the way that it has. So I think we have a fair idea that things could go badly. We don't know what bad actors could do with these language models. You know, you trained on, say, the dark web. So I think we can't be blasé about this. I think we've got to be responsible. And in the last year, I think what we've seen is electrifying progress in terms of whether it's ChatGPT 4, and a couple of days ago I saw Google's release Gemini. I mean, it's just absolutely mind-blowing and therefore positive what it can do. But I think the responsible thing to do is also to manage the potential downsides?
I was going to say that our starting point must be that we should embrace on technological advance, because that if it's approached properly, it helps humanity, and it helps the global south. It helps to mitigate the injustice and the inequality that we face. But how to do it properly, responsibly, and with global consensus on implementation of these principles is really the key. And that needs to be addressed fairly upfront. And the way to do it is, I think, really through civil society. And because politics is local, so you need a lot of local, grassroots buy-in in order to make our leaders, to give the right attention.
Let me just, in this framework, also mention another threat or a possibility, and that is for democracy. I'm thinking especially of the threat of fake news, which is a real problem of today. It's an increasing problem. And what will the new technology and AI especially do with that? Is it possible to get help from AI to avoid fake news? Or will it increase the problem? And if it's increasing, it will be a new threat to democracy, because democracy requires true, fair information and not fake news and misunderstandings. So I think this is also a matter that people who are advanced in AI should deal more with.
Yeah, I mean, democracy, as Churchill said, is the least worst form of government we know of. Victor, I mean, we do live in a time, though, where we are, of course, as we say, changing, and I call it the 3Ds. We're going through deglobalization to some extent, decarbonization, and we also have a demographic problem as well. How does that shape this whole conversation about humanity?
I think that really requires, as I mentioned, I think the dialogue between the global village is so urgent. And it's not just a dialogue. We need to come up with principles pretty quickly, because from dialogue to principles to actual legislation and implementation, it takes time. And technology is running at an exponential speed. Therefore, education, teaching the teachers to make sure that they implant the honor, the ethics into the students on a worldwide basis is also important.
Sure.
Yeah, I do agree on that. But when you talk about demography, it is
aging populations in particular, of course.
Pardon?
Aging population.
Yes, and this is really a challenge. If AI, especially, and modern technology generally, will create new differences between us who are elderly people and the younger. So I see it in my own family, of course. If I have a technical problem, I call upon my grandchildren, and they help me. And this will be an increasing challenge in the years ahead of us. So what can we do to involve also us who are older in the new technology, and how we can handle it, the situation? That is a challenge. It's not a question only about education in schools. It's a question about educating elderly people.
Yes.
And in Norway we try to do this, because we have some organizations for elderly people, we have some academies for elderly people, and new technology now is an important subject in these frameworks.
Spinning Jenny was very important as well back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
I think your point about demography, I think, is really interesting.
Yeah, go on.
I sat through some of the earlier events today, and mainly on healthcare and the rapid advances in healthcare. And it's very interesting how a number of the speakers talked about health span rather than lifespan. And at the heart of health span, which is being able to live long and live well, rapid advances in technology that AI is going to help drive. And I think that tells you your demographic challenge. It could really help having people living longer, healthier lives, which is what we need. And the cost of drug discovery, the cost of running trials, reduces dramatically using these algorithms. And I'm on the board of Oxford University Innovation, where a lot of this work is being done at the university, and they're spinning out technologies. And I think that is tremendously exciting. On the deglobalization side, I think what we've got to be careful is that the competition, national competition to get an edge in this technology because of the huge benefits, doesn't lead to a situation where some nations have it. You have the have-nots, the haves and the have-nots in terms of nations, particularly our developing countries that don't have access to these
also
technologies.
different types of that technology as well. It's
Exactly.
not a uniform being, is it, or thing?
Yeah, and if you have a situation where obviously the superpowers have it, some countries that have great scientific basis have it, but if you're in the global south, as you mentioned, and you don't have access to these technologies, so you're trading market access for technology, how does that work? And that inequity is something that we need to really think about in the context of globalization.
Another word which gets bandied about, or two words which get bandied about, is human equity. What do you understand by that?
Very much following to what Sam said, I think we have to be very careful that socially is unacceptable if, for example, if there were to be a cure on dementia, the global south is not benefiting from that. At the end of the day, I think there are many challenges we have, but one of the most serious challenge is resource competition and resource security. And by resource, I mean including, not just the hard resource, but also technology and medical technology. So, I mean, in the last 20 years, we always talk about, the internet and the have and have not. Now we talk about energy, healthcare, and also the advanced AI. So we must not allow a situation where part of the world is so far ahead, then the other part of the world have no chance of catching up. That will be the beginning of the end of humanity.
Kofi Annan made you special humanitarian envoy to the Horn of Africa, so you know a bit about the Global South. How does the Global South then actually enter this conversation? And how does it have itself heard?
This is really one of the great challenges with regard to the new technology. I'm concerned about the threat that developing countries will be lagging behind with regard to taking advantage of the new technologies. So there we need really international regulations to bring them on board, and that we can be sure that developing countries also will have advantages of these new technologies. And therefore, I will emphasize the two main challenges with regard to all development in developing countries, namely health and education. Health and education. I always repeat, health and education. Without health, you can do nothing. Without education, it's very limited what you can do, and especially in this regard, with regard to the modern technology. But if you have some basic education, you can not only take part, but also contribute to the development for your own family and for your local community and for your nation. And this is one of the main challenges. Therefore, I mean that we have to engage international organizations in this regard, so we don't face a new area where the developing countries are lagging behind. And that will increase the differences in the world between the rich and the poor part of our world. Yeah. We have to pay attention to this.
I think a couple of things around. I mean, we know the resources that, whether it's computing technology, whether it's talent, whether it's the physical infrastructure, all of that underpins it and being sucked in by the countries that can afford to get a leading edge. But there's another aspect of the equity that I'm particularly concerned about, which is if you take the world of finance, to give an example where AI could be deployed at scale. If this is being developed by, a couple of people in Silicon Valley, to take an example, in their garage, say, or unlikely given how much power they need, and it doesn't recognize, or it operates in such a way that it's systematically biased. So certain people with certain characteristics can't get a loan. because of the way the algorithms operate. That's inequitable. So this the way the algorithms are not impartial, independent, operating. They are built by humans and built to do certain things. So part of the equity issue is making sure that the way they operate actually does help people. And same in the medical space, what kind of illnesses are you training it to deal with rather than others? So all of these areas are areas where we do need to think about making sure that it delivers for all, and it just doesn't just reflect our biases and interests.
Yes. But Victor, somebody's got to pay for all of this as well. I mean, you can't rely on governments. And of course, it's better if you have something, maybe Adam Smith's invisible hand could be at work here as well. How do you make an investment which, A, has a decent return, but also a decent return in terms of what we're talking about, in terms of being morally and ethically positive, perhaps, and being good for the rest of the community and then humanity?
Yes, I think we are getting there. I think there is a widespread recognition that we are not in the 70s or the 80s. Shareholders' objective is not to really maximize just pure financial return. We must look at financial return in the context of the overall societal return, social impact. And I think the younger generation are much wiser than we are. And if you talk to our student unions, that's the number one priority. They want us to look for impact. As a Liverpool football fan to a Spurs fan, we never walk alone. Right? We are in a global village, and we rise and fall together. COVID was a good example. Until the rest of the world is safe, nobody's safe.
Do you think we became more humanistic because of COVID?
Yeah, I think we have. And we have. And you will see in the next few years, one of the effects of long COVID is a recognition that despite all the geopolitical rhetorics, we have to bring the pendulum back to the middle and really stimulate a lot more collaboration. Now, for example, you were saying that if we allow technology to do without any collaboration and guidelines, we're wasting so much resources and duplicating. Right? If Harvard is doing something and Oxford is doing something, UCL is doing something, we are delaying the progress. If we can join forces, we can get the objective much quicker.
I'm convinced that the business companies that take most seriously the matters of concerns of common people will also be the business companies that will have greatest success in future. Because people will not only look after economic return of the investments, they will look upon a return of human values.
Who does that? Who does that? Who does that?
Who get that?
Who does that? What you're talking about? In terms of looking at beyond the economic, or not looking at the economic return.
Yeah, the human return.
Okay.
And that is values that mean much to us in our daily life.
Yeah.
What does this mean for our relations in our families? What does this mean for our relations in the local community where we are living our lives? Human values. And those business companies that take this seriously, they will also succeed in this regard. And economically also, I'm sure, they will win in the longer perspective.
Sam, I mean, you founded a firm, an advisory firm, international one, which looks at, I think that it says here, an intersection of geopolitics, capital deployment, and government. So that makes...
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic area where the industrial policy makes a difference. It costs huge amounts of money to develop and train and deploy these models. And government action, but also private capital working together makes a difference. That's why we've seen in the US, the Chips and Science Act, for example. In China, there are billions being poured into this. In France, an AI company called Mistral, I think, raised at a valuation of hundreds of millions on the back of just its business plan without having developed anything yet. And I think all over the world, not just public funds, but also private capital is going into these technologies because of the huge transformative and beneficial effect it can have on the economy. And I do share the optimism that we are on the dawn of like a new age. And but at the same time, it's right to do that in a responsible way, and so that businesses that benefit don't just benefit because they've developed technology, but do it in a way that benefits society as well.
And this has also to do with the geopolitical situation in the world of today.
Geopolitics, of course.
Because we are now in China, Hong Kong, China, and for instance, the relations between China and the United States will be crucial in future. And I do hope that the leadership in both these countries and in the other big powers, European Union, in the Arab world, see and acknowledge that we will all benefit of acting together with regard to new technology, instead of only competing and having conflicts. So that is a message from my side, coming from a small country, that I hope that the greater nations will seize this opportunity for cooperating instead of conflicting.
Also one of the richest countries in the world, and nobody would have to work, actually, if they didn't want to.
Oh, yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Anyway, in conclusion, very, very quickly, guys, starting off, going down this way, Victor, are you excited about the future, and are you also feeling threatened by what's going on?
I think it has to be a bit of both. I agree with Sam. The technological advance will give humanity a lot of game-changing advantages, but we have to use it reasonably, properly, and responsibly.
I agree, Victor.
I agree also, but let me end up where I started, because the core of humanity is our hearts, and not our bodies, not our technology. But I do believe that if we tackle this new technology in good ways that we have talked about now, it will deepening and enriching the quality of humanity, our hearts. But the hearts of human beings, as I quoted a Norwegian writer, the hearts are not changing. Lives are changing.
And Germans, I was saying that the heart is on the left-hand side. Anyway, that's another story altogether. And let's not forget the old maxim from an old movie, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, just be excellent to each other. Victor Chu, thank you so much. Sam Jima, and of course, Shail, Vic there. Please give it up for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Rashad. Thank you so much to Rashad as well. Rish, I will not say you've not aged a moment since we were on Bloomberg TV together. I will not say how many years ago that was. So we've just had world leaders discussing humanity rewritten. Humanity and humans is really what the FII is all about. So let's have a final word from the human who is the driving force behind this event. Please welcome Richard Atias.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. No, just a few words before we go to the lunch behind the stage. First of all, thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Minister Guimard. And thank you, my dear friend, Victor Chu. Really, I really appreciate that you came today. I know Victor for 30 years. Thank you, Mrs. Chu, to be with us today. You know, I have to confess something to you, Victor. For me, Hong Kong was Victor Chu for years and years and years. So I'm happy that we are here with you today. And really, it means a lot to Cecilia and I that you came today, especially to be with us for this closing session. Thank you again. But I would like also to thank the government of Hong Kong and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange leadership team. It was a great pleasure for my team and I to be with you. Your hospitality means a lot to us. We spent really great time here in Hong Kong, thanks to all your support. I would like to thank, of course, our founding partner, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, which really started this FII philosophy more than just a conference almost 7 years ago. I would like to thank also our vision partner, MISA, the Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, and of course all our strategic partners. Without them, we cannot be here today. We cannot continue this movement which is becoming a global movement. So I really wanted to thank them. And I have a special thanks also to the media. Hong Kong Priority Summit had an amazing platform of media. And this is extremely important to us, not for publicity, but because what we are trying to do need a lot of echo chambers. And this is why, thanks to you, we are an inclusive movement. Thanks to you, we can convey the message of our delegates, which I would like to thank, and our speakers, more than 120 speakers here, coming from almost 45 countries. So I really would like to thank you, the media, and all of you for being with us until so late. It's not time for usually to break for lunch, but thank you for your patience. And once again, we'll see you next year, because it's just the beginning of a process, as I said. And please join us also in Miami, in the other part of the world, at the end of February. And let's continue our conversations through our movement, through our membership program. And once again, thank you very, very much. Eddie, the floor is yours for the final word. I know we have a little surprise in video for a few minutes before we open the buffet and we continue to discuss. Thank you all for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. I mean, when I think about FII, I think about the people. I think about the incredible sessions we've had on stage here. I think about those intimate roundtable discussions, the strong connections we've all made with each other, including the social interactions, like over last night's really incredible risotto. The team behind this, of course, the FI Institute team, what an incredible group of people already hard at work on Miami. So look forward to discussing all of this with you over lunch. As Rashad mentioned, we've got a special treat for you. Let's have a look at a reminder of everything we've enjoyed over these last 2 days.
Welcome to the first FII Priority Summit in Asia, here in the vibrant heart of Hong Kong. The vision for a future that is prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive. Let's do it with a new compass. I look forward to engaging with each of you during this conference to turn this insight into impactful action.
Hong Kong believes in collaboration. Hong Kong's one country, two systems framework enables it.
Just last week, here in this Connect Hall, we added the world's largest and Asia's first Saudi ETF to our markets.
2, 1, strike.
Basically achieve our promise, which is we should be a net carbon zero organization by the year 2050.
That water will be the biggest challenge in the world in the future. Reality today, I think the biggest issue in desalination is always energy.
Technology is, in my opinion, irreversible. Once invented, it will continue to be extant.
I hope 2024 could be the year of diplomacy and the peace and the dialogue. And for that, of course, the role of China is crucial.
So the future ain't what it used to be. There needs to be a change. We need to rethink the way in which work gets done. Now, of course, technology has a big part to play in that.
Technology should not just be a disruptor, it should be an equalizer.
I think have a historical responsibility for climate change. We solve energy, we solve climate change. We have to divide by 2 the emissions.
I think AI is another new dimension altogether.
Next generation would be able to enjoy better services from digitalization.
Technology and innovation as a career.
Globalization 2.0, and it will be clearly driven by countries in the global south.
Today, trade is more than 50% of global GDP, and it will remain that way or maybe even increase over time.
Create an environment where people need to recalibrate their portfolios, think about how they invest in the context of geopolitics.
How do we meet that challenge? How do we
keep supplying reliable, secure energy for the growth and the economic well-being of the world.
Actually implement AI in everything that we have, from like mega project for smart cities.
Use AI for people, for planet, and for profit. Regulation and governance are as well enablers.
Saudi is in the midst of an economic diversification drive, which includes a major reindustrialization of the economy.
And we're looking to bring in expertise and skills into the country to help Saudi achieve their vision.
The investor community, the startup community, the government on certifications, that all really needs to come together.
In this dynamic world, never to get stuck. Stuck is a very bad nightmare.
Government needs expert advice, and when it comes to AI, the expertise lies in the private sector.
Hong Kong 2023 official reception.
To the recognition of Saudi Arabia as a country of possibilities and opportunities.
Our hope is that these insights will not just enlighten us, but also help us inspire world leaders and decision makers.
I think what's wrong with who we're prioritizing now is the fact that we don't prioritize the mass majority.
We need to think about people, not in terms of philanthropy, but what's a public good? Health is a public good.
Now we have algorithms and technologies that can be used to artificially understand the culture.
So we've got an opportunity there with the town planning to consider the environment, to consider livability.
I'm so glad that the organizer organized entertainment in the supply chain content.
I do think these three elements are needed as we move towards the future. Innovation, great regulation, tech savvy, and of course, global collaboration.
What we are investing right now in space is the next frontier.
There are lots and lots of new technologies and diagnostic and treatment that we're looking into for longevity.
AI is critical for analyzing big data, collecting longitudinal data.
And I think if you invest in MSK Health, you're going to be a winner, assuming you do your due diligence on all of the metrics.
Game creation and as a way to export culture and content is the thing I'm most excited for.
I wish many of you would join the FI Institute as members. The membership is really to show your commitment on all the actions, all the initiatives that we are launching all year long. And this is how all together we'll have an impact on humanity.
Thank you so much. Of all the best of videos, that was definitely the best of the best. So thank you so much for all of you here for coming. We're going to invite you to come join us for lunch here just around the corner. See you next time in Miami.